Chapter 751 Moria sighed, the mission of the tyrant. Tear. The feeling of depression is spreading. The buggy pirates and the world government looked at the sky above their heads in shock. The sky seemed to be torn open by a black hole, like a dark eye socket. The sky is cracked. Soon, two figures emerged from the center of the black hole. Is the present world finally here? One of the figures looked at the azure sky and the boundless sea, his face a little dazed. He is Moria, the sixth virtual general of the virtual sea in Hueco Mundo. The figure next to him is the second virtual general, Badger. Don't sigh, the Soul Society may have sensed it. Let's finish the task of the Tyrant Lord. Badger rarely dragged his feet, but prepared to get straight to the point. This time they came from Hueco Mundo through the Black Cavity, not for sightseeing. They came here. There is only one mission, to kill a human. Scanning his eyes at the two ships on the sea, Badger immediately found the target. Blue hair, red tattoos on face, that guy for sure. Swoosh. All of a sudden Badger's figure descended from the sky and landed on the ship of Buggy's pirate group. Moria's figure followed closely. Strange face, the flag of the world government. Is the strength of the world government so strong? As soon as he came down, Moria felt the ships belonging to the world government and the figures in front of him that were out of tune with the pirates. In his perception, these were all very good strong men. He just came out by chance and encountered this kind of lineup directly. At this time, Moria had only one feeling. That is, the changes in the world are greater than he imagined. By the way, a ship of the world government has such a level of combat power. Badger, it's Badger the evil cockroach. And Moonlight Moria. At this time, someone on the pirate ship recognized Badger and Moria. Even though Badger and Moria's faces changed a little after they became virtual, it was not much. Although they have disappeared for a long time, they were once great pirates and were not so easily forgotten. Megami Moria, the great pirate who disappeared. But Badger, isn't Badger the evil cockroach dead? He died in. Captain, what did you see? Hearing the doubts of some of his subordinates, some people looked at Moria and Badger's hollows and their faces changed. They are hollows now, the legendary hollows. People with magic power or observation haki or other special perception powers can see Moria and his figures. But those who have neither are confused. They just feel the air spreading the oppression that makes people feel like falling into the abyss. In this oppression, some people vaguely see the figures of Moria and Badger. Some still have no feeling. They can only look in the direction where everyone is looking with a blank look. Until someone said it was a hollow, many people's expressions changed and they were directly terrified. Hey hee hee. Does anyone remember me? This news is pretty good. Compared to Moria's ease. The several figures on the pirate ship looked solemn. The Angry Fist and Shadow Knight envoy in the world government ship have come to Jun. They looked at the two figures coming, with fearful expressions. If they guessed correctly, this feeling should be the legendary hollow, or even the extremely powerful Vastold who is only at the top of Hueco Mundo. Information about hollows. Although the public does not know much, but Yunzeo has kindly informed the major forces about the general information of Hueco Mundo. Of course, many people in the buggy pirates are naturally not clear. It's just that they don't know the power of Hueco Mundo, but they know the horror of hollows. Because the Hollow God cult started to make trouble. Distributed terrorist declarations in many places. They claimed, under the guidance of the Great Lord of Terror, there will be a group of hollows to give this place a new life, and the new people should remember the Lord's mercy with awe. Originally, the people on the first island declared just laughed at it. But soon after, a large number of invisible hollows really attacked. Those hollows did not kill everyone. Only a small number of people were killed, which made more people live in fear. In just 10 days. This sect appeared in various places around the world. After several times, the Void God Church has been renamed the Void Fear Church. Many small places are afraid of being visited by this sect. The terrifying reputation of the Void has also spread because of the Void Fear Church. The people of the buggy pirates naturally knew about it. Someone actually recognized me. At this time, Buggy was also surprised. Originally, he was ready to take action directly, but after being called out by his name, he became curious about what amazing deeds he had done before. Bugger, do it. Didn't you say the mission is important? After Moria looked around, there was no acquaintance, so he was too lazy to talk. He was going to learn about the changes in the world after completing this mission. Humph! Moria, are you mistaken? Is only the second virtual general, you are the sixth, 4 ranks behind me, I should be the one commanding you. Facing Badger's bullying, Moria only uttered one sentence. I saved your life. Asshole! Even if you saved me, I'm still the second virtual general. I saved your life. Hearing Moria repeat it again, Badger was speechless. Finally, he still felt that he should not remember the mistakes of the villain, and the task of the tyrant was more important. What's your name? Forget it, the one who killed you was Badger, the second virtual general of the Virtual Sea, known as the Little Tyrant. Remember it firmly. As soon as Badger finished speaking, his figure teleported in front of Zikrane with a loud bang. Zikrane's pupils shrank slightly. Boom! The huge shock wave flew across. A huge wave poured out with a shock wave and pushed far away. The surging waves caused the ship to shake violently. So strong! At the moment when Badger took action, the pupils of the strong men of the world government shrank slightly. There is no special ability, just a simple punch, but it makes them tremble. This guy is much stronger than ordinary demigods. Jane, who was in the lead, had a flickering eye and thought so in his heart. Once in the demon hunting ceremony, he had faced the terrifying oppression of the War King, the leader of the 9 demon kings. At that time, the last move of the War King was very terrifying, and it was almost overwhelming the whole scene. If it had not been blocked by the witch Kikyo halfway, the elite magic pattern users participating in the demon hunting ceremony would have suffered heavy losses. And the big hollow in front of him had the same sense of oppression as the War King at that time. It even seemed that the sense of oppression was even stronger. Retreat first. Gong. At this time, Jane made a direct choice. Now the monster set his sights on seeing Liu Guang. Jane thought it would be better to retreat first. As for Buggy, it doesn't matter if he chases him later, there is no need to hold on in this situation. Chapter 752 The Only Moral Integrity, The Eyes of the Sun. On the other side, Zikaline's figure shone in the sky like a golden stream of light. He did not take the blow just now, or his current body was completely unable to withstand such power. Magic is the power of the heart. Although magic can strengthen the body, but there is no doubt, if it is not a magic that specifically enhances the body, or even if it is magic that enhances the body. Facing the monster in front of him, he must temporarily avoid the edge. You run quite fast. Just let you run. Beiji looked at the figure in the sky, and a majestic smile flowed from the corner of his mouth. His finger pointed to the sky. Virtual bullet. Swish, swish, swish. Countless dark virtual bullets rushed into the sky, as if the rain of bullets was about to fill the sky. Facing such dense virtual bullets, Zikaline's figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, dodging the virtual bullets that were chasing him. His figure was always being tracked by the virtual bullet at a faster speed. Seeing this scene, Beiji's eyes flickered slightly. Swoosh! A dark light flashed in front of his mouth. Boom! A huge virtual flash roared up into the sky. The whole sky seemed to be shrouded in shadows, and the sky darkened. Beiji used virtual flash while using virtual bullets. One virtual bullet, one virtual. This operation made Mori 323 a little stunned. Can't avoid it. The position where the virtual flash soared into the sky was exactly in front of Zikrane. If he turned, the virtual bullet behind him would immediately follow. If he didn't turn, he would directly face this terrifying flash. In a flash of lightning, Zikrane made a decision. His figure still went straight forward, and at the same time launched a magic. Twin stars. 2 golden magics began to surround Zikrane. Swoosh! His figure came to the front of the virtual flash that Badger had exploded and stopped. 2 golden magic circles began to surround the front of Zikrane. Boom! The terrible energy poured directly towards Zikrane. Hit! Badger on the buggy pirates looked at the sky covered by black light. The virtual flash on his mouth continued to explode. He felt resistance, so Badger's virtual bullets stopped exploding and focused all his energy on the virtual flash. Boom! The virtual flash in front of his mouth suddenly expanded as Badger focused his attention, as if it was a dark pillar that swallowed up the light. This scene make everyone on the buggy pirates tremble. The terrifying movement made some pirates who could not see Badger's figure feel the dark pillar of darkness. Lord Kaiba, what should we do? At this time, Buggy on the pirate ship had cold sweat on his forehead. He watched the world government, which was chasing his pirate group, retreating quietly. But at this moment, he did not have the joy of escaping the world government's pursuit. After all, the monster was parked on his ship, and he could only pretend that he did not exist at this time. "Don't worry, I have my own way." This voice from the heart relieved Buggy's tension a lot. Baki suddenly felt that it was good to have someone behind him. Fortunately, there was Kaiba-sama, otherwise he would face this kind of scene by himself, and it would feel. When Buggy was somewhat relieved, the Kaiba on his hat stared at the two hollows. As long as the two hollows wanted to catch it, it would immediately escape. That's right, its way was to run away, and run by itself. As for Buggy, Kaiba could only let him wish for himself. If it was just the hollow named Moria, it might rely on its special ability to fight. But there was no way for the other monster. Now Kaiba's only moral integrity was not to run away before the other party showed any malicious intent. Boom! A few meters thick black light column penetrated the sky and the earth, extending from the sea to the horizon. In the sky, in front of Zikaline, two golden magic circles intertwined apart, and then rotated rapidly. All the terrifying flashes were intercepted. The powerful force, the energy, was evenly intercepted by the rotating magic circle, and they were mutually eliminated. Looking at the twins blocking the front, Zikrane breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The guy just now gave him a great sense of oppression. The opponent's strength was much greater than his. Fortunately, this magic was strong enough. When Zikrane thought of this, crack! Crack! A strange sound directly made Zikrane tense again. I saw that the two magic circles of the twins were faintly broken. How is it possible? Zikrane's eyes widened. He clearly did not feel the overload of the twins. Although the power in front of him was terrifying, every bit of power rushing over was perfectly offset. How could the magic circle be broken? Zikrane, who did not know the situation, quickly concentrated his mind and perception. Soon he realized the truth. He looked solemnly at the monster behind the power in front of him. It was the power in front of him. Although this power was offset, it seemed to have a terrifying crushing property. The offset process directly affected the magic circle. At this time, Zikrane couldn't help but sigh. His power was obviously much stronger than before. But he felt a huge pressure when a monster came out. It seems that he needs to work harder. At this point, Zikrane still remembers the promise he made. He wants to challenge Aizen, the man who is now called a god by the sea. The reason why Zikrane has been working so hard these days. It's not just because he yearns to be strong, but also because of the urging of this promise. However, the appearance of the monster in front of him now makes him understand more clearly. His current strength is still too weak. Crack! Crack! Looking at the magic circle that is breaking quickly in front of him, Zikrane pulled away in advance. Bang! Boom! The magic circle broke, and the terrifying virtual flash went straight to the sky. Swish! As the color of the sky and the earth returned to clearness, everything seemed to be over. Only the many pirates of Buggy's pirate group were still trembling. Did they dodge again? What a trouble! I hate such flexible opponents the most. Hearing what Buggy said, Moria, who was not far away, looked strange. Before Buggy surrendered to Tyrant and became famous, this guy lived by relying on his strong vitality and speed. Just like a cockroach that can't be killed and likes to run around, he is a first-class runner. How dare he say that to others? It seems that to complete Tyrant's mission, I should. Before Buggy finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong around him. Boom! A huge light burst from the bottom of his feet, and his figure flew to the boundless sky. Flying, leaping. He came to the boundless universe. He came to the majestic and extremely hot sun. Then, he flew around the extremely magnificent sun at a high speed, bypassed the front of the sun, and came to the back of the sun. Then he saw it. An indescribably terrifying eyeball stared at him. That was the eye of the sun. Chapter 753 7-Story Skyscraper, Magic that Seals the Heart. 7-Story Skyscraper. Not far away, Zikrane had already cast an illusion magic. 7 purple magic circles overlapped in front of him. It was not his character not to fight back. He used the most powerful magic that threatened life at the moment. This magic was not a simple illusion, but a presentation of his past memories. And this memory was someone's last gift before he and Jalal set off. Someone said, "The false is not scary, the real is scary. The illusion is not scary, but it is scary if it is real enough." That's how he and Jalal experienced an illusion that seemed real. This illusion made Zikrain feel that memory is powerful. An illusion directly deepened their attainments in celestial magic and Zikrain's understanding of illusion magic. Someone called it something worth celebrating. Although Zikrain didn't think it was wonderful at all. This time Zikrain reproduced this memory. For Badger, it was like a taboo was lifted. Ah! At this time, Moria looked at Badger and suddenly let out an extremely shrill scream. The expression on his face was extremely distorted, and wisps of black smoke came out of his body, as if the whole person was burning. The wolf howling and distorted expression scared Moria. Badger looked like he had seen a ghost, which made Moria extremely afraid of Zikrain, who appeared not far away. You know, the current Badger's second virtual general is not in vain. He is really powerful. He already has a terrifying alienated spiritual pressure. The alienated spiritual pressure is immune to various abilities and has a crushing characteristic. Badger with this kind of spiritual pressure. Moria would not worry about Badger's safety. However, he did not expect Badger to be so powerful this time. Now he is showing his ugly side. This performance is too bad. What the hell is Badger doing? When Moria looked at Zikrain not far away in doubt. Zikrain also started the follow-up magic of the 7-storied skyscraper. 6-flamed star seal. This is the magic created by Zikrain by combining the magic derived from the two mental magics, illusion magic and sleep magic. This magic is the follow-up of the 7-storied skyscraper. When the enemy fully sees the memory he presents, the mind is extremely diffused in the horror of being in the scene. In this case, weak enemies don't need him to take action, and their minds will be destroyed due to extreme diffusion. In short, they will die directly, and their bodies will burn themselves to ashes. Because this memory can deceive even the enemy's body and even their strength. However, the monster in front of him is obviously not a weak guy. For this reason, Zikrain naturally has to make subsequent greetings. In the illusion, Beiji felt that the whole person was distorted and diffused, and the whole world seemed to become incomprehensible. More bizarre than that, his body was bound by countless flame-colored light bands and was about to be thrown into the hot and terrifying giant mouth. He was going to be eaten. Wait! Wait! The terrified Badger wanted to struggle, but he had no strength at all. His power was also trapped in this horror, and it could not bring him any confident support at all. At this time, Beiji could only watch himself getting closer and closer to the majestic sun. Crack! Crack! When Badger was extremely terrified, everything around him began to slowly break. Huge cracks penetrated all the surrounding space. Behind the cracks was a bright white light. Bang! As the illusion space was completely broken, Badger came to reality. He looked at the surrounding sea and heard Moria's voice. Beiji's face was a little confused, and his body was shaking slightly. Beiji, what the hell are you doing? What happened just now? Moria has come to Badger's side. While he was talking to Badger, he looked at Zikrain cautiously. He was the one who took action just now. Because if he didn't take action, he would scream miserably. He was also a little worried. It's not that he was worried about Badger's life, but that if Badger was really dealt with, it would be difficult for him. Whether facing the enemy in person or facing the wrath of the tyrant. Neither was what Moria wanted. Failed? On the other hand, Zikrain had some regrets. His 6-flame star seal is a magic used when the enemy's mind is extremely diffuse and the power is irresistible. The essence of this magic is spiritual sealing magic. The conditions for use are extremely harsh. Let's not talk about the extreme diffusion of the mind. Just the fact that the power is not able to resist is very harsh. The stronger the strong, the higher the instinct and power spirituality. Even if the enemy is unconscious, his power may resist unconsciously. Just with that memory, everything is not a problem. Because the enemy's power will also fall into absolute panic. As long as he succeeds, the 6 shackles will be nailed to the enemy's mind. At that time, the enemy's heart will be sealed deep in the soul. Without the heart, the soul and physical strength are all just empty shells. This magic is combined with the 7-fold magic, the memory presented by the Sky Tower. It is the trump card of Zikrain's trump card. However, Zikrain is helpless at this time. At the critical moment before The companion of the monster interrupted him with a similar flash. That's why his subsequent magic failed. It seems that he has to retreat this time. Zikrane's eyes flickered. In a short time, he can no longer reproduce that memory. Using magic to present that memory requires a huge amount of magic power, and that memory is too heavy. In the process of using magic, his mind will also be severely consumed. XXXX. Neither his magic power nor his mind could support him to release it again. Reality forced Zikrane to retreat. Otherwise, if the monster recovered, he would really die here. Buzz buzz buzz. When Zikrane was about to run away, a terrifying and heavy pressure pressed directly on him. This is... Zikrane raised his head suddenly. He saw two terrifying monsters faintly emerging from the huge black hole in the sky. And their eyes were fixed on him. Waste. In the sky, Tyrant and Prison Lord came together. Just now, Tyrant and his men had been paying attention to the situation in the world on the other side of the black cavity. It was just something that was thought to be a sure thing. But Badger messed it up. If they don't take action, the target will be gone for 7. Chapter 754, Madara's Arrival, His Rumors. Lord Tyrant, Lord Prison Lord. The appearance of Tyrant and Prison Lord made Badger, who was a little dazed, wake up immediately. He didn't expect that Tyrant and his men would come to the world in person, and that this target was so valued by the adults. No, it should be said that the guy is indeed qualified. Badger recalled the fear just now. To be honest, Badger is not very willing to continue fighting with that human. Because he was afraid of encountering the situation just now again. Obviously, he didn't have a big sense of crisis, but he encountered a huge crisis. This kind of induction failure made Badger a little worried. Beiji's situation was not hidden from the Tyrant. That's right. The Tyrant felt that he was a waste. Although this subordinate was very obedient, he couldn't do even a little thing. It was simply a waste of his strength. Beiji naturally felt the Tyrant's dislike. But he couldn't say it. He couldn't say that the target was too weird. If he really dared to refute like this, he was afraid that he would be taken away by the Tyrant to rebuild. For Badger, the Tyrant didn't want to pay attention to him for the time being. Zikrane. This is the Tyrant's current goal. The reason why he wanted to kill Zikrane is also very simple. Because of the guidance given to them by Moro. Their mission from the mother body had been dissipated, and only the Moro who was sealed at that time still existed. That mission allowed Moro to have a clear goal. But in the real world, all the gods that Moro saw seemed to be targets. This was very embarrassing. After all, their mother body had just been killed by the current virtual god. And how powerful the gods were. Hajun and Yajun, who had witnessed the virtual god and the god of sword, naturally understood. That was a huge gap. So, they would naturally not go to die. Fortunately, there were many targets in the real world, not just gods. Like Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, etc. It's just that you have to pick the weak ones. The current Liuguang brothers were the best targets. Originally, Bajin thought that with Badger's current strength, it would be relatively easy to deal with them. But he never expected that this guy, who was just the first target, actually showed signs of retreat, and didn't even react when the target ran away. So he had no choice but to come to the real world. Since seeing the power of the god of sword, Bajin has become more wary of the Soul Society. Normally, he and Yuri had no intention of descending into the world. It would be troublesome if they were targeted by Soul Society again. Now the balance between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society depends entirely on Soul Society's attitude, and Tyrant dare not gamble. But now there is no way. Although the mission is no longer the most important thing for them, they will not retreat directly when they encounter a little difficulty. Zikaline felt the terrible pressure on his body. Looking at the two monsters approaching, he didn't know why these two big guys wanted to kill him. However, the current situation is probably difficult. He can't escape at all in the current situation. I can only use that trick. At this time, Zikaline thought. He still has an ultimate trick, but he doesn't want to use it if he can. After all, he is still quite strong in his heart. But if he doesn't use it, he will die, and it will be more shameful to die. This opponent is too supermodel after all. You don't feel uneasy at all. What else do you rely on? At this time, Tyrant has come to Zikaline. He looked at the human in front of him and could feel that he had no uneasy emotions. Bang, bang, bang. On the ship of Buggy's pirate group. The landing of him and Yujun made everyone on the pirates feel terrible pressure. Even though the pirate ship was hundreds of meters away from the location, even if Tyrant and Yujun did not deliberately do anything, but the pirates on Buggy's pirate group were still falling down in groups. Some just fainted, but more were dead. So scary. At this time, Buggy held his breath and dared not make a sound. He watched the members on the ship fall down like harvesting wheat, and his face turned pale. It's over, Seahorse-sama, Seahorse-sama. Baki subconsciously called Seahorse. No response. Feeling the weight on his head lighten, his face turned from pale to pale. But he still had a little hope. Swoosh. Buggy reached out and fished, twice. He finally realized that Kaiba-sama might have really escaped. At this time, Buggy was even more panicked. Even if he had to run, he had to take him with him. What to do? What to do? When Buggy was very anxious. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Tap. 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 As a sound came. The wind was surging. All conscious lives nearby subconsciously focused their eyes in one direction. On the sea far away from the horizon. A figure slowly walked over. It was still far away in the last moment, and it was in front of them in the next moment. Tap. The sound came from a tin staff hitting the sea surface, crisp and distant. Who is he? Seeing the figure of the person coming, the world government ship was moving away from this sea area. Jason on top widened his eyes. Is the rumor true? Has that man become a god? Not only was Jane shocked, but so were the magic rune users and agents beside him. In their eyes, a figure appeared. 9 black jades floated behind him, and he wore a white coat, a black staff and a pair of blood-red eyes with patterns and 9 megatama. Uchiha Madara. The one who came was Uchiha Madara. That ethereal aura, as if it existed, and as if it didn't exist. A very magical feeling. This feeling made Jane face up to the previous rumors. It was rumored that someone had seen Uchiha Madara recently, and that man was no longer the same as before. Like an immortal, that man might have become a god. At that time, Jane was still skeptical of this statement. But now that he has truly witnessed Uchiha Madara's posture, he understood that the rumors were indeed true. This posture, this feeling. Uchiha Madara, who was originally superior to the apostles, became like this. If you say that his strength has not changed, I'm afraid no one would believe it. God, is there a new god? But Jane set his eyes on the 2 terrifying monsters that were stagnant in the air in the distance. In his perception, the same indescribable horror monsters far exceeded the feeling the apostle gave him. Facing the 2 monsters, Jane felt like he was facing a bottomless abyss. So they wouldn't be equivalent to gods, right? Is he going to witness a battle between gods? Thinking of this situation, Jane immediately asked people to drive the boat faster. No one on the boat had any objections. After all, if it was really a battle between gods, it wouldn't be so pretty, and you could die suddenly if you weren't careful. On the other side, Uchiha Madara. Bajin and Yejun both looked at the man in front of them solemnly. Uchiha Madara ignored the solemnity of the virtual monarch. He just glanced at Zikrane slightly. Then he turned his eyes to the virtual monarchs. He spoke slowly. You are in the way. Chapter 755. Save me, Mr. Uchiha Madara. The scene was silent. At this time, the 2 virtual monarchs were not too angry at the arrogant Uchiha Madara. But their hearts were still volatile, especially Yuri. Yuri could feel that the man in front of him had surpassed him in power. But this was not a reason for him to speak arrogantly. Even if his power limit was indeed low, his ability was very strong. He had learned a lot of information about the present world through Moro. Among them, he thought the most important one was that his power was very close to that of the sun god in the present world. The god who was faintly the head of the gods. How could he be weaker than others with such godlike power? Just come if you want to, we won't stop you. Yuri spoke directly. Although he was a little annoyed by Uchiha Madara's arrogance, Yuri still had no intention of provoking him. In the present world full of gods, Yuri did not intend to make a big fuss. And there was the Soul Society behind, and the situation was not so good for them. Uchiha Madara shook his head at Yuri's submission. There was only one reason why he came here. That was the younger generation here shouted a word. That was why he appeared. 16. This is just someone's mission. Originally, he was going to meet that man. But he didn't expect that he would have to come here to be a babysitter. He is not such a person. Uchihamadara's thoughts seemed to drift. Tap. 6 tin staffs splashed ripples on the sea. Snap. Footsteps sounded, and Uchihamadara's figure slowly walked between the two virtual monarchs. This is... When Tyrant and Prison Lord thought that the matter was over, they felt a huge change. What is this? Their figures were each enveloped by a huge vortex, and the space seemed to be distorted. Their figures were also becoming illusory. This change caused Tyrant and Prison Lord to start using their strength. The terrifying power was roaring. The sky and the earth were changing color, turning into dark red. This was the power of Prison Lord. As for Tyrant Lord's struggling power, it was confined in the vortex. In short, his power did not splash out waves. Compared to Prison Lord, who was born last in the mother body, the power of Tyrant is still far inferior. This is true in terms of both power scale and strength. Therefore, his struggle seemed a little awkward. Oh? You can break free. It seems I underestimated you. Uchihamadara, who walked past the side of the Void Lord, looked back slightly. His blood-filled eyes were a little surprised. But soon he returned to normal. The vortex where the Prison Lord was located became more terrifying, and this time even the Prison Lord could not break free. You should be honored to taste this brilliant power. Reality and illusion. This is the true meaning of power, and the true meaning of the world. For Uchihamadara's words, the Void Lords were no longer in the mood to respond. They just roared terribly, shaking the earth. Uchihamadara! Uchihamadara! Uchihamadara didn't care about the roar of the Void Lords. Tap. He walked again, leaving only the last words. No. Need to shout, because I can't see your existence. When his last words fell, the vortex that distorted reality spun rapidly, and finally shrank into a point. The hollows disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Tap. As the sound faded away, the hollow god Aizen. With his current posture, he might succeed. Uchihamadara's figure gradually disappeared in the sky. Only the people who witnessed this scene and the hollows were left stunned. The hollows disappeared. At this time, on the ship of the buggy pirates, Bugger looked at the front in disbelief. How is it possible? That's the hollow. Bugger looked at the direction where the terrifying man left. His face was uncertain, and after several changes, he gritted his teeth. Let's go. Moria, let's go back first. Moria did not refuse, and soon the two left through the black cavity. As for the target, he didn't care. Zikaline saw that the crisis was resolved, and he was a little relieved and embarrassed at the same time. It was because of his final big move that Senior Uchihamadara came. Because his big move is to shake people. This is a very convenient big move. Just use magic power to silently recite a spell in your heart. It is also the spell given to them by Mel, which allows them to shake people at the last moment with a high probability. The spell is very simple. That is, save me, Mr. Uchihamadara. This spell has a high probability of success the first time it is used. As for the second time, well, Zikrane feels that it will not succeed. Because Uchihamadara sent him a message before leaving. Only this time. Of course, Zikrane was not disappointed. If it were not for an irresistible strong enemy, he would not have shaken people. What an unfathomable strength, I have to work harder. Zikrane cast his eyes on a comatose figure on the ground for a second. Then he turned into a stream of light and disappeared without hesitation. Hurry up, start the ship again, and retreat quickly. Seeing that the outsiders and the hollows on the ship disappeared, Buggy woke up as if from a dream. He shouted at the few figures who were still half kneeling on the ground on the ship. After hearing Buggy's words, these men also struggled to get up and turned on the engine button in the ruins. Soon, when the roaring engine started, these pirates survived the disaster and gave Buggy admiring eyes. As B-level magic patterns made them half kneel just now, but Boss Buggy was still standing and full of energy. As expected of Boss Buggy, his strength is unfathomable. Baki's men were emotional. Baki was not interested in these men's imaginations, and he was now ecstatic. Because the familiar weight of the big hat on his head was back. Mr. Kaiba. Mr. Kaiba, where did you go? I'm really worried about you. In fact, Buggy was worried that he would run away, and Kaiba knew that. In fact, he did run away just now, but he came back after seeing the danger from afar. The eldest brother doesn't laugh at the second brother. It doesn't care so much. Kaiba's eyes looked at the world government that was bringing ships again in the distance. At this time, it just felt that the outside world was really dangerous. It still needs to collect more memories of Buggy's men, so that it can improve its strength when it returns to the island of fantasy beasts. When Buggy's pirate group continued to evade pursuit by controlling the ship. Hueco Mundo. Beige and Mariah didn't dare to look up. In front of them was a black fog, like fear itself. Bajin and Yuri are not dead yet, don't spread it. Yes. Watching the two hollows leave. Moro took out two floating spheres from the black fog on his body, which looked very ethereal. If it were an ordinary person or an ordinary strong man, they would not be able to touch it, as if the sphere itself was illusory. They were like amber, freezing two figures. Bajin Uri. Chapter 756 The birth of the new god Tong Shen, who was feared. 2 days later. The sea was still boiling. Because the new god was born again, his name was Tong Shen. Of course, there was another god named the god of illusion. 2 days ago. The bloody Shura Uchihamadara fought with the illusory god in the original Holy Land, the current Demon Land. In this battle, Uchihamadara was mainly attacking and Aizen was defending. Because Aizen's core power was evolution, he was naturally interested in Uchihamadara's power. So he let Uchihamadara use it. So, the battle lasted for half a day. The public did not know the specific situation. They only knew that this battle was like the Milky Way hanging upside down. Reality and illusion seemed to be reversed. That was actually fine. The key was the end of the Battle of Gods. A pair of blood-red eyes with rings and 9 Megatama appeared in the sky, looking very scary. With the Red Earth continent Demon Spirit Land as the center, the side of the planet facing the eyes. People on this side of the planet can almost see the pair of scary eyes in the sky. What's more terrifying is, when the eyes appear, the strength or physical power of people's bodies was disappearing rapidly. It's not quite accurate to say that it was vanishing. It should be said that it was becoming illusory. This feeling of power becoming illusory made people feel terrified. Of course, although they were terrified, at least they were not in danger of life, they were just exhausted. People all over the world could comfort themselves in this way. Because they knew through newspapers that their physical power was only temporarily lost. But at that time, people near the Sabayati archipelago, the Navy headquarters, and other places near the demonic land were even more unlucky. The whole person was almost dead. Fortunately, the Sun God took action this time. The illusory and strange state of life around the Holy Land was destroyed, so that people and other lives were saved. This war of gods ended with Uchihamadara's defeat. But even so, that man was still feared by the world. Especially the islands around the demonic land of the Red Earth continent. Most people there were even more afraid of Uchihamadara. The feeling of being illusory, as if the world itself did not exist, was too desolate and empty. The fear of the world. Uchihamadara himself didn't care. He just borrowed power from the lives of the world during the battle to maximize the most powerful move. As for whether those lives are willing to borrow power, what does it have to do with him? As long as he can borrow it. Somewhere in the underworld sea, Greed Island world. Your East Sea King messenger has been used, and you will be teleported to the designated location to participate in the Sea King Festival. Your subsequent actions will affect the East Sea King's evaluation of you, please participate with caution. At this time, in a hotel, Xiaowu used a roll card. Next to it, King was looking at Xiaowu curiously. Now Xiaowu has used the roll card. He is wearing a set of loose clothes, which is very suitable for Xiaowu's body shape. It's just that Xiaowu is lying down, which makes the clothes look weird. King didn't marvel for long. Soon Xiaowu was teleported. As for King, he didn't follow directly. His eyes have already followed the trajectory of Xiaowu's teleportation. The scene there. He could see it clearly even if he didn't go, just like watching TV. On the other side, in the seabed, Xiaowu's figure appeared, and in front of him could see a magnificent palace located on the seabed. This huge palace complex was covered by a huge bubble. Xiaowu looked at the huge palace in front of him with a little curiosity. It stood up and touched the bubble in front of it with its hand. The hand went straight through. Ha ha ha, is the messenger here? The sudden voice scared Xiaowu, and he saw a blue figure walking out of the palace gate. Behind him were some figures of various strange sea creatures. Of course, at most they were fishermen soldiers similar to the present Fishman Island. Xiao Wu was greeted by the weirdo with a confused face. During this process, Xiao Wu did not do anything. He was given several A-level cards and even an S-level card by the Sea King. While Xiao Wu was confused. On the other side, not far from the Sea King's palace, there was an island with a diameter of hundreds of meters. On the island, there is a round stone altar on the seashore. There is a huge cross on the altar facing the sea. Now, there is a figure tied up on the cross, it is the Deep Sea King. After using the thought card, he was teleported here and even tied up automatically. The tied Deep Sea King wanted to break free. But he was restricted by the system's words plot in progress, please do not move. It was really restricted. The helpless Deep Sea King could only wait, and stared at the group of figures under the altar with cold eyes. And the figures under the altar. It was the chief priest and his priests. Morgans was a little scared when he saw the demon apostles staring at him fiercely. But he looked at the big guys behind him, including Admiral Aokiji, Shadow Snake Yunzeo, Four Emperors Golden Lion, Holy Knight Poseidon, Shadow Knight Envoy Dorobeta, Desert King Crocodile, etc. After reading it, Morgans raised his head and chest again. What demon apostles? Now you are not tied up here obediently. I have so many subordinates, why should I be afraid? Whirl. When Morgans was somewhat high-spirited, the sea outside the island began to boil. Then a huge blue-skinned fish hundreds of meters in size poked out of the sea. Its huge and ferocious pupils stared at the Deep Sea King on the altar cross. This is the Sea King. Of course, it is the Sea King showing the original form, which looks a bit like an alienated great shark. At this time, Morgans saw the Sea King appear and hurriedly began to recite the lines. Such as, Your Majesty, I have offered you a qualified sacrifice, please give the believers more powerful power. And so on. Morgans knew that the Sea King who looked like a sea monster in front of him was actually very wise. The current form is just that he is happy to devour the sacrifice in a ferocious and primitive posture. If someone thinks he is a stupid sea monster, then his various powerful subordinates under the sea will teach his opponent a lesson. Roar. With a terrifying roar, the ferocious Sea King leaped up from the sea and flew towards the Deep Sea King. The mouth with countless sharp teeth opened very wide. The figure like a small mountain leaped over, oppressing the feeling was particularly strong. The Sea King seemed to want to swallow the entire altar together. The ferocious eyes were impatient, and it was obvious that the temptation of the sacrifice was quite strong. As long as they were weak, most normal ordinary people were in the position of sacrifice. Facing the impatient Sea King would be terrified. However, the sacrifice now was the Deep Sea King. At this time, he was not only not panicking, but even wanted to laugh. Because he could finally move freely. Chapter 757 Xiong Ba, Eat My 3-point Return to Vitality. Crack. Crack. Bang. The chains broke all at once. The Deep Sea King looked at the Deep Sea King leaping in front of him. He did not use his own power directly. Instead, he instantly took out 2 cards from the card book. Accompanying the use of the cards. Zilla. Zilla. A flash of lightning flashed, and a light blue human-shaped frog appeared. Suddenly, the figure of the Sea King in the air was covered with a huge blue light. The sky and the earth were dark. There was only the dazzling lightning and the sound of countless birds singing. At the same time. Roar, roar, roar. Bang, bang, bang. In front of the Deep Sea King. A brown-furred, 10-meter-tall, muscular bear roared and slapped his chest. Then, it looked at the Sea King who was numbed by the electric shock in the air. It jumped up. It even spoke human words. Take my trick and return to the original energy. 3 earth-colored lights, 1 black, 1 brown, and 1 yellow, shone on the bear's paw. Then it hit the Sea King's chin firmly. Boom! Accompanied by a huge air circle, the huge Sea King was hit hard and flew backwards. Bang! It fell violently on the sea surface. Splash! 323 The sea surface fell like a mountain, splashing huge waves. Xiong Ba, it's Xiong Ba. Has this guy been subdued by the Deep Sea King? At this time, Morgan's eyes almost popped out when he looked at the giant bear. Not far from the initial town where they landed, there is a Xiong Ba forest, where there are many strange beasts. After paying the system a map entry fee of 200 points, players can enter to defeat and subdue beasts, and can subdue up to 3. In that forest, there is no doubt that the king named Xiangba leads the forest. Its strength is outstanding among the S level. It is said that it is good at the 3 types of earth-based hard, heavy, and light chi. One hand of 3-point return to the origin chi makes people call it terrifying. Morgans never expected that this terrifying guy would be taken in by the apostle. Should it be said that he is worthy of being a demon apostle? Clatter. As the Sea King was beaten away, the sea surface also boiled directly. Countless fishmen soldiers and sea beasts directly surfaced and surrounded the entire island. There were tens of thousands of them. Of course, it was useless to have too many shrimp soldiers and crab generals. There were mainly 5 powerful A monsters and more than 30 B-level standing forces. These were not all the combat forces of the Crazy Shark Palace, where the Sea King was. For some reason. In fact, his Crazy Shark Palace had 2 deputy palace masters, and their strength was also S-level. Normally, they were not in the palace here, because those deputy palace masters had their own territories. Dare to hurt Lord Sea King, all of you come at me. At this time, a giant snake head tumbling on the sea spoke human words. Hearing its order, the army floating on the sea also moved towards the island. Hwalala! The huge waves surged, like a real tsunami that was about to submerge the island. Looking at this situation, Morgans shouted. Don't hurt your own people by mistake. But his voice was directly drowned by the tsunami. Ha ha ha. Just a trifle. Facing the huge waves and the army looming inside, Xiangba's painting style was a little different. Its 2 bare palms intertwined on his chest. 3 earth colors, black, brown and yellow, swirled between his palms, rotating like a small nebula. Even when the big waves were approaching, he remained calm. It suddenly raised its palms, and the cyclone on its chest burst out, forming circles of earth-colored air waves. The bear who has 3 parts of the chi returns to the origin and dominates the world. Accompanied by the terrifying air waves. The huge waves that were submerging the island suddenly stagnated, and then all exploded. The huge waves pushed back directly. Many Sea Clan soldiers were directly injured in the waves. Good, so strong. Morgan's body exploded back at this time, almost retreating to the side of the island. A wisp of sea current was condensed into a shield by him to protect himself. Just now, Xiangba's attack did not avoid them. So Morgans was in a rather bad state at this time. The huge shock wave sent them flying far away. But he couldn't care about that. After all, the most important thing at the moment was to help the Sea King. Of course, although he had obtained an A-level mind beast this week by relying on his own power and the relationship with the NPC. But he didn't plan to take it out at this time. If he was killed by accident, he would be heartbroken. Players can be resurrected at a certain cost according to the corresponding level. But the mind beasts don't have this treatment. Once they die, they are gone. Except not he has a real card book. My lords, please, the Sea King needs help. Morgans made a very pleading gesture. After all, he wanted others to fight. Although you said so, but the strength we can mobilize now is not high. At this time, Yunzao said with a smile. He took out a card from the card book. As the card disappeared, a multicolored snake several meters long appeared. This is the strongest combat power I can use this time. You can handle the rest. Of course. Yunzao glanced at the players with different expressions next to him. Finally, his eyes fixed on Crocodile, the king of the desert. It would be perfect if the king of the desert could do it himself. After all, you are a chi master. Hearing Yunzao's name, Crocodile's face was cold. You don't need to emphasize this kind of thing. Guhahaha, everyone. The opponent now is the demon apostle. Let's be cautious. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Morgans hurried out to smooth things over. While smoothing things over, he was secretly shocked. Because the mind beast Yun Zhao took out was a very rare mind beast 5-element venomous snake, which is A when it grows up. It has a poison made up of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The poison is so fierce that ordinary S-level mind beasts will die if bitten. This one is 5 meters long and is already an adult. Just this mind beast made Morgans envious. Of course, he was not too envious. After all, mind beasts are intelligent, and they are not loyal just because you catch them. Either you have a strong power to make it fear and force it to drive, or you need to brush up your favorability. This kind of thing is never a simple thing. If Morgans really wanted to raise a snake like this, he would have to worry about whether he would be poisoned to death suddenly. Apostle, I'll come to meet you for a while. At this time, Crocodile was reminded by Morgans, and he focused on the Apostle. Crocodile's strength is now incomparable. His own telekinesis has reached the SS level of Greedy Island, plus the practice in this game these days. His combat power has expanded directly. Based on the worldly theory, it is no problem to be a demigod. Of course, there is no hope of beating the Apostle with such strength. But even if the Apostle does not take action personally, the telekinesis beast he owns is worth his exercise. Chapter 758. Can we reconcile? Have you ever heard of a palm technique? Seeing Crocodile preparing to take action directly, others also looked like they were watching a good show. In the Greedy Island game, there are two most popular training routes. One is the Telekinesis Card Master, the so-called Telekinesis Card Master, which is a route of fighting by collecting various telekinesis cards. This route is better in terms of comprehensiveness. The other route is the Chi Master, who is a practitioner who truly practices his own mind. This kind of practitioner does not mean that he does not need to use mind cards, but their attitude towards mind cards is to assist their own practice. Therefore, they collect and exchange a large number of mind cards that assist their own practice. Many players are still curious about this route. Now, they also want to see if Crocodile has learned some essence from this game. For Crocodile's coming, the Deep Sea King does not care. At this time, his attention is on Xiong Ba. The Deep Sea King is very satisfied with the performance of this giant bear. This kind of domineering is in line with his identity. And its potential is very good, maybe it will be used for demonization after it grows up. The Deep Sea King thought so. The Thunder Frog will stop those guys, as for Xiong Ba, you go to meet that guy. At this time, the Deep Sea King stood in front of the cross. Casually divide the work between the two mind beasts. After hearing the Deep Sea King's order, the Thunder Frog nodded. Originally, it was only a D-class mind beast, but it became an S-class special magic mind beast after eating the Deep Sea King's bait. That's right. The Thunder Frog was relatively obedient to the Deep Sea King's orders. Swish! Soon, the lightning was very strong. The Thunder Frog fought with the Sea Clan army. It had the Thunder attribute and was still cool and at ease even when facing the Sea Clan army. The terrifying speed and the thunder that was very restrained to the water attribute made many Sea Clans timid. The various naval commanders had no intention of leaving immediately. As for the Sea King, he did not come out in the sea with his subordinates. Naturally, the Sea King would not be so stubborn as to go up and do it himself. Now he was slowly swimming in the sea looking for opportunities. Whether it was the temptation of the sacrifice or the face he lost in front of his subordinates, he wanted to get it back again. So, in this case, the one who is now attracting the most attention is Crocodile. At this time, Xiong Ba curled his lips and walked towards Crocodile. If it is facing his own beast, the player can use his strength. For the Deep Sea King, Xiong Ba was only reluctantly forced by the opponent's strength. Obey orders. If there is a chance to run away, he will not hesitate. Once the mind beast comes out of the mind card, there is no limit. Whether you can keep the other party depends on your personal ability. Some rely on goodwill, some rely on strength, and some rely on special props, such as various contracts, restraint chains, explosive collars, command spells, etc. Once the mind beast defected for more than one day, in the judgment of the system, the player will really sever ties with the mind beast. It can be said that being a mind card master, especially a mind card master whose combat power is concentrated on the mind beast, it is still not easy. 3-point return to the original energy. Looking at Crocodile walking slowly, Xiong Ba made a palm from a distance. The huge bear paw with 3 colors intertwined directly turned into a huge air palm and rushed over. Facing Xiong Ba's attack, Crocodile's mind energy surged. Sand torch. A yellow air flowed quickly, like a sharp needle piercing Xiong Ba's air palm. Then its palm of energy seemed to turn into dust and float directly. What is this? As soon as Crocodile made a move, Xiong Ba felt that it was going to be bad. Because the opponent's energy had reached the level of Nian Jun. Can we reconcile? Don't hurt the harmony. Looking at Crocodile's cold expression, Xiong Ba said with a silly smile. This expression made the Deep Sea King speechless. Just praised it for its domineering, and it became cowardly in a short while. What is this guy doing? Hurt the harmony? Ridiculous. For the giant bear in front of him, Crocodile smiled contemptuously. He didn't come to this game to play house. Sand Snake Torch. A wisp of energy flowed quickly, and each wisp of energy had the characteristics of dryness. Together, they formed a 1-meter thick sand snake and stabbed directly at Xiangba. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere was dry and the ground was dry and sandy. Crocodile will fully demonstrate what he has learned in the game as soon as he makes a move. There are 3 most popular schools among the Mind Masters on Greed Island: Thunder Sky, Flame Torch, and Dark Steel. In this game background, these 3 schools are passed down by the 3 Mind Beast Kings who guard Greed Island, and the Mind Masters on the island. More than half of them are of these 3 attributes. That's why these 3 schools are very popular and have derived many schools. Crocodile practices the Flame Torch school, because his sand has the characteristic of drying up. Of course, Crocodile does not intend to learn only one school. He intends to absorb the advantages of all schools to strengthen himself. This will take a lot of time, and the Mind Beast in front of him is just a tool for him to test the results of his practice. Swoosh! Looking at a sand snake attacking him, it seems to have a terrifying killing power wherever it passes. Naturally, Xiangba did not sit still and wait for death. It did not use the 3-point return to origin chi, but used a special skill. My great Mother Earth, please give me strength. As Xiangba recited the spell devoutly, intense earth light burst out from under its feet, forming a circle of strong shock waves. Bang! The huge sand snake that pierced through was directly defeated by the shock wave. Nianjun is so great. I am not easy to mess with. At this time, Xiangba had obtained a temporary buff, and it was confident, and put its palms together. Next I will perform a palm technique, a legendary palm technique. It looked at the short crocodile in front of it, and its voice was low. Have you ever heard of a palm technique that falls from the sky? Boom! The ground where Xiangba was carried it and pierced the sky like a big tree. The huge stone pillars quickly extended to the sky until a certain distance. Xiangba's huge body was lifted up, and its figure also leaped to a higher sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The wind was surging rapidly. A 10-meter tall figure fell straight down from the sky. That figure and the sea creatures that were constantly attacking were attracted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Looking at the figure falling from the sky, Crocodile was not afraid at all. Salon Torch! A giant dragon with bursting energy swept up from around him, as if to pierce the sky. The tall stone pillar that had carried Xiangba before was directly blown away by the wind and turned into sand. Tathagata Bear Paw 7. Chapter 759 The Props of the Spectators, the Golden Fried Rice Vending Machine. Boom! The huge salon that eroded life and the bear paw that fell from the sky collided violently. A violent shock wave spread from the center of the confrontation between the 2 sides. A circular shock wave swept the surroundings. The air was distorted and the moisture dissipated wherever it passed. Fortunately, this shock wave spread in mid-air, so it did not cause much impact. Bang! This eye-catching confrontation ended with Crocodile's salon collapsing. One from top to bottom, the other from bottom to top. Xiangba is still big and heavy, and Salon is not the kind of power type. Although Crocodile's mind energy is stronger. But Xiangba now has a temporary buff, and Crocodile's training on Greedy Island is still short. Naturally, Xiangba is better in this confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. The huge bear paw broke the salon from top to bottom, aiming directly at Crocodile. Humph! Faced with Xiangba's coercion, Crocodile did not hold on, but turned into wind and sand and scattered. Seeing the target disappear, Xiangba did not directly bombard the ground. Instead, he swung his bear paw diagonally toward the seashore and hit a huge earth-colored air palm of dozens of meters. Boom! Instantly, part of the Sea Tribe army on the coast who were watching this confrontation were about to be in trouble. The 5 commanders of the Crazy Shark Palace and other small commanders worked together. The huge waves were surging and turning over. There were sea pillars, multiple water blades, sea waves, water cannons, and other moves mixed in. Directly collided with this move. Bang! The sea water exploded and the island shook. At this time, Xiangba had already turned over in the air like a martial arts master and landed lightly on the ground. It looked at the somewhat embarrassed army in front of it, and raised its head slightly. It had the momentum of one man blocking the pass and 10,000 men unable to pass. Not bad, very good. The Deep Sea King looked at Xiangba's appearance and felt satisfied again. Although it was sometimes unreliable, it was still okay most of the time. What tricks do you guys have left? Even if I can't do anything, you are still a mob in my eyes. Hearing the Deep Sea King come up to mock, the priests on Morgan's side looked at each other in surprise. Really? The demon apostles are so arrogant. Can you still bear it? Yun Zhao was smiling and encouraging beside him. It seemed that the Deep Sea King's mockery did not include him. Humph. I just came here to watch the show. You can act as you please, I don't care whether the mission is successful or not. At this time, the Golden Lion ignored Yun Zhao's encouragement. Took out a card from the card book. Suddenly, tables, chairs, melon seeds, and popcorn all appeared. There was even a cut watermelon on the table. Melon-eating crowd props B. After use, a set of melon-eating crowd props appears, including tables, chairs, melons, popcorn, etc. Possessing passive aura melon-eating crowd does not suffer from the aftermath B. Possessing skills melon-eating crowd has sharp eyes B. Golden Lion sat on the chair and ate melons as if no one was around. Those who didn't know would think he was watching a movie. It's really too much. Come and join the group, at least help a little. Is it really okay to eat melons like this? You can sit. Golden Lion pointed to the only remaining chair on the other side of the table. Hearing this, Yun Zhao was silent. Then, he sat down. In fact, challenging things should be left to those who are motivated. Like me, I am very lazy. Hearing Yun Zhao's words, the others were a little speechless. You are jumping around here. Don't look at me like that. Although I eat watermelon, I also contribute. I just want to find a place to sit. Yun Zhao picked up a piece of watermelon on the table. He said innocently while eating. Everyone didn't want to complain about Yun Zhao's behavior. Finally, it was the paladin Poseidon who stood up. Ha 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 ha, how could I be missing from this passionate duel? Come out. Dark steel snake, it's up to you next. Poseidon took out a black steel snake more than 10 meters long. The scales on the whole snake were clearly visible, as if pieces of diamond-shaped obsidian were embedded in the snake's body. Go. Dark steel snake, your target is the bear. Hearing Poseidon's order, Dark steel snake didn't go up directly, but turned his head back. The look in his eyes was full of the expression that you seem to be teasing me. Dark steel snake, it's actually dark steel snake, a very powerful A-level beast, with defense that ranks among the top among A-level beasts, but... Morgans exclaimed when he saw the beast that Poseidon took out. He asked hesitantly. Lord Poseidon, you didn't catch this dark steel snake in the Xianba forest, did you? Of course, I suffered a lot to get it. What Poseidon meant by suffering was being beaten. After he met the dark steel snake, he didn't have a strong fighting force to subdue it. So he made a bet with it. Poseidon stood still and let him attack. If it could break his defense and make him spit blood, he would lose, and if he lost, he would throw himself into the river to feed the fish. Obviously, Poseidon won and got a high-level fighting force. Of course, this was also his good luck to meet a beast that was willing to bet with him. Lord Poseidon, although your mind beast is very powerful, but Xianba is its former leader. It's a bit unrealistic to expect it to fight Xianba. Hearing Morgan's reminder, Poseidon was awakened. He touched the back of his head and said with a smile. Is that so? Then choose the upright frog as your target. That frog is also very powerful. Go. Dark steel snake. Poseidon shouted with full momentum, but this momentum was not blood boiling in the eyes of dark steel snake but stupid behavior. However, he went up. Even though Xianba was once its boss, it gave him some face. After all, things are different now. Seeing the dark steel snake rushing forward, the others also started to contribute at 0.7. I'll give out an item. After all. At this time, Aokiji watched everyone else take out a good mind beast. He rarely felt a little ashamed. Because his strongest mind beast was only B-level, and he couldn't just take B-level while others took A. Although Aokiji didn't compare, he was still a little embarrassed. Bang! As Aokiji used the mind card, a prop that looked like a vending machine appeared in front of him. There were 4 shelves inside, and the shelves were marked ABCD from top to bottom. On each shelf were 4 porcelain plates covered with semicircular iron lids. Glittering golden fried rice vending machine A. This item is automatically updated once a day, selling 4 levels of glowing golden fried rice. Different levels of golden fried rice will bless the eater with different temporary buffs. Chapter 760 The Good Old Days, Crocodile is unbalanced. Bang bang bang. Amid the curiosity of the people around him, Kuzan spent 4,000 mind points to take out the 4A level golden fried rice on the top shelf. 1,000 mind points per portion. This price is not expensive. Even if it is a consumable, it is at least an A-level item. It's just that you can buy B-level items in the market if you spend more than 1,000 mind points. Like the props used by the golden lion to eat melons, he bought it in the big city at that time for 2,005 mind points. Of course, ordinary props and mind beasts in the market may be bought. But powerful and rare props and mind beasts are another matter. Many times rare items are in the form of auctions or exchange meetings. Dang dang. Aokiji gave the fried rice to the priests who had A-level beasts. These included Poseidon, Yunzeo, Shadow Knight Envoy Dorobeta, and Fire Tamako of the Yaki cult. What is this? Yunzeo put down the watermelon and took the plate given by Aokiji. Bang. He put the plate on the table on the side. Let's see what new items this is. With his fingers on the round lid, Yunzeo smiled. Swoosh. As the lid was opened, the dazzling golden light suddenly pierced the sky, like a newborn golden sun. This scene also attracted Crocodile, who was still fighting with Xianba. As he looked over, he saw some of those guys were actually sitting there eating popcorn, watermelon, and even fried rice. At this time, Crocodile was a little annoyed. It turned out that he was working hard, and those guys were just watching. Although Crocodile did not count on those guys when he stood up. But he did not expect those guys to be so excessive. Tables, chairs, fruits, and even fried rice are all ready, why not set out a full Hanquin banquet? Eat let you eat sand. Crocodile was a little unbalanced. The desert storm was sweeping. The small island, which was only a few hundred meters in size, was directly shrouded in the desert storm. It's really excessive. Fortunately. At this time, Yunzeo looked at the wind and sand in the sky, and was somewhat fortunate to see that the wind and sand were blocked by the invisible forces around. This is exactly the effect of the props under his seat. The spectators are not affected by the aftermath. Looking at the messy clothes of others, and then looking at his own comfort, Yunzeo once again sighed that people cannot be compared. He picked up the iron spoon of the fried rice plate and scooped up the golden fried rice with distinct grains. Pa! Pa! A subtle sound came from Yunzeo's mouth. He tasted it slowly. As he savored the food, scenes unfolded. In his mind, it seemed as if his past time in Seoul society was being played. The leisurely scenery, the exasperated Shin-yu, the lazy and mischievous team members, the innocent juniors and juniors. It was really a nostalgic and delicious feeling. You. Golden Lion stared at Yunzeo savoring the golden fried rice. He just seemed to see this man crying. Da-da-da. As Yunzeo quickly but elegantly finished the fried rice. Bang. He suddenly stood up. Sure enough, it's not a good idea to let that guy fight alone. Now I can play with this power. He took out a saber-shaped item from the card reading book. Reikurie has the power of thunder and can wield the power of thunder and lightning. It is also a sword that can cut off thunder in the sky. It has the skills Thunder Shift A, Reikurie. This is an equipment type item. The item itself has a certain reserve of telekinesis for the user to exert its power. However, the user can only exert it better if he has telekinesis. And now Yunzeo has a telekinesis. That is the temporary buff, the good past A. The memory of the good past is transformed into telekinesis. This power is substantial and beautiful, condensed and firm. Swoosh. Watching Yunzeo's figure leave, the golden lion was very curious. Is that thing really that delicious? He hesitated. Finally, he didn't ask Aokiji for food because of his face. After all, Aokiji is a navy, and he is just a junior. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for him to ask for food? When the golden lion was stubborn. The other people who took the fried rice plate from Aokiji were also curious about the taste of the golden fried rice. But at this time, because the sandstorm did not stop, they just held the plate and waited for the storm to stop. On the other side, Yun Zhao's figure passed through the storm. When he came to the battlefield, the dark steel snake was attacking the thunder frog. Dark wave. The huge darkness invaded the Thunder Frog like a wave. The Thunder Frog flashed and dodged. Zilla! Zilla! The figure jumped directly and left the original position. Boom! The ground where the Thunder Frog was fighting was directly broken into a pit. The Thunder Frog was also a little afraid when it saw the black snake on the island that didn't react much to the lightning. As a frog, the Thunder Frog was still afraid of snakes. Its original natural enemy, the swimming electric snake, could no longer put pressure on it now. But powerful snakes are still its shadow. Whirl! Due to the dark steel snake and other priest-sent beasts besieging the Thunder Frog, the sea creatures on the seashore also came up to attack continuously. Even the leaders of the sea creatures began to attack. Now Xiong Ba was fighting with Crocodile. The Thunder Frog dealt with the attacks of the sea creatures while dealing with the attacks of the dark steel snake and other beasts. It seemed that it was overwhelmed. After all, it was just a D-level fish not long ago. Now it feels like there are enemies everywhere, and there are many powerful A-level beasts. Even if it has advanced to an S-level beast, it still can't hold on to this kind of big scene. Swoosh! When the Thunder Frog dodged the attack again, lightning flashed, and Yunzao suddenly appeared beside it. The sword in his hand, which was covered with lightning, slashed directly at it. Faced with this situation, 323 Thunder Frog broke out in cold sweat. Because it was too sudden. The stress reaction caused it to burst out with violent lightning, and the lightning turned into thunder and raged towards the figure. Boom! Swish! It didn't work. The thunder was cut off directly. It seemed that the Thunder Frog was about to be cut off by the sword. Dang! A crisp sound rang out. Golden clothes covered the Thunder Frog. Looking at the golden clothes blocking the surface of the Thunder Frog's skin, Yunzao, who was attacking, was also a little surprised. Humph! Death, you are not the only one who can use equipment. The Deep Sea King said coldly. The Deep Sea King already knew about Yunzao's identity. The demons once captured several Jillian Hollows. This situation where the Great Hollows are face to face in Hueco Mundo and the real world can open the black cavity that travels between the two worlds. So, previously, the demons sent 2 demon kings to explore Hueco Mundo through the black cavity. Through the Hollow Sea organization in Hueco Mundo, some information was obtained. Among them was Yun Zhao's identity as a god of death. Although I am a little embarrassed, it seems that you will definitely lose in your current situation. Apostle Deep Sea King, are you ready to use your own strength? Yun Zhao's figure landed not far from Deep Sea King. The smiling eyes carried a trace of curiosity. Even if I don't use my own strength, I am still invincible here. Let me show you my trump card. The Deep Sea King has discovered that the 2 mind beasts can no longer withstand the current situation. So he has to show his cards. Chapter 761 Yun Zhao, who became the High Priest, the Blackened Ming Kun. Goo goo goo. Accompanied by a loud cock crow. A huge fish over 100 meters long appeared. It shocked everyone as soon as it appeared. After all, the fish that crows like a chicken is very special. And it crowed so loudly that the whole sky was echoing with its voice. This attracted the attention of everyone present, whether they were fighting or watching the show. This is Ming Kun. What a loud sound. I feel like my ears are ringing. On the other side, Morgans watched the sandstorm gradually subside, and also saw the giant fish that was suspended in the air. The bright red color and the strange body shape. Morgans will never forget it. After all, it is said that there is only one rare creature in the world, so he is naturally impressed. Just. The demon apostle actually took out Ming Kun. I heard that this beast is very weak among its peers. It seems that the Deep Sea King has weight. Morgans carefully observed and found the blind spot. The eyes of Ming Kun glowed red. It was not like this last time. It's just red eyes. It's no big deal. Morgans murmured to comfort himself at this time. From the scene. The Sea King and those Sea Tribe armies, plus him and his bosses. The opponent is only the Demon Apostle. How can he lose this wave? It's impossible to lose. When Morgans set the flag, Yun Zhao had already discovered the abnormality of the Ming Kun on the opposite side. Its power scale is very large. Well, of course, compared to its original sometimes. Now it's probably equivalent to Crocodile's feeling. Sure enough, he has something to rely on, but Yunzao has also heard about Ming Kun's fighting power. Although it is magical, it seems to be very weak among the same level. Of course, no matter how weak it is, the opponent is now equivalent to SS level Nianjun. This kind of strength should be left to the guy hiding in the sea to watch the show. Hey, His Majesty the Sea King, if you don't come out again, it will be difficult for us. After all, we are just small priests. Splash! With a strange sound from the sea, a blue-skinned fishman appeared, not far from Yunzao. This is the Sea King in human form. You are very good, I have seen your performance. From now on, you will be my high priest. The player's strength is shielded and concealed by the system, unless the player takes the initiative to burst out. So the Sea King can only be judged by performance. For Yunzao, a player who both sends out neon beasts and rushes to the front, the Sea King naturally wants to win him over. Your performance satisfies the Sea King. The Sea King officially appoints you as the High Priest. Your priest status has been changed. As the Sea King finished speaking, Yun Zhao also received a system prompt. Looking at the black clothes used for sacrifices on his body, he became more impressive. There was even an extra scepter for the High Priest. At this time, Yun Zhao was curious. He didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. Feeling the new skills he could use and a stronger telekinesis than when he was a priest, he was quite happy. On the other side, Morgan's eyes widened when he saw Yun Zhao's costume change. That costume was more gorgeous than his. He wouldn't be picked for nothing. Obviously he was the high priest. No matter what Morgan's thought in his heart, at this moment, he could only watch Yun Zhao become the high priest. Thank you so much. Yun Zhao thanked the Sea King, and the Sea King waved his hand. The Sea King didn't take this matter to heart. Compared to Yunzao, he actually hoped that the strong man who used sand would become his chief priest. But this kind of thing is better to think about. The opponent's strength has been clearly demonstrated, it is Nianjun. Why can a Nianjun be his chief priest? The legendary Ming Kun, I didn't expect to be able to reach this level. The Sea King walked forward. A set of azure armor with gold edges appeared on his body, and a trident appeared in his hand. As the Sea King, he is naturally not a blank slate. A set of S-level armor and an S-level weapon are both props suitable for him. There are so many resources in the sea, and the Sea King is not in vain. His own strength is already top-notch in the S-level. Plus the suitable weapons. Even if facing Nianjun, as long as he is not too strong, he dares to go up and fight. There is no doubt. In the eyes of the Sea King, Ming Kun is the weakest Nianjun. Its former reputation is still deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The sea listens to my command. Swish! Behind the Sea King, the huge waves surged up, forming a sea tornado that reached the sky. The wind and clouds surged, and the sky lost its color. The sea tornado extended to the sky, and then bent like a long snake. Accompanied by the trident, it seemed as if a long snake was moving and pouring towards Ming Kun. Sea tornado! It's really spectacular. Yun Zhao, who had retreated to the side, was amazed at the Sea King's moves. This made the Sea King happy. As for the Deep Sea King on the opposite side, he sneered. Don't think that this Ming Kun is still the same as before, it is now a blackened Ming Kun. While the Deep Sea King was muttering to himself. Goo goo goo. Ming Kun directly made a long crowing like a rooster at the water tornado that was poking at it. The terrifying sound waves were bursting. The tornado head at the front exploded and turned into water drops all over the sky. The sky was also filled with its sound. How is it possible? Seeing Ming Kun's power, the Sea King was shocked. Before he could react, Ming Kun's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment. Bang! Wow! Accompanied by a huge impact, the Sea King's figure exploded into several air circles and leaped out. There were still his crystal blood beads in the air. Ming Kun was good at three kinds of attacks: sound waves, bounces, and mind attacks. This wave was bounces. At this time, the Sea King was like an ordinary person being hit by a locomotive. Blood was flowing down. Even his S-level armor couldn't protect him. So strong. How can it be so strong? Morgans on the other side stabilized his shaking body while looking at the crack not far away in horror. The Sea King was knocked to the ground by Ming Kun. Tens of meters of ground were directly exploded and split into two pieces and flew up. The islands of hundreds of meters were roaring. The bottomless cracks, surging shock waves, and flying sand and stones. The scene looked very scary. Hey! This is too scary. It's really a monster. Yun stayed where he was and looked at Ming Kun, who was very close to him. He called out monster, but his heels didn't move. Chapter 762 Blackened Aura, the Forest Alliance of Landmined Beasts. The game of Greedy Island is to teleport the whole person in intact. Even though this place is in the underworld, as long as it is within the scope of the Greedy Island world, ordinary people can bring their bodies with them. And Yun Zhao also has all his own power. His power is no longer what it used to be. He can remain calm even when facing the apostles. Even in the game of Greedy Island, his own power has great limitations. But at least it is no problem to use it to protect himself. The Deep Sea King also knows this. He did not drive Ming Kun to attack Yun Zhao. Instead, he set his target on Crocodile, the Mind Master who can use his power freely. Go. Ming Kun. Let them know your power after blackening. The Deep Sea King said seriously. Blackened Aura, special blackened is 10 times stronger, whitened is 3 points weaker, just like the passive aura in the literal sense. This is exactly why Ming Kun is so powerful now. Before, the Deep Sea King took out his magic source and strengthened Ming Kun to S level because of Ming Kun's specialness. He wanted to see if this mysterious creature, which was the only one in the world, had any other potential. So Ming Kun, which was upgraded to S level, really brought him a surprise. That is, its name changed from Ming Kun to Blackened Ming Kun. Not only did the name change, but it also awakened this special blackened halo. It was the appearance of this halo. The Deep Sea King couldn't help but give out some magic source to strengthen Ming Kun to SS level. It was the existence of Ming Kun. Even if he was alone, the Sea Tribe, other humans, and the strong men of the God of Death would join forces to deal with him. He was fearless. Bang! On the other side, Crocodile looked at Ming Kun, who suddenly descended. He was not nervous but laughed instead. The practice of mind is the practice of will. Crocodile will not be afraid of challenges. Salon Torch. The violently flowing Salon shot directly towards Ming Kun. It eroded all the water vapor brought by Ming Kun's arrival. Ming Kun felt uncomfortable facing Crocodile's moves. Living in the sea, it naturally disliked this kind of power withdrawing characteristics. So. Thump thump. Thump thump. Crocodile heard it, and a wonderful music came from his heart. Then Crocodile's vision disappeared, and he seemed to be on a strange stage on the sea. The center of the stage was Ming Kun, and the Kun was dancing. Before Crocodile could appreciate it. The next moment. Bang! Wow! Crocodile, who was blown away, spat out a mouthful of blood. He shot out with a dazed expression. Papa! Papa! Tisk tisk! So amazing! Even the Desert King was knocked down so quickly. What an enviable beast! At this time, Yun Zhao, who was not far from the Deep Sea King, was applauding. He also put away his own beast, the 5 elements poisonous snake. After all, the opponent's beast was too powerful. If his fragile beast was hit, it would probably die on the spot. Which side are you on? At this time, the pale-faced Sea King walked out of the sea. Just saw Yun Zhao applauding. So he also felt like complaining. However, he was not in the mood to pay too much attention, but put his eyes behind. Just now, he was smashed into the ground, and he went back to the sea directly from the ground. Facing a strong enemy, he did not fight hard. Instead, he found external aid, Wu, the messenger of the East China Sea King. Little Wu, who came over in a daze, looked at Ming Kun, who began to wreak havoc on the Sea Clan, and his pupils became serious. It did not rush up to stop it. After all, King had told it not to use its own power before. So the way to stop it. Swoosh! A long red shrimp appeared. Rocket shrimp, with a terrifying aura. Its appearance immediately attracted Ming Kun's attention. Rocket shrimp. Just right, let me see whether your rocket shrimp is stronger or my Ming Kun is stronger. The Deep Sea King was not surprised by Wu Wu's appearance. Its performance in the previous fishing competition was first. It is very normal to be able to participate in the plot here. Now the Deep Sea King cares about competing with Wu Wu in this plot, using his Ming Kun. Go! Ming Kun! Bring me the victory! Hearing the Deep Sea King's order, Ming Kun also roared. He attacked the rocket shrimp directly. The huge sound wave turned into a shock wave and whistled away. Facing Ming Kun's sound wave attack, the rocket shrimp's bent body and shrimp tail stretched directly into a line. Boom boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar. Exploding flames spurted out from the rocket shrimp's tail. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the rocket shrimp's upright body directly penetrated Ming Kun's sound waves. The extremely sharp red horn on its head stabbed directly at Ming Kun. Such a sharp and rapid attack! Ming Kun screamed in fear. Fortunately, it still had something to offer, and the blackening was not given for nothing. At the critical moment, it used its jumping attack that it was good at. It directly used its headbutt to hit the rocket shrimp. Clang! Boom boom! Accompanied by a very crisp sound. Then a terrifying shock wave and water vapor and mist burst out. A huge fog ring of several thousand meters appeared in the sky. That mind beast! At this time, Crocodile, who had come out from the deep cracks in the ground, had a gloomy face. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that even a fish could hurt him so badly. Unprepared, the blow just now made him feel like his body was about to fall apart. That special music was really unprepared. It was when he heard that music that his body unconsciously relaxed its vigilance. It's so powerful. It's still so powerful when I see it again. At this time, not far from Crocodile, Xiangba was also sighing. The reason why it became the mind beast of the Deep Sea King was not only because the Deep Sea King himself was really a monster. There was also the power of his Ming Kun. You know, it has a background. Settled down and dominated in such a short distance from the initial town. Its backing is the Forest Alliance, and its grandfather and father are both elders of the Forest Alliance. The so-called Forest Alliance is a huge group that connects land-based mind beasts in this world. It represents the interests of land-based mind beasts. Its existence makes powerful mind beasts very rare. Because you may just conquer the other party, and the other party's elders will come to ask you to release the beast. And Xiangba was like this before. Chapter 763 Wu Sande and Wu Yude, what are you doing? Super Headbutt. Xiangba was not captured voluntarily. So he asked for help before being captured. Both his father and grandfather came over, 2 SS level Mind King level Earth Giant Bears. Father is the founder of Sanfen Giwenkai. Its grandfather is the founder of Rula Bear Palm, and his strength is so terrifying. However, facing Ming Kun's strength and considering the hard power of the Deep Sea King, an outsider. In the end, the battle ended. Before leaving, he wanted to train well. But Xiangba felt that it was useless. The look in the eyes of the Deep Sea King made him feel cold, as if he was always thinking about something bad. This made Xiangba want to run away all the time. But even if he wanted to run away, there had to be someone to counter him. This felt a bit difficult. Boom! Whoosh! On the other side, Morgans felt the powerful shock wave, and even he was almost blown to the sea. While he was resisting the violent shock wave, he was speechless. It was obviously a simple task. Why did he meet such a strong opponent? It would be great if the opponent was not an apostle. Fortunately, Wu Yu appeared and stood on his side. Morgans could only comfort himself like this at this time. Now Morgans didn't know how this battle would go. He actually wanted to know if his identity could be upgraded. Pa! Pa! The battle between the two powerful beasts ended. Ming Kun was the first to withdraw from the head-on confrontation. Although its headbutt was hard, it could not withstand the sharp horns of the opponent. It pointed at the opposite side. Plus, the horn was also spreading with terrifying heat and flames of destruction. This made Ming Kun retreat first. Now, there was a small burnt hole on its head. The severe pain made it cry. Goo goo goo. The shrill chicken cry was so sad that it made the listeners cry. But this scene did not make the Deep Sea King feel the same. He just felt very embarrassed. It was just a little injured, why was he crying so miserably? It seems that he needs to add some pain training in the future. At this time, the Deep Sea King made a decision in his heart. I think so. But the Deep Sea King still took out a healing card to heal Ming Kun, so as not to affect his performance. Spirit Water Reincarnation S. As soon as he made a move, the Deep Sea King arrogantly used an S-level card. Of course, this card is a consumable and its value is much lower. But it is an S-level water healing skill after all. The effect is naturally very good. The destructive power remaining in Ming Kun's head was cleared. At the same time, the wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ming Kun felt his whole body cold and comfortable. Continue. The Deep Sea King's voice was very cold, but Ming Kun felt very comfortable. Goo goo goo. This time, the cock crow was very excited and attacked again. Of course, it was not stubborn this time. It used its mental attack first, which made the rocket shrimp stunned. Then it did not rush over, but used a terrifying sound wave attack. The high-frequency vibration sound wave exploded on the rocket shrimp. During this process, the rocket shrimp reacted immediately and flew out along the sound wave. At the same time, it used its strength to protect itself and minimize the damage. The rocket shrimp has countless experiences of killing. It often fights strong enemies with its terrifying speed. Therefore, it can deal with Ming Kun. After Ming Kun achieved good results in the first hard control. In the subsequent mental attack, the rocket shrimp directly used the flame of destruction to break the mental environment. Of course, the rocket shrimp was still stiff during this process. It was just that this time was less than a moment. It was actually difficult for Ming Kun to attack effectively in such a gap and cause effective injuries. After the rocket shrimp ate Xiao Wu's bait, not only did it enter the SS level, but it also entered a position higher than the SS level. The strength is very terrifying. It has a high speed, and now there is a terrifying flame of destruction, and the horns on its head are still very hard. The body defense is not very strong, but its flexibility is very high, and it can easily unload strong forces. It has rich experience in killing. Such a rocket shrimp, even if Ming Kun has a blackened aura. But it is also limited in fighting. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and the Sea King was not idle either. His injuries have almost healed, and he began to prepare to attack the Deep Sea King. Seeing the Sea King start to act, Xiong Ba reluctantly returned to defense. 3-point return to the original energy. A 3-point return to the original energy exploded directly on the Sea King. But it obviously had no effect. Although Xiong Ba was a third-generation warrior, the Sea King worked hard to become one of the Sea Kings and was a real first-generation warrior. He was not a pushover either. The two of them were like dry wood meeting a raging fire, and they fought directly. At this time, the Deep Sea King stood on the altar. He ignored the aftermath of the battle between Rocket Shrimp and Ming Kun. He just looked at Xiao Wu not far away. Due to the aftermath of the battle, most of the sea tribes could not get close. With the return of the Thunder Frog, the scene was deadlocked for a while. Crocodile watched the two battles, and he did not continue to attack. This battle has made him understand his own weight. Obviously, his strength is far from enough. He has prepared to practice harder after the plot ends. As for now, just wait for the ending. He is not very interested in being beaten up. Time passed in the fierce battle. After an unknown amount of time, the Deep Sea King saw a red flame begin to appear on Ming Kun's headbutt. He understood that everything was over. Boom! In the air, the battlefield was fluctuating with even more terrifying sound waves. The next moment, the rocket shrimp was directly knocked away by Ming Kun's sound waves. You lost. At this time, the Deep Sea King looked at the rocket shrimp that fell from the sky and hit the sea directly, with a confident look on his face. The reason for his confidence was simple. Because his Ming Kun's emotions finally came up. It finally got angry. Ming Kun's fury, special when Ming Kun suffers continuous damage or suffers a considerable degree of humiliation, it will begin to get angry. The power of anger doubles its strength and unlocks the skill What Are You Doing Super Headbutt SS, and the duration of the state is the duration of its anger. This is the new ability awakened by the Deep Sea King after Ming Kun was upgraded to SS level. It already has a blackened aura and now has a special state. The Deep Sea King believes that there is no rival in front of him. So, what are you going to do next? With you. Xiaohu, who was being muttered by the Deep Sea King, looked up at the angry Ming Kun in the sky. Xiaohu could also feel Ming Kun's surging aura. Although it was sometimes simple, it was often with King. It was instinctively sensitive to games. Now in this situation Xiaohu took out a card 7. Chapter 764 I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. Buzz buzz. As the card was used by Xiaohu, Ming Kun, who was releasing a terrifying aura in the sky, suddenly withered. The flames on his head were extinguished directly, just like a small fire was ruthlessly extinguished by a basin of water. How is it possible? Seeing this situation, the Deep Sea King was shocked. Because he knew that Ming Kun's state was very special, although it was caused by anger. But ordinary soothing skills could not calm its anger at all. It was a special grade ability after all. For special grades, the Deep Sea King had also learned about it in this world. This grade is similar to the rules of the devil fruit in the real world. As long as the rules are met, it will take effect. It is not impossible to break such rules, but it requires a very strong power to offset. It is just that it is much more difficult to offset here than in the real world, which only requires strong domineering. The Deep Sea King understands the difficulty of this, because his power level is actually in the process of pursuing such power. The Deep Sea King and other apostles have already analyzed the nature of power very well. They need to accumulate the magic power of 10 magic patterns and then advance to the realm of the devil. The power of that realm has a mandatory characteristic similar to the rules. In fact, now the apostle's own power already has such an effect. Use the same power to create a more powerful effect. If the power collision is faced with a lower existence, it will also have a crushing effect. Although it is not perfect yet, they do have such characteristics. After all, they are too close to the devil, and they understand the nature of power more quickly. So, the Deep Sea King understands the difficulty. So, he understood it all at once. That Wuvyu either used a skill of extremely high level, at least SS level, to offset Minkan's status, or he used a special grade card. The Deep Sea King was very angry with Wuvyu, because he hated this kind of innocent look after doing something. Facing the gloomy eyes of the Deep Sea King, Xiaohu did look innocent. It just used the card because it saw that the big fish was very angry. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. Special designate a target to use, which can clear the temporary status of the target caused by negative emotions. Note, this card is a consumption card. Clatter. Accompanied by the explosion of the blue sea surface, the rocket shrimp appeared again, floating not far from Wuvyu. It looked murderous. Obviously, Minkan's explosion just now caused it to suffer a lot of damage. But the injured one became more fierce, without any sign of retreat. Looking at this posture, the Deep Sea King looked at Minkan, who was in a daze, and sighed. He understood that continuing would only delay time. The other side was really outnumbered, so... Warning! Warning! As a sacrifice, although you have the power to use your strength, after using it, the strength of the Sea King will be strengthened and doubled. Please consider carefully. The Deep Sea King ignored the system's warning. There is still one benefit to being a sacrifice. That is, you can resist. After all, being swallowed has unknown penalties for players, and it is normal to have some corresponding privileges. Although this privilege is meaningless to ordinary players. Boom! The terrifying atmosphere covered the sky. The sky seemed to be gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that each map in the Greedy Island world is divided and managed, the corresponding maps will be cleared by the system when various powers burst out. This place has long been surrounded by powerful people. Come on together. It will be your honor to force me to use my full strength. But... The Deep Sea King looked around at all the battlefields that were stagnant because of his aura, and stood proudly. Everything ends here. The Blue Sea King stopped fighting Xiong Ba at this time. His face was pale, and even if his strength suddenly increased, he did not feel safe. Such a breath, such a breath. I have only felt it in the 2 Sea Kings. At this time, the Sea King gurgled in his throat. He didn't understand why such a terrifying strong man would target him. If you want to find such a strong man, you have to go to the Sea King to make trouble. He is just a small Sea King. In the world of Greedy Island, the Emperor is respected. At first, the island is guarded by the 3 Emperors, the God Flame Emperor, the Thunder Emperor, and the Phantom Demon Emperor. The sea is divided by the 2 Sea Kings, and they gather powerful Sea Kings under their command. As for the Sea King, it sounds good, but in fact there are 8 in the sea. It is a tool for the 2 Sea Kings to rule the sea, or even a process of selecting Sea Kings. That's right. The crazy Shark Sea King felt very innocent. Apostle, I've wanted to try it for a long time. The air was filled with an atmosphere of fear and oppression. This atmosphere did not make Crocodile, who was watching the battle not far away, retreat. In this world, players can be resurrected after death, but their mind points will be deducted according to their corresponding strength. With such conditions, if Crocodile is still afraid of him, he is not Crocodile. The world of pirates is full of iron-headed monsters. And Crocodile is one of the best. Whoosh! Without greeting others, Crocodile came directly to the Demon Apostle. Even in his eyes, the Demon Apostle seemed to be shrouded in a shadow of terror at this time. The breath of fear made his body instinctively afraid, but Crocodile's face was more fanatical. Die. Apostle. Shamo torch 0.7. Sand surges, surges. The huge sandstorm spread across the sky and the earth in an instant, and countless water in the sea was evaporating and swallowing. The small islands were also rapidly desertifying. The horrifying scene made Morgans want to swallow his saliva, but his mouth was extremely dry. He even saw that his hair became dry and ugly. Ahem, Apostle, how can you use your strength? Although the scene caused by crocodile was horrible, Morgans did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he paid more attention to the problem of the Apostle. Because that was the Apostle with the title of World Disaster, the Deep Sea King. When facing such a terrifying enemy, Morgan's first thought was to run away in fear. Fortunately, he still remembered that this was a game. Now he can only hope for a turnaround later. Chapter 765 Crocodile dies at the speed of light, 200 times the effort. It's no use. In the huge tornado with terrifying corrosive power, the Deep Sea King looked indifferent. He just jumped and grabbed with his hand. Boom! The ground-wasa pit was smashed, and the sand and rocks in the pit exploded and flew directly. Not only that, the huge tornado also suddenly exploded and dissipated. The dry air was filled with moisture again. Da-da-da! The sky began to rain wet sand, which was the last trace of the sand tornado. Cough, cough, cough. In the not-so-big pit, Crocodile lay on the ground, and his life began to count down. From the outside, he was fine. But his life was indeed only a remnant. There was such a gap. Is he too weak, or has the Apostle grown up? Crocodile looked at the Apostle, who was still standing upright but looking at others. The Apostle looked indifferent. He had no emotional fluctuations about the instant kill, as if it was natural. Pa pa pa. It's miserable, it's too miserable. The famous Desert King was killed in an instant. The demon Apostle is really so terrifying. A round of applause rang out, and it was still that man. Yun Zhao looked at Crocodile on the ground, with a helpless look on his face. King of the desert, do you have any last words for your instant death? Hearing Yun Zhao 16's question, Crocodile's eyes widened slightly. Ahem. After coughing twice, Crocodile died directly. There was no commotion, and no other trouble. In the previous attack, the Deep Sea King touched Crocodile's head. The power of the sea directly controlled all the concepts of water in Crocodile to explode. Crocodile, whose ability was restricted, knelt on the spot. The whole body was full of holes, and both the internal organs and the brain were like minced meat. It was already a good thing for Nianjun to be able to hold on for a while without dying. Now that Yun Zhao had stimulated him like this, he died at the speed of light. Did he die before he could say his last words? What a pity! Yun Zhao shook his head, and then he said to the Sea King, who was not far away. Your Majesty, it's up to you next. Use any trump cards you have now. If there is really no other way, you can give me the inheritance first, and I will avenge you in the future. As soon as these words came out, the Sea King felt cold. Is he calling the High Priest? I'm afraid he called a ghost. Although the Sea King roared in his heart, Yun Zhao's words did remind him. We of you, Lord, we of you, I'll leave it to you next. Looking at the rocket shrimp on Xiao Wu's head, the Sea King called him more respectfully. He now hoped that Lord Wu of Yu could report to the Sea King, or even let His Majesty the Sea King come directly. Xiao Wu didn't know what the Sea King was thinking. But its panel had given a new hint. The Sea King formally asks you for help. You can provide assistance based on your own strength. If the rescue is successful, you will receive different rewards based on the Sea King's satisfaction. At this time, Xiaohu also felt that he could use his power at will. There was no longer a vague sense of restriction. It looked at the expectant Sea King and the chaotic scene around it. It looked at Crocodile's body on the ground again. Finally, it whined a few times. This sound is definitely incomprehensible to normal people. Because its words are a bit similar to those of the Sea King. The frequency of its sound is too high, exceeding the hearing range of ordinary people. Even if you really hear it, you can't understand it. However, how could the Deep Sea King, a fear demon born out of fear of the sea, not understand it? As for the Sea King of Greedy Island, he can also understand what Xiaohu said. Naturally, the Sea King agreed with Xiaohu's words. However, the words of the Deep Sea King. Reconciliation? Are you kidding me? Do you think this is just a game? The Deep Sea King stretched out his hands. The sea began to surge. If you want to influence the outcome, you have to show your strength. Without strength, do you think I will listen to you? Boom! Countless tsunamis surged and reached the sky. Whether it was the Sea Clan or other people on the island, they were all shocked to see the sea begin to show its natural disaster side. Let me show you the true power of the sea. As the Deep Sea King spoke, the sea seemed to turn upside down. The sky seemed to turn into the sea. Even the strong men who participated in this plot were shocked by the scene. The Deep Sea King did not care about the shock of the crowd. He was more concerned about how Wuvua felt in front of him. Now, he has combined the domain with the sea. The scene in front of him is his domain. How do you have anything else to say? Fearing the oppression displayed by the Deep Sea King, the crazy Shark Sea King could not help but take a few steps back. Looking at the ocean currents sweeping across the sky and the many sea creatures being carried away by those ocean currents, Xiao Wu felt a little confused. Isn't it playing a game now? It imagined that the game was for everyone to have fun together. Xiao Wu shook his head and stopped thinking. It is the type that prefers action rather than persuasion. It has the attribute of the natural law of the jungle. So, if the Deep Sea King doesn't agree, it just needs to make him agree. This is a very simple solution. Dang dang dang. The footsteps of Xiaohu sounded. Looking at the big red turtle in front of him, the Deep Sea King also laughed. No one can be his enemy in the sea, no one. Time passed. After a while, the inhuman Xiaohu beat the Deep Sea King down. In the fear of the crazy Shark Sea King, the Deep Sea King reconciled with him. For Xiaohu, a happy ending was achieved. Because the Sea King is extremely satisfied with you, you get the highest reward card reading book S, 200 times effort S. 1 month later, you will participate in the special plot Sea King banquet, so stay tuned. In the hotel of the initial town, King took the 2 cards that Xiaohu gave him at this time. Card reading book S, a prop that can make a person truly become a card reader. It has 100 pages and can store 800 cards. After binding, it can have functions such as panel, resurrection, and teleportation. Note, players will not be restricted by game cartridges when using it, and can leave a reading mark in reality to travel back and forth to Greed Island. 200 times effort S, have you ever seen the sun at 4 in the morning? Work hard, and work hard again. Using this card, you get a passive aura ordinary people with 200 times the effort, which lasts for 10 years. In 10 years, your practice reward in reading is 200 times that of ordinary people, with an upper limit of S level. When you really work hard every day for 10 years, you unlock the special reading 2000 years of effort, special. King looked at the card reading book with some surprise. Will he not be a black household after using it? Then, King curiously clicked on the introduction of 2000 years of effort. 2000 years of effort, special. It seems that you have worked hard for 10 years, but in fact you have worked hard for 2000 years. Who else has worked harder than you? You get a special skill. Can you block this punch? Can you block this punch? Special. This punch is the result of my 2000 years of hard work. Can you block it? As long as the opponent is weaker than you, your fist will gain the crushing feature and crush the opponent with 1 punch. Looking at the card, a lot of introductions were derived. King hooked his face with his finger. He had already identified it, and it was not a card he was interested in. He used the card in the card book directly. King had no polite thoughts about Xiaohu. As for the card of 200 times effort, he returned it to Xiaohu. How Xiaohu uses this card is up to it. Next, King wants to play various games on Greedy Island himself. Then collect various strange cards. Chapter 766 Xiao Guanjiu, the birth of the new clone Misaka Mikoto. More than 2 weeks have passed. In the calm belt, Ruskana Island, in the Dream Valley. In the center of the valley, under the quiet pink flower tree. Whoosh! Ruzz! Ruzz! The wind was blowing gently, and the tree stretched out its branches. A wisp of pink petals fell lightly with the breeze, bringing a faint fragrance. Mare was sitting casually under the tree. In front of him, there was a graceful figure sitting on the lawn. Swish! He held a wooden comb in his slender hands and gently combed the person in front of him. He moved it between her golden and smooth hair. The thick hair was undulating like waves. Is it okay? Little Guanjiu. Hearing Mel's question, the figure responded gently. Guanjiu, who looked like Altria, nodded slightly. Her cheeks were hot and rosy, because she had accidentally raised some small fantasies just now. Swoosh! The long golden hair fell into a line, and a blue hairband simply tied Guanjiahu's long hair. A simple low ponytail was done. Dad, I'm a little sleepy. Looking at little Guanjiahu saying this with her back to him, Moer smiled. Since you're sleepy, let's sleep. Hearing Moer's answer, Guanjiahu turned her head with a faint blush on her face. She silently approached Moer's side, adjusted her body, and then fell down. She rested her head directly on Moer's right thigh, looking at Moer's smiling eyes. Guanjiahu's emerald pupils flickered with a hint of embarrassment. But this was the part she was looking forward to very much. She naturally wouldn't give up. So, she skillfully grabbed Moer's right hand. Put his hand on her left face. I'm going to sleep. Looking at little Guanjiahu lying on her side, her white eyelids slightly closed and trembling. Moer's right hand gently touched her tender and slightly hot face. Sleep. With a joyful mood, Guanjiahu felt the breath of peace of mind and the warmth on her face, and sweet sleepiness came over her. Whoosh whoosh. Rustle. In the rhythm of the breeze, in the singing of the flowers and leaves. After a while, Guanjiahu fell asleep. A peaceful and tranquil atmosphere enveloped and stretched here. Time passed slowly. After a long while, the soft breeze blew again, and the pink flower tree quietly sprinkled fragrant petals. In this process, a pair of jade arms suddenly stretched out from behind Moer. Warm and soft fingers directly covered Moer's eyes. He also felt heavy on his back. Master! The voice of a queen echoed softly in Moer's ears. A familiar feeling surrounded his ears. Guess who I am? There will be a reward if you guess right. The breath in his ears was very obvious, and Moer smiled slightly. Chi. No. Swear. No. 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 Even more wrong, Master, are you kidding me? The more you guess, the more outrageous it is. The figure behind Moer stretched his body slightly, allowing him to feel more clearly. How could this feeling be no? Xiaojin. If you say that, and no hears it, I'm afraid you'll be finished. The light reappeared. Xiaojin's arms intertwined around Moer's neck from behind. Golden hair fell on Mel's shoulders, and her head stretched out from Mel's left side. If the master doesn't tell me, how can I know? At this time, Xiaojin was different from her little man form, with a holy but charming temperament. If you don't tell me about her, I thought the master would never guess it. Now it's all right, since the master has guessed it. Then the master must reward me well. Xiaojin said as a matter of course. The reward she said was that Mel rewarded her instead of her rewarding Mel. The delicate fingers stroked Mel's jaw and side face. Don't object. After all, the master. Xiaojin's pink lips slowly fell beside his ear, whispering. You don't want Xiao Guanjiahu to sleep restlessly. Hearing Xiaojin's words, Mel still looked calm. His right hand was still on Guanjiahu's face. The left hand brushed away the strands of pink petals on her hair. So, my master Xiaojin, what reward are you going to ask for? Wow! Master calling me Master Xiaojin really makes me excited. No, I am really terrified. Xiaojin adjusted her position slightly. Then, she held Mel's face in her palm and turned it slightly. Master, look at me. Is my face very red? I seem to be sick. A little red but not much. I don't care. I need treatment now. I need Master's magic. Xiaojin held Mel's face. Her fair and dreamy face had two blushes, and her golden pupils had a hint of shyness and a lot of excitement. It's great that the master who is unable to move now is so great. Now she can do whatever she wants again. That's what she thought in her heart. Then Xiaojin lowered her head and their lips intertwined. Time passed. While Xiaojin continued to immerse herself in the passionate kiss, Guanjiahu's originally peaceful face began to heat up, and her eyelids trembled slightly, as if there was a tiny gap opening and closing. In this situation, time slipped away quietly. Afternoon. Xiaojin took Guanjiahu back. They had been here for a few days. Next, Moer had something to do. Before leaving, Guanjiahu left reluctantly with a rosy blush on her face, while Xiaojin was much neater. Because she wanted to come back whenever she wanted. Except for Moer when she was serious, no one could make her obedient. After seeing them off, Moer accompanied Yin for a while and entered the different space. Here on the beach by the sea, he sat on the branches of a coconut tree and opened them all. Micro-manipulation, 2000, Wang Niuzhao. Electric shock user, 13,000. Misaka network, 15,000. Armament haki, 3,000. Observation haki, 2,000. Humanoid computer, 8,000. Looking at the Misaka network ability that can create a large number of personality evolution networks in the mind, Moer was a little surprised. Of course, this ability is actually nothing to him. It's just a certain anime I watched in my previous life, in which the Misaka network actually became an ability. This can still cause a little emotional fluctuation for him. Close them all to welcome. Looking at these abilities, it's clear who to choose. Time passed, and Moer landed on the beach. A figure with brown hair appeared in front of him. Welcome to this world, Misaka Mikoto. Looking at Moer's outstretched hand, the figure in front of him hesitated slightly and also stretched out his hand. Chapter 767 Greedy Island Auction begins, Two-Armed Cyclops. When Mel created Misaka Mikoto. The Underworld. Greedy Island Game World. A grand auction is being held in the famous commercial city of Bakabasa. Many players also came along. Pirates, the Navy, the world government, the Revolutionary Army, hunters, magic patterners, etc., all flocked here. The reason why it attracted so many people. In addition to the high standards of this auction, there are many good things, and there is another news. An item related to the strongest god-annihilating tool was brought here. An auction house was auctioned. And the auction house also took this worldly item. Even used it for publicity. That's right. Many people came. Some big forces also began to raise mind points through their players. A unique slaying is about to begin. In a simple and dimly lit huge venue. There are 1,200 dark red sofa-style single seats in the stepped venue. The red carpet on the ground, the soft light emitted by the gems, the gold and silver ornaments, the light wood fragrance, all kinds of arrangements seem simple but very luxurious. Now, the seats here are almost full. The buyers who came to auction 323 waited quietly. Not only the buyers in the venue, but also the buyers in the private rooms on the second and third floors. Soon, an auctioneer in a solemn suit came to the sales counter. Unfortunately, his sneaky and profiteer appearance somewhat damaged his image. The light hit him. He bowed slightly towards the front of the venue, followed by a simple and enthusiastic opening speech. The auction officially kicked off. Dear guests, we will now present our auction item No. 1. As the auctioneer got straight to the point, a black-bodied white rabbit man carried a plate covered with a black cloth and placed it on the auction table. After the rabbit man went back. Then the first auction item is. The auctioneer had a frivolous smile on his face, and then he pulled open the black cloth covering it. Two-armed Cyclops. As the auctioneer's excited voice. The reading card under the black cloth appeared, and its introduction was directly read and projected. A huge screen appeared on the auction table. The guests in the venue and on the second and third floors could see it clearly. Two-armed Cyclops S, after using, you can have an S-level two-armed Cyclops. This beast is good at dark attacks and physical defense, and has the skills Dark Death Ray S, Violent Dark Body S, Dark Crushing Fist S. Seeing the introduction presented by the projection, many players who came to participate in the auction were shocked. Although most players who are qualified to enter this auction understand. In order to provoke and stimulate the emotions of buyers, the auction will make a good start with the first auction item. But they didn't expect it to be so exciting. There was a slight noise and discussion at the scene. Seeing this situation, the auctioneer held the microphone and coughed lightly to signal everyone to be quiet. Dear guests, I believe that everyone present is very knowledgeable and knows the reputation of the two-armed Cyclops. But please allow me to introduce it again. Looking at the guests in the venue who were completely silent because of curiosity, the auctioneer began to explain. As we all know, the two-armed Cyclops comes from the Dark Trial Tower. Some players were shocked when they heard about the Dark Trial Tower. Coming to the Greedy Island world, many players are naturally familiar with the basic information about this world. There are 3 trial towers in the center of Greedy Island in a triangle. They are the Flame Trial Tower, the Thunder Trial Tower, and the Dark Trial Tower. It is rumored that they are all SSS-level horror props. The top floors of these 3 trial towers are inhabited by the 3 emperors who guard Greedy Island, the 3 phantom demons. The two-armed Cyclops is a reward for the Mind Master who challenges his own limits and passes the 7th floor of the Dark Trial Tower. Each two-armed Cyclops has the best combat power among the Mind Kings. Its one eye can release the terrifying dark death light, and its body has a violent dark body. When it explodes, it not only has considerable destructive power but also has amazing defense. If combined with the dark crushing fist, the strong men of the Mind King level are rarely able to defeat it. As the auctioneer talked, many players were eager. However, many people were not sure that they could subdue such a mind beast. You must know that mind beasts cannot be used just after buying them. Just when many players were thinking this way, the auctioneer's next words brought a turning point. Of course. The most important thing is the two-armed Cyclops comes from the Trial Tower. The mind beasts produced by the Trial Tower are the popular mind beasts pursued by mind card masters. Because they only have relative intelligence and do not have the ability to think independently. That is to say, the mind beasts of the puppet type can be directly contracted, can work hard and can be used as soon as they are taken. It is most suitable for those VIPs who are in urgent need of powerful combat power. So, what are you waiting for? The auctioneer directly tells the key points. The first auction item is the two-armed Cyclops. The starting price is 450,000 mind points, and each increases at least 10,000. Now please start bidding. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the silent venue was silent for a while, and then it began to explode. It is so rare to have a mind beast that can be commanded freely. Such a mind beast has a strong appeal to many people. 900,000 mind points. The first to speak was the player, the commander-in-chief of the anti-demon monitor formed by the world government, Operation Drum. As one of the few elite celestial dragons, the world government's fundraising points are mainly in his hands. The 5 elders also fully authorize him to make his own judgment on the auction. At this time, EC is sitting in the front row of the venue. He looks at the cards on the auction table with a flickering look in his eyes. At first, he was hesitant about whether to bid for the two-armed Cyclops. After all, his goal was actually the key to the strongest god-killing tool. However, when he heard the auctioneer's words that he was in urgent need of powerful combat power, EC suddenly felt sober. Even if he won the bid for the key, he still needed to seal the corresponding fantasy beast and wait for other keys to appear. There are too many variables in this process. Now the times are changing too fast. The world government is in urgent need of powerful combat power, and if he had this combat power at that time, the shame not long ago emerged in his mind. So, EC immediately decided that 10 birds in the forest are not as good as 1 bird in the hand. First, build up the combat power. I'll offer 1 million mind points. 1.2 million mind points. 1.5 million mind points. 2 million. I'll offer 5 million mind points. The explosive price growth on the spot stunned many players. Chapter 768. The world government's reputation is bad again. He wants to make the celestial dragons great again. In the regular stores of Greed Island, the mind cards sold are all formulated according to the prices evaluated by the system. The minimum cannot be less than half of the system evaluation price, and the maximum cannot exceed 3 times. The starting price of the auction house starts from half of the system evaluation, and there is no upper limit for bidding. You can bid as you like if you can afford it. Here, only high-level or rare and scarce mind cards can truly show their due value. There is no doubt that the two-armed Cyclops has such value. Its system evaluation is 900,000 mind points, which is very high in S level. But in reality, 900,000 mind points can't buy such a mind card at all. 6 million mind points. A voice came from a box on the 2nd floor. Seeing the competition on the 2nd floor, many people's faces changed. Because those who can get the boxes on the 2nd and 3rd floors are either VIPs regarded by the auction house as having great consumption potential, or they are powerful card masters from Greed Island, or they are the mind masters. In short, they are not simple characters. Their actions represent the fierce competition for items. The VIP in box 16 bid 6 million mind points. Anything else? At this time, seeing the competition among the VIPs in the box, the auctioneer also spoke at the right time. 6.2 million. After a moment of silence, someone in the venue bid again. It was still Yungu K. Haha, 100,000 mind points. Seeing Yungu K bid, the Shadow Knight envoy sitting not far from him raised the price. Regarding the Operation Drum, Shadow Knight Envoy Dorobeta had a mocking look in his eyes. Because this time the world government has done something weird again. The reputation of the world government has become stinky throughout the ocean. Because they asked their subordinates to sell their lifespan and souls in hand in their telekinetic points. For this practice, Dorobeta did not think it was cruel, but just stupid. Even the so-called diehards betrayed him. This is too much of a failure. 6.5 million. The hand of Operation Drum clenched slightly. He could naturally see the mockery in the eyes of Shadow Knight Envoy. This time, the agents trained by the world government since childhood used game cartridges. Voluntarily sold their lifespan and souls. Lifespan is 100 points per year, and ordinary people have a few thousand. The soul is 10,000 telekinetic points. This way, one person has more than 10,000 telekinetic points. After trading the telekinetic points to the designated person, let him release the game. Then let another agent go online with the same cartridge. At this time, the last player who sold his soul will die suddenly before he can live out his remaining non-integer lifespan, and his soul will be taken away. This method is very useful. Of course, it is impossible to raise infinite points. Because the game cartridge has a number showing the number of bindings. A cartridge can only be bound to a new player 10 times. If it exceeds 10 times, the cartridge will become invalid and cannot be used again. Using this method, hundreds of diehards died directly in the world government, and dozens of game cartridges were wasted. Only by this method, tens of millions of points were raised directly. But after hundreds of diehards died, the world government could not hold on. Since the advent of the new era, the prestige of the world government has declined, and the difficulty of cultivating diehards has risen sharply. Loyal people, especially those who are willing to sacrifice their lives and souls. Such diehards are difficult to deal with. The exchange of life for points in this way also made other subordinates feel disappointed. Of course, it doesn't matter if they feel disappointed. The most important thing is that some diehards stopped being diehards after going online and directly exposed the matter. Now, with its already declining prestige and now a bad reputation, it has to face the accusations of all the major powers. Although the world government uses diehards to prevent this possibility, and all of them are asked to work voluntarily. On the surface, it won't make people too angry. But many forces don't care about this at all. They follow the lead of the miracle country and want to tear meat from the world government. Some even call for the dissolution of the world government and then form a new world government with the miracle country as the core. Government. This matter has been responded by many countries. The world government is worried about this matter. 6.66 million. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a brown suit spoke. Then he said casually to Yun-gu-kei. Hey, celestial dragons, isn't it hard to spend this money? Vidas Milo, the paladin in charge of finances in the Kingdom of Miracles. Looking at the man next to him, Yun-gu-kei took a deep breath. He knew that the position of the world government was too high, and its strength had not kept up in the new era, so that many forces wanted to target it. But his point of view was that the loyal agents of the world government voluntarily contributed. These guys are really full, why do they always care so much? Yun-gu-kei saw with his own eyes that the status of the world government and celestial dragons in the sea was getting more and more lonely. He would not allow such a situation. He must make celestial dragons great again. 8 million. With the bid by Yun-gu-kei, the auctioneer was shocked. It was a big deal that he raised the price by more than 1 million at once. VIP number 36 bid 8 million mind points. Is there a higher price? Hearing the host's question, Yun-gu-kei breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little nervous. 8 million mind points is not bad for buying a 2-armed cyclops with 3-star gem level strength. It's okay if he only uses it himself. But to materialize it in the permanent reality for the world government, then he needs to spend 10 times the mind points of the system evaluation. According to the starting price of 450,000, the system evaluation is 900,000, and 10 times is 9 million. That is to say, he needs to spend another 9 million to materialize it. The mind points raised by the world government are not blown by the wind. 9 million mind points. I heard someone raising the price in the upper box again. EC took a breath and stretched out his hand. 10 million. This is the last time. If it doesn't work this time, give up. When the high price of 10 million was announced, the whole venue fell silent. Finally, it was the auctioneer who broke the silence. VIP number 36 bid 10 million. THEN 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million 3 times. Deal. Bang. Accompanied by a dull sound, the auctioneer knocked down the hammer. Then VIP number 36, auction item number 1 will be yours. Please go to the backstage transaction room to trade after the official auction ends. Hearing the words of the auctioneer, EC nodded as if he were in another world. Without waiting for EC's reaction, the auctioneer immediately took the next step. Very good, after fierce bidding, auction item number 1 has been sold. At this time, 2 rabbit waiters came on stage in the backstage. One covered the plate of auction item number 1 and took it away. Another brought a new plate. Next auction item no 2. Very rare, kin strength and faith, very suitable for the practice of Chi Master. The auctioneer pulled open the cloth and shouted loudly. Glittering golden fried rice. 7. Chapter 769 You can't control the betting, the human union and the subhuman alliance. Has it started? In a corner at the front of the venue, Admiral Aokiji sat here. People sitting on this side are taller. Because the seats here are bigger. After all, Greed Island also has life of various sizes. The seats arranged at the auction venue cannot be the same size, and various sizes need to be considered. Of course, if the size is really too big, such as Fan Tao, who has exceeded the ordinary giant, the only way is to let reliable people bid on your behalf. The auction itself also has such a service. Kyuzan. You might get rich this time. The Navy Garp was sitting next to Kyuzan, and he whispered. If you get rich, remember to lend me some money. I'm a little tight on money recently. Hearing Garp's muttering, Aokiji felt helpless. He thought for a while and used the lines from a comic book directly. Mr. Garp, you'd better not go to gamble on football. The water there is too deep, you can't grasp it. There is a gambling city full of various gambling on Greed Island, such as football, stone, horse racing, car racing and regular gambling industries. Recently, Garp has been fascinated by football gambling there. But Aokiji thinks such behavior is not okay. It's not that you can't participate. But if you lose 8 out of 10 bets, there's probably no need to participate. If I can't grasp it, can you? Stop talking nonsense, I'm not going to pay it back. Garp muttered quietly. I'm telling you, I've discovered a secret. Next, I'll definitely get back all the money I lost. You said the same thing last time. While Aokiji and Garp were communicating, the real mind-reading masters who were practicing mind-reading at the scene also looked at the projection of the mind-reading card on the auction table. And listened to the auctioneer's explanation. Sparkling golden fried rice. After eating this fried rice, it can naturally trigger beautiful thoughts in the heart of life, and then you will gain temporary telekinesis, the beauty of the past. Dear guests, please look. On the surface, this golden fried rice is a card that temporarily increases your thoughts. But in fact, its real value lies in the beautiful thoughts it triggers after eating it. The word natural in the description is very important. This effect can make the mind readers understand their true mind to a great extent. It is an excellent practice card for cultivating mind and firming faith. The auctioneer continued with excitement. The practice effect of these cards has been personally confirmed by our auction house's appraisers. Even for the mind readers of the Lord level, it has a good effect. Hearing the auctioneer say so, the people below immediately started to talk. Aokiji looked at the people talking around him, and felt a little emotional. He didn't have any expectations for the golden fried rice. Before, because Mr. Karp borrowed money from him, Aokiji began to try to take the golden fried rice sold by the glittering golden fried rice vending machine to the store for recycling, to see if he could make some money. But the store's valuation was 80% of the system's evaluation. And the system's evaluation was the price he paid from the vending machine. That is to say, he spent 1,000 mind points to buy a portion of grade A golden fried rice. Taking it to the store for recycling for 800 would result in a loss of 200. This negative profit led him to occasionally only use the golden fried rice as food. In this case, the opportunity that led him to send the golden fried rice for auction was a new friend of his grade A mind master on Greed Island. The other party was very surprised after eating his fried rice. And he also came to this auction to test the waters on the recommendation of that friend. He even let the appraiser taste it for free to see the effect. Now, it's time to see the effect. At this time, the auctioneer had roughly introduced it. A glittering golden fried rice, 4 copies are sealed for each card. There are 3 cards here in total. It will be auctioned in 3 times. The auctioneer paused and scanned the whole audience, then said with a smile. For distinguished guests who are determined to walk smoothly on the road of telekinesis and avoid detours, I suggest that you must buy a copy of Golden Fried Rice. I believe that the successful telekinetic masters will not be disappointed. Then a glittering golden fried rice, the first one. The starting bid is 2,000 points, and each bid increase must not be less than 100. Originally, the auctioneer praised this card, which made the telekinetic masters at the scene excited. But when the auctioneer announced the starting price, the scene was silent. It's not that the price is too high, but that the price is too low. The starting price of 2,000 means that its system evaluation is only 4,000. That is, a fried rice costs 1,000. With such a price, it is hard to say whether the effect is as good as the auctioneer said. 10,000 mind points. There was silence for a while. A white-haired man took the lead in breaking the deadlock. It was Yun Zhao. Before that, Yun Zhao had tasted this fried rice of Aokiji. For him, this wonderful feeling is not bad. If the price is not so expensive, it would be a good choice to buy a few and taste them again. I heard someone bid. The scene immediately became lively. Finally, people still believe in the credibility of the auction house here. After all, behind the auction house here are the Human Union and the Demi-Human Alliance on Greedy Island. It has the support of 2 of the 3 major forces on Greedy Island. The background is so strong that it also has credibility. 15,000. 17,000. 20,000 mind points. 50,000 mind points. 100,000 mind points. A voice came from the box, and the price was doubled as soon as it came out. The scene suddenly became silent. Many people's eyes flickered. This price was more than 20 times the system evaluation. And it was a consumable. Everyone's money was not blown by the wind. There was still a little bit of sympathy for such an item that was only identified by the auction house. And maybe this thing was not so rare. After hesitation, the auctioneer knocked down the hammer. In a box on the 2nd floor, Crocodile, wearing a black fur coat, was holding a cigar. He looked at the golden fried rice sold below, and his mouth slightly raised. It was him who made the last bid just now. After all, he still had some resentment about the golden fried rice that everyone ate during the Sea King festival. Since Yun Zhao bought 0.7, it means that there is an effect. So, combining the 2, Crocodile also bid. Anyway, for him, this price is nothing. Beautiful thoughts, do you have this thing? A figure not far from Crocodile sneered. In the box, there were other people from the evil fleet besides Crocodile. One of the 3 evil generals, the Devil of Resonance Barret, one of the 3 evil generals, the Scythe of Despair, Kabesho, some members of the 7 Sins, and some rising stars in the large fleet and their minions. The box is spacious and can accommodate them. Don't worry about this kind of thing, but... Crocodile looked at Gabejuo, who sneered at him. He was very curious. If Gabejuo ate that fried rice, would he cry and reform? Crocodile was very curious about such a scene. Chapter 770. The automatic card making machine worked for 8 hours, he gambled a little too much. Very good. Then the next 4 A-grade glittering golden fried rice, the second one. The starting bid is still 2,000 points, and each increase in price must not be less than 100. After the first auction was over, the auctioneer immediately started the auction of the second golden fried rice. This time, Aokiji entrusted the sale of A-grade golden fried rice. Because only A-grade golden fried rice has the word natural, and this word is the most critical value of A-grade golden fried rice. As for B-grade and C-grade golden fried rice, the word natural is missing. Although these 2 grades can also trigger beautiful thoughts, they are ultimately like scratching an itch through a shoe, and the effect is not that magical at all. As for D-grade golden fried rice, it simply does not trigger beautiful thoughts, and only the thoughts triggered by the beauty of food. So Aokiji's most valuable is A-grade golden fried rice. I'll offer 10,000 mind points. 20,000. Soon, the bidding started. The second and third golden fried rice were sold at 110,000 and 130,000 mind points respectively. The price was not cheaper than the first one, but 16 points higher. The bidders were some local strongmen of S-level Mind King. They were still willing to spend this money to be a crab. But the price was about the same, not more. Because according to the food attribute of fried rice, Based on the previous experience of the strong men of Greedy Island. This kind of consumables basically has a set of rules the mold is used to make props. So, if the effect is really good, then afterwards, you should find the consignor who may have the props to make golden fried rice. Cooperate with the consignor or even purchase the prop, rather than spending too much money to be a sucker. Bang! As the hammer fell, the second auction item also came to an end. After a while, 2 rabbit waiters came on stage one after another. One took the plate and the other delivered the plate. Next, let's start the third auction item. Auction item number 3. Consumable skill automatic card making machine. As the auctioneer pulled open the black cloth, the projection on the stage also began to project the information of the card in the disc. Consumable skill automatic card making machine B. After using it, you will have a magical card making machine, which will automatically work for 8 hours a day, and produce special card with corresponding level skills at a frequency of 10 minutes. The special card produced by it has a high probability of C level, a small probability of B level, and a very low probability of A level. The quality of the produced card is random, with 3 types of low, medium, and high. Looking at the information on the projection, many people began to have hot eyes. Not only locals, but also many players. During the time on Greedy Island, players did not know nothing. Or many players have suffered a lot in this game. Although the Greedy Island game is very attractive, it is not easy to earn points here. After all, this world is not a land without a master. The Human Union, the Demi-Human Union, the Forest Alliance and other major forces are entrenched and affect all aspects. It is not easy to take some meat from them. At least for ordinary players, it is true. The difficulty of making money makes them understand the preciousness of the machine in front of them. This is the money printing machine. I believe everyone has seen it. What is in front of you is a very rare consumable skill automatic card making machine. And it is still B level. The auctioneer scanned the various burning eyes in the audience, with a strong smile of a profiteer on his face. This kind of card making machine is rare. But most people know it. Because most of the consumable skill cards on Greed Island are obtained by sealing various skills with special cards produced by this machine. The consumable skill cards sold in many stores are mostly from this. Even the special high-paying profession of card maker has been derived. After all, skill sealing is not a simple matter, and it is not that the skill is sealed as soon as it is lost. I believe I don't need to say more about the details. Just one thing, if this automatic card making machine is used well, it can produce a profit of 300,000 points a year. With this card making machine, you don't have to worry about your livelihood in the future. The auctioneer who presided over the auction shouted loudly with a bewitching voice. So, distinguished guests, what are you waiting for? The starting price is 4,000 points, and each increase is not less than 100. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid, and it was a player. I bid 10,000 mind points. Although the system's evaluation of this item is not high, the system's pricing is largely based on the item's grade. This results in many items that can produce sustainable resources not being highly evaluated by the system, but people are eager to pursue them. 10,000 mind points, this price is also reasonable, take it out? Someone next to the first bidder laughed. His smile made the player feel uncomfortable. 10,000 yuan is enough to eat your rice. 100,000 yuan. Haha, that sounds good, but you didn't bid that high. The player immediately responded after hearing the price, and then shouted loudly. I'll bid 200,000. At this time, the player offered this price. He showed a proud look on the surface, but his back was also a little sweaty. His money was not blown by the wind, but earned by being a gambler. In reality, he is a navy named Parn. Not an ordinary navy but a navy under the command of the Patrol Admiral Fujitora. The reason why he became a gambler was because he was influenced by the Admiral. But Parn has not told the Admiral 323 about this matter. After all, he gambled a little too much. His heart jumped out of his chest the last time he went all in. Fortunately, he was lucky and won. He got 1 million points. Now he is thinking that if he can have this machine, he will quit gambling. Although 300,000 a year feels a little, gambling is wrong and the risk is a bit high. He always sleeps uneasy like this. I'll pay 300,000 points. The pot-bellied man in a suit next to him continued after bidding. Young man, I didn't expect you to have some money at such a young age. But I tell you, It's not easy to use the card machine. You need the right sales channels and a good card maker, and you need connections. You'd better give up. The connections the man in the suit mentioned are the backing of power. The local residents of this world don't have the concept of violators. The strong are respected, and things are not just taken away. Of course, the security in the city is still relatively safe. It's hard to say if you leave the city. However, this has no persuasive effect on Parn. Looking at this greasy guy who looks like he's doing it for his own good, he immediately rebelled. I'll pay 500,000. You. Faced with the surprise of the man in the suit, Parn interrupted directly. Sorry, I'm willful when I have a lot of money. Chapter 771 The rumored SSS level building pushes the city, the hatred value setting. The competition between Parn and the local merchants is just a small episode. Because the price soon soared. 1 million mind points. I'll offer 1.1 million mind points. 1.5 million mind points. As someone raised the price to 1.5 million, many people fell silent. Although this card-making machine is indeed very valuable. But it needs time to be realized. It is hard to predict what will happen during this period. And so many mind points are used to buy other things. For example, if you buy a suitable combat power, how much benefit can this combat power bring? How much benefit can you bring if you buy other cheaper and more universal production props? This is a comprehensive assessment of gains and losses. How to calculate depends on everyone's vision and insights. 1.5 million mind points, is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is a rare card-making machine, guaranteed new, with a durability of 100, and it can operate for 100 years without any problem. Hearing the auctioneer's enthusiastic recommendation, some people were moved. Durability is a hidden setting for various props in the Greed Island game, similar to Service Life. Of course, durability will also drop when external forces damage it. How much durability means how many years of service life it has. It can only be measured with special props. When the durability reaches 0, no matter whether the prop is still usable, it will collapse into basic mind energy and merge into the world. Now the auctioneer said 100 durability, which is quite attractive to some people. However, after thinking about it, no one still bid. After all, 1.5 million is already the result from the top, and it can't be more. Bang! In the end, a trace of the auctioneer's remains regretfully, the auction of item number 3 also ended. Time passed slowly. In the following time, the auctioneer auctioned various magical props and even creatures. The items auctioned were at least B-level fine products. The value of each auction item was sometimes high and sometimes low, but it showed an overall upward trend. Only in this way, the emotions of buyers can be fully mobilized. In short, it is easy to bid higher prices. Next we will reveal the auction item number 51. Even after a period of auction. But the buyers participating in the auction are still very interested, especially the players. They are naturally very interested when they see all kinds of strange items or creatures. Now, even if the auctioneer pulls the curtain, he is still concentrating. According to the information they have learned, this auction house will always auction 101 items at a time. Number 1, number 51, and number 101 are all very valuable auction items. Number 101 is the finale, number 1 is a good start, and number 51 is the middle. Now number 51 must be a very expensive item. So auction item number 51 is. The auctioneer repeated, then he paused for a moment to keep the secret. Then he suddenly pulled open the cover. The projection suddenly appeared. S-level external telekinetic belt and a set of S-level matching skill cards. As the auctioneer shouted, many people at the scene also breathed heavily. They looked at the information displayed on the projection with burning eyes. Purgatory Breath, Red Lotus Fury, Light, and Sunday. Who is so brave to play these skills? Dare to strip the power of the Purgatory Flame Dragon. At this time, many local residents were jealous and sighed. I wonder which warrior dared to rub the tiger whiskers of the city. Very good, I believe everyone already knows the preciousness of this auction item. First of all, it is an S-level external telekinetic belt. This kind of external telekinetic device has always been the most precious item pursued by telekinetic card masters. When tied around the waist, telekinetic card masters can have powerful telekinesis. Of course, this is the case when the belt has sealed the telekinetic source. And there is no doubt. The auctioneer pointed to the projection of the top one with a smile. External telekinetic belt S, a telekinetic belt that has sealed the source of fire attribute telekinesis, and the level of this telekinesis source is S level high. This telekinesis belt has sealed the source of telekinesis. And it is an S level high level telekinesis source. The source of its telekinesis source is as you guessed. It is the telekinesis source of the 4th level boss Purgatory Flame Dragon of the Advanced City. Hearing the auctioneer's affirmation, many local residents and many players were shocked, and their eyes became more fiery. Purgatory Flame Dragon. A building in the northern boundary trench of Greed Island, named Impel Down. It is said that this Impel Down is an SSS level building. It has 6 floors of wide space. From large to small, they are Red Lotus Hell, Beast Hell, Hungry Hell, Burning Hell, Extreme Cold Hell and the last Infinite Hell. From the top Hell with many special beasts to the bottom Infinite Hell full of boss. And the Purgatory Flame Dragon is the boss of Burning Hell. The strength is top among the King of Mind level. Impulse City. Aokiji in the corner was also reminded of the auctioneer's mention of this name. The god of extreme evil Hisoka. That guy actually presented the real Impel Down in this way again. What a bad taste. When Aokiji was reminded of his memories. There was also a birdman talking to himself not far away from him, it was Morgan's. S level telekinetic belt, or the telekinetic source of the Purgatory Flame Dragon, I want it so much. After muttering a few times, Morgan's attention returned to his business. But who dares to touch the tiger whiskers of the Impel Down? This is a fearless warrior. I have to follow up quickly later. Morgans knew it. It's okay to train and fight monsters in the legendary Impel Down. But using the telekinetic belt and the inherent stripping skill card to strip the telekinetic source and skills of a boss. This is basically taking advantage of the Impel Down, the hatred value is too high. The Impel Down itself has a very strange setting, hatred value. The greater the hatred value. When you move in the Impel Down, you are more likely to be attacked by the wandering telekinetic beasts there. And if you take advantage of the Impel Down, the hatred value will directly explode, reaching the point of no return. At this time, the monsters in the Impel Down will even follow the hatred value to leave the city. Go find the target with full hatred value and kill him directly. Even the Mind Kings who have the Mind Card book that can revive can't stand it. Because the Mind Card book will be broken by the push into the city, and it is impossible to revive. Even if there are other props to revive, it will not work. The so-called fight to the death is really that it will not stop until you die. After an introduction, the auctioneer emphasized the value of this set of auction items. Then, this set of fully matched S-level mind power belts and 3 powerful inherent skill cards. The starting price is 800,000 mind points, and the bid will be increased by more than 10,000 at a time. Dear guests, start your bidding now. Chapter 772 Morgans has a lot of money, Assassin's League. As the auctioneer's inflammatory voice fell, the scene immediately broke out into a continuous bidding sound. 1 million. 1.5 million mind points. 2 million. 12 million mind points. As the price soared to tens of millions, fewer people began to bid. It's not that they don't want it, but they are powerless. The first 50 items have already drained some people's mind points. The buyers who came to participate are not all very wealthy. The wealthy are always a minority. I offer 15 million mind points. A loud voice attracted a lot of attention. I saw a birdman stretched out his hand, it was Morgan's. Many people in the venue saw Morgan's eyes flickering. The players were shocked that Morgan's, a birdman, could have so many mind points. As for the local residents, I am curious about the mysterious figure Morgan's. It is said that this birdman has a close relationship with the god of creation. Although this rumor is magical. But the highest level of this world, those Mind Kings, seem to value Morgan's very much. 16 million. The second floor box bid again. This set of ready-made mind power belts and skill cards is very attractive. Even the local high-level forces will not let go easily. 173,400,000 mind points. Hiss. Seeing Morgan's add another million without blinking. Not far away, Garp couldn't help but take a breath. So many mind points. How long will he have to bet on football to win them? Morgan's, this birdman, is too rich. Although Aokiji next to Garp was shocked, he still understood. He heard about it. Morgan's is becoming the middleman between local forces and external forces. With this identity, there must be many conveniences. 18 million mind points. 20 million. As Morgans shouted, he added 2 million at once. The whole venue fell silent. Seeing that many people in the venue were looking at him with shocked eyes. Among them were many big players, Morgans was secretly happy. But at this moment, his heart was trembling. Because his money was not earned by himself, but advanced by credit. With 20 million, people were twitching. But, this money still needs to be used. This set of top-of-the-line mind power belt plus skill card. It can make his own strength reach the level of demigod. In this way, his voice in reality will also increase a lot. Morgans resisted buying the two-armed Cyclops before. Because he knew. This kind of puppet-like mind beast has many advantages, but it is still easy to target after all. For example, you may be stabbed before you can take it out of the card book, or the hatred aura of the special product of the push city can greatly attract hatred, and the skill of space exile can also temporarily exile, etc. And the telekinetic belt is a common equipment that is often carried on the body and can automatically hide the body without affecting daily life. It is much more troublesome to target it. So Morgans must be obtained. Morgans. Looking at Morgans's glorious appearance at the scene. The world government's operation and drum department felt uncomfortable all over. Because this guy was the middleman between local forces and external forces. There was no intention to take them with him. 21 million. He made a bid. This time, the world government used many methods to raise telekinetic points. Letting agents work hard is just one of them. In addition, it is to let the subordinates. There is also the use of huge amounts of Bailey in reality to exchange for telekinetic points with players. After all, telekinetic points are money, but real Bailey is also money. Of course, Bailey's attraction is naturally not as attractive as the mind points, after all, the mind points are more versatile. But Bailey gave enough, there are always people willing to exchange. Except Bailey. The majority of them are still those magic pattern users. As the official of the Magic Pattern Association, the world government has many resources that magic pattern users crave and even some unique powers. For many magic pattern users, the things on Greed Island are good. But they are practicing magic power. Many people are not determined to give up such power. They are still in a state of wanting everything. And the world government's move makes them more inclined to magic power. After all, for individuals, the world government gives too much. Directly overpriced several times, and even willing to sell their inventory of holy light potions. But not many magic pattern users can withstand such temptation. 22 million. At this time, Morgans turned his attention to the drum and drum science. He didn't expect that the drum and drum science would also come to bid. It seems that the world government is still too idle. The stingy Morgans wrote it down in his notebook. 23 million. Haha, you are really rich. Morgans laughed a few times and then shouted again. I'll offer 25 million. Hearing Morgan's offer, he was silent. I don't know how many good things he can buy with this price. After weighing it, he backed off. 25 million. Any more? After silence, the auctioneer asked again. After confirming that no one responded, he reluctantly ended the auction of number 51. Bang! Hearing the hammer fall, Morgan's somewhat tense body slowly relaxed. This time, he advanced 50 million from the local forces as an intermediary. 50 million sounds like a lot, but it's not easy to spend. Fortunately, with this 50 million, he and his men can be armed with it, and it will be much easier to make money in the future. The future will be wonderful. As Morgans was immersed in the beauty of the future. The next auction item also appeared. Lot 52 is a rare architectural card. Assassin's League. The black cloth was unveiled again, and a new projection was presented to the audience. Seeing the introduction of the projection, many people began to show desire in their eyes. Architectural cards are basically the most expensive of the same level. Like the 3 trial towers in the center of Greed Island, the legendary Propel City, etc. These are all architectural props. Dear guests, Assassin's League, this building can provide assassination services. As long as the price is very reasonable, you can issue a bounty in this building. The auctioneer's voice is up and down, and he looks like you are making a lot of money. The shadow assassin inside can be resurrected after death. Unless the assassination target dies once, there will be a constant stream of assassinations. It can be said to be an excellent weapon to deter villains. After hearing the auctioneer's introduction and the information on the projection above, everyone was talking about it. The front row of the venue, the drummer, was moved when he heard the auctioneer's words. Shocking the villains. 7 A-level shadow assassins. It is indeed enough to shut up some weak guys who jump around. He stared at the projection above, his eyes showing a move. After using the Assassin's Alliance A building will appear. The building is the Assassin's Alliance headquarters, which has many humanoid assassins of different levels. There are 7 A-level shadow assassins, 12 B-level assassins, 72 C-level assassins, and 108 D-level assassins. According to the requirements, the bounty will be posted on the bounty column in the building. The assassins will take the list and assassinate the bounty target by themselves. If the assassins fail to die, they will be resurrected in the building. The number of resurrections is once a day. Note, if the bounty is not reduced, the assassins will continue to take the list and assassinate until the bounty target dies once. Chapter 773 One Punch Super Ghost, the ultimate trump card of the Human Federation. After the auctioneer introduced the rarity and other properties of the 50-second auction item again, the auction began. Then Assassin's League. The starting price is 60,000 mind points, and each bid must not be less than 10,000. Start now. 60,000 mind points, the system evaluation is 120,000. It is indeed a building prop. EC thinking of this, he started to raise the price directly. 500,000. As soon as he opened his mouth, he raised the price by hundreds of thousands, so that others could see his courage. Really rich. Shadow Knight Envoy Dorobeta sighed beside him, and then his voice rose. 600,000. He was a Shadow Knight type ability, and was interested in the word shadow mentioned in the introduction. Although he was not rich, he could still afford hundreds of thousands. 700,000. Then I'll offer 1 million, and I won't follow you if you offer more. Dorobeta said calmly. The official of the Magic Pattern Association under the Dark Curtain is Shadow Demon. This guild has magic pattern users who have obtained the qualifications for the Greed Island game. It is a game guild to attack the game. Establish a card library, and according to the agreement, let everyone contribute part of the card library to the card library in exchange for virtual contribution points. With this as the core, a set of efficient game attack systems was established. Resources are tilted to valuable strategies first, and the income is invested in the card library according to the share. In this way, the card library is getting bigger and bigger, forming a virtuous circle. As the trump card of Shadow Demon, he is definitely at the top. This time, as the representative of Shadow Demon, he can call on quite a lot of resources. 1.1 million. EC bid again. Because he had bid a very high price before. So now he doesn't think millions are anything. He bids more casually than before. What a pity. Dorobeta waved her hand and didn't bid again. Although he didn't bid, others did. 1.5 million. He directly increased the price by 400,000 at one time. Seeing the bidder, EC's face changed. Mama, I like this item. The highly recognizable voice let many players know who bid at once. New World, 4 Emperors Big Mom. She didn't say much, but the implication was very clear. Humph. After hearing what Big Mom said, EC snorted coldly. He was just a pirate, if she said that to him at this time, he would not bid. Wouldn't it make others think that he was afraid of the 4 emperors? The majesty of the world government, although it is not much, it is still a lot. 1.8 million. For the majesty of the world government, EC added a lot. Anyway, the value of this kind of building is very high. Just now, the auctioneer also mentioned that the durability is as high as 1000, and it can be used for 1000 years without being attacked. It is worth it. 2 million. 2.2 million, think about it. 2.5 million. Hearing that the ant raised the price to 2.5 million, EC's face turned cold. He could see that many people were looking at him. There were all kinds of eyes, some teasing, some gloating, some watching the show, some pitiful. Most of these eyes belonged to players. All kinds of eyes hurt EC's heart. That crazy woman, is she really mentally ill after becoming a monster with the demons? EC's fingers tightened slightly. I'll offer 3 million. As soon as the price came out, the scene was silent again. After a while, a laugh broke the silence. Mama. The celestial dragons are really rich. They are willing to spend 3 million to buy such an A-level building. As the ant finished speaking, she stopped talking. Just, as soon as these words came out, the situation was reversed from being suppressed to the feeling that the world government had become the victim. EC resisted the urge to look back at the ant and pretended to be indifferent. Don't bid if you can't afford it. In his indifference, the auction came to an end. The Assassin's League building is also in the hands of the world government. Soon the auction continued. Time passed. The auction process was orderly. In this process, many players were also amazed. The Sun Bible that can summon scarabs, the airship that can fly, the hatred aura that can attract hatred, the medicine that can temporarily transform people into giants, the thunder staff that releases thunder punishment, etc. Unknowingly, the auction came to an end. Bang! Then the auction item number 99, the S-level repair hammer, was sold at a price of 22 million. Looking at the ordinary silver hammer on the projection, it was sold at a high price of more than 20 million. Many players were very excited. The repair hammer can repair items of the corresponding level or lower level. It has a durability of 1000. If you hit the item to be repaired, its durability will be transferred to the item to be repaired, so that it can recover a little durability. Even items that are damaged but not broken can be repaired by this method. It can be said to be a very magical item. At this time, the players saw such items being sold at high prices. They also wanted to go out and find a similar hammer to sell. The next item to be auctioned. It should have been the finale. But for some reason, this item was auctioned in the sequence of No 100. Seeing that the sellers around were beginning to be interested, the auctioneer said enthusiastically with a smile like a profiteer. So this auction item is... Whoosh! As everyone waited eagerly, in the flying black cloth, a new projection appeared. SSS level consumable skill card, One Punch Super Ghost. With the auctioneer's shout, many people from the local forces were stunned. After a while, a heated discussion broke out. SSS level One Punch Super Ghost, isn't this skill the mind of the One Punch Emperor? Such a skill would actually be leaked out for auction. This is a strategic item among strategic items. What the hell is the Demi-Human Alliance doing? While the people from the local forces were discussing, the players stared at the skill card with much more intensity. They had also heard of the name of the One Punch Emperor. That was the final trump card of the Greedy Island Human Union, the final emperor of the human race here. Chapter 774 Gord 7 Brothers, go eat shit for me. It is rumored that the One Punch Emperor's strength is very terrifying, or his mind is very special. For those below SSS level, even an ordinary punch can kill instantly. As for SSS level, in the 3 trial towers in the center of Greedy Island, there is an SSS level final boss on the 10th floor. But even such an SSS level monster, One Punch King can defeat it with one punch. Only when facing the guardian of the 11th floor, that is, the 3 emperors who guard Greedy Island. He did not absolutely crush them. However, One Punch King still has a great advantage against a single guardian. He can have the upper hand against 2, but he is slightly at a disadvantage against 3. Although not invincible, it is enough. One Punch King's deeds are also widely circulated on Greedy Island. Even the players. Unless you don't pay attention to the top masters of Greedy Island at all, you don't care about what's happening outside. Otherwise, it is impossible not to have heard such rumors. I believe there is no need for me to elaborate on the deeds of Lord One Fist Emperor. This card is a skill card sealed by Lord One Fist Emperor himself. Now that you have seen the skills introduced in the card, there is no need to question its authenticity. The auctioneer looked at some people with some worry and said soothingly, "Please don't worry. The source of this card is very clear. It came from Lord One Fist Emperor. So don't worry, the strategic materials of the Asian Alliance have not been stolen." Hearing the words of the auctioneer, many local forces were relieved. There is a reason for their nervousness. The entire Greedy Island world is divided into 2. On one side is the big island of Greedy Island. On the other side is the huge force headed by the 2 sea emperors in the sea. With the defense of the Asian Alliance, if their treasure house is stolen, it is likely to be done by the forces in the sea. If so, then the matter is very serious. Because this is a precursor to war. Fortunately, the result they worried about did not come true. Very good, let's get back to the point. As we all know, there are currently 2 SS-level consumable skill card automatic manufacturing factories in the world. One of these 2 factories is in the hands of the Demi-Human Alliance. The other is controlled by the West Sea. This kind of factory has a chance to produce about 1 or 2 months. Create a random quality SSS level skill card. The auctioneer briefly explained the origin of the SSS level skill card on the auction table. After a brief introduction to the origin, he continued with an admiring look. Everyone knows. The thoughts of the One-Fist King are very special. Even a special thought card that can seal an SSS level skill requires high quality to withstand that thought. And such a thought card can only be produced in a few months if you are lucky, and even in a few years if you are unlucky. Therefore, it is extremely rare. At this time, the auctioneer talked about the rarity of this skill card. Let's not talk nonsense. Although this skill card is only consumable. But if this skill card is used in the right situation, it can completely change the situation. The auctioneer said enthusiastically. The user will be like a One-Fist King, and can punch continuously or a serious punch. Hearing the auctioneer say this, many people's breathing became heavy. In the state of a serious punch, the group of Nianjun will be defeated in one blow. Even the 10th floor boss of the 3 trial towers of Yanli and An. Such an SSS level monster will be defeated on the spot. Such power, such power. The auctioneer repeated it, and then shouted enthusiastically. So wonderful. Experience the power of the King of Fighters. The starting price is 10 million Nian points. Dear guests, start your bidding. At this time, the auctioneer was so excited that he didn't even mention the limit of each bid increase. But no one cared at this moment. When they heard that the starting price was as high as 10 million, many people's pupils shrank slightly. Especially the players. Because this price really shocked them. After all, the system evaluation is relatively conservative. Like this consumable skill card. Even if it is a very powerful skill in S level, the system evaluation is only about 50,000. If you push back the skill card in front of you, the system price actually needs 20 million. For the players, such a price. To borrow the words of a comic book, it is so terrifying. I'll offer 20 million. 30 million. I'll offer 50 million. The people below the venue had no time to participate. The bidding for the boxes on the 2nd and 3rd floors shut them up. Such a price is not worth mentioning for players who have not been in the game for a long time. Even some local forces with good foundations shook their heads. 60 million. 70 million. 90 million. I'll give 100 million. After just a few rounds, the price soared to 100 million. This price made the players' pupils tremble. Many people from outside forces also frowned. Because if the finale they need is also done in this way, they can't compete with the local big forces. Fortunately, remembering the initial contact before, the forces here should not embarrass them. 120 million. After the price was increased by 20 million again. The bidding voice said directly. Everyone, I am Gamegalo from the Asian Alliance. We, the Asian Alliance, need to recycle this card. I hope you can give us some face. Hearing the man named Gamegalo say so. Some players also showed a solemn look. The Subhuman Alliance is respected by the 7 Gourd brothers, and various humanoid races gather under it. The white flame-winged people are the most powerful race among them. 0.7 The number of their races is rare, only a few hundred. But each one is strong, as long as they are adults, they are at least A-level mind masters. Gamegalo is the leader of the white flame-winged people, nicknamed the White Flame Lord. In terms of hard power, it is much stronger than the 7 Gourd brothers alone. Because the title of Lord is a nickname that only Mind Masters can get when they reach the extreme. And the span of Mind Masters is very large. The same ability. The best of Mind Masters can easily defeat those who are new to Mind Masters, and the Lord can directly kill those who are new to Mind Masters in seconds. People with such titles are naturally feared and revered by many people. However, facing such a person, some beasts just don't give face. Go eat shit for me. Even if Chi Yu comes today, he will not have face. Such an arrogant voice came from a box on the 3rd floor. Chapter 775 King and Bald Man's Encounter, Greed Island is really fun. Hearing the arrogant voice from somewhere on the 3rd floor, at the same time in one of the boxes on the 3rd floor. A white-haired man with a pair of white wings and a white skin color behind him smiled bitterly. He is the White Flame Lord Gamegalo. When he heard that voice, he knew that he would definitely lose face this time. After all, the guy who spoke was not simple. The strongest beast of the Forest Alliance, the Time Chicken, nicknamed the Time Lord. Its ability is very special, that is, time. Such a special ability causes even Human 7, the strongest king of fighters, can't do anything to it. Because it runs really fast. I'll offer 130 million. If you have money, follow me. Don't always be so embarrassed. Young man, listen to my advice. If you don't have money, go pick up manure to make money. Don't always talk nonsense. Hearing the annoying voice of Time Chicken, Lord Bai Yan took a deep breath. 140 million. 150 million. 200 million. At this time, Lord Bai Yan directly raised the price to a shocking price. Such a price made many people tremble. Buying a consumption card at such a price, even if this consumption card is very powerful, it still makes people feel that the person who bids has too much money to burn. Only Lord Bai Yan knows that although such a price is high, it is worth it. Because once the war comes, every such thought card will affect the situation and overturn the result. So, Lord Bai Yan is still very persistent. I'll pay 300 million. If you have the guts, follow me. If you follow me, I won't. When he heard that Time Chicken had directly added 100 million, even though Lord Bai Yan was of noble status and had countless resources, he still felt overwhelmed. This chicken deserves to die. 310 million. With such a thought, Lord Bai Yan added 10 million. In another box on the third floor. There were no extra people inside, only a figure. It's really valuable. At this time, the figure couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He was not someone else, but King, who was playing on Greedy Island. King had used the card book, one of the final rewards for Xiaowu's passing of the Sea King Festival. He began his game journey. King was keen on collecting all kinds of strange cards. Of course, he would not collect the beast-like creatures with independent thoughts, because it was troublesome to raise them. So, he played randomly in various areas of the island. Then King met a bald man in a remote video game street. This bald guy should be very strong from the perspective of ordinary people, but for King, he is no different from an ordinary person. The two met there and played fighting games together. The bald guy was very bad and always lost. Soon, King lost interest. Finally, the bald guy took out a card as a bet and asked King to make another move. There is no doubt that King won again. And that card was the one-punch super ghost that was auctioned. 310 million points. I don't know how many exotic foods I can eat and how many interesting cards I can buy. I really have to thank Xiyu this time. Watching the auction site finally sold for 310 million. King was also very happy. Although he had to pay the auction handling fee, it was still a lot. The money came too quickly, much faster than when he went out to play and earned points. At this moment, King had completely forgotten his original intention of playing Greed Island. After playing Greed Island, he soon immersed himself here because there were too many interesting things here. Even King couldn't help but sigh after playing. Greed Island is so fun. It's really shocking. The 100th auction item was finally sold at a price of 310 million neon points. The auctioneer said with a red face. He was in a very good mood, so good that he felt like a fairy. After all, the auction house can extract 10% of the revenue for each auction item. And as the host of the auction, the higher the revenue, the higher the reward the host can get. This position is coveted by many people. He also spent a lot of connections to be appointed for one term. One term is 5 years, once a year. According to this income, maybe he can meet the standards for consecutive terms and be appointed for another term. The most anticipated part is here. Next, we will have our finale of the heavyweight auction. I guess many adventures can't wait. The auctioneer looked at the players at the venue and smiled, as if he saw a fat sheep. 4 players, people from the outside world. The local forces call them adventurers. Of course, ordinary people, even those at the level of Mind Kings, are actually not clear about the truth of the world. They only know that there is an outside world outside the world, and there is a wider outside world. Well, no more nonsense. The auctioneer looked at the plate that was already in place. Accompanied by a shout, the cover was pulled open. A spherical white jade was projected. It was not in the form of a mind card, so there was no introduction on the mind card. Instead, it was an introduction entered by the auctioneer himself. Everyone, see it. This is the finale of today. One of the permissions of the strongest god-annihilating tool, the Phantom White Jade. After hearing the auctioneer's introduction, some people from the local forces began to become curious. Even some players were shocked. Not everyone is well informed. The strongest god-annihilating tool. In the 147th room of the 4th package on the 3rd floor. The White Flame Lord of the Subhuman Alliance looked at the white jade on the auction table below. He muttered something. Great Lord Bai Yan knew something about the strongest god-annihilating tool in the outside world through the Descenders. Not only the information about the outside world. Even the truth of the world was clear to him. Because it was the same for all the Neon Junes. They knew that this world was newly created. The past memories were fabricated, and all the relationships were arranged. The Neon Junes knew this truth from the beginning. Only those who reached the level of Neon June were qualified to know the truth of the world. Those who could reach this level would not be discouraged even if they knew the truth of the world. Even if it was false in the past, it is true now. As a Neon June. Even if it was just a woven mind, it has the same spirit. Therefore, the Neon Junes attached great importance to Morgans, the early bridge connecting to the outside world. They also longed for the truth and excitement of the outside world. What a pity! Great Lord Bai Yan looked at the white jade and shook his head. While Great Lord Bai Yan shook his head, the auctioneer below was still enthusiastically introducing the composition of the strongest god-annihilating tool. Maybe everyone has no special concept of the strongest god-destroying tool. According to what we say here, it should be a powerful item of X. After hearing this, many people from local forces immediately understood. Chapter 776 Dragon's Action, Zakrane Calls to the Sea. X item. At present, items of this level are only in legend. It is said that the 3 trial towers in the center of Greed Island are actually part of X level items, and the combination of the 3 towers will become an X item. But no one has ever been sure. Now there is one of the permissions of such an X item in front of them. The people here are naturally itchy. It's just this strongest god-destroying tool is in the outside world. The auctioneer doesn't care what the people in the audience think. His eyes turned and he shouted enthusiastically. One of the keys to the strongest god-destroying tool, the Phantom White Jade. The starting price is 20 million. Now please bid, distinguished guests. As the auctioneer shouted, the whole scene fell silent. I bid 20 million. After a while, the man codenamed Emperor of the Dark Curtain Tarot Totem made a bid. This time, the Emperor represented the Emperor faction of the Tarot Totem, which actually represented himself. 25 million. The Paladin Vidas Milo, who was in charge of financial responsibilities in the Kingdom of Miracles, also made a bid. The Dark Curtain Shadow Demon's mode of conducting strategies in the form of a game guild is also used by other forces. Everyone learns from each other, and naturally uses whichever mode is more useful. It's just that the details of the mode are different. For example, the profit-sharing ratio, such as the contribution setting, etc. As a paladin in charge of finance, Vidas Milo has great power to mobilize as long as it is a card library affiliated with the Kingdom of Miracles. Whether it is a hunter or a magic pattern user, he has great power to mobilize. Of course, the most important thing is that Morgans can advance the mind points from the local forces. They can do it too. The Kingdom of Miracles also advanced 100 million. There is no way, the strength of the Kingdom of Miracles is really beyond the standard in the eyes of the forces here. Except for the legendary God of Holy Light and the King of Miracles who has the title of God of Radiance and Near God. Most of the strength of the 12 Holy Knights is also at the level of the Lord of Mind. Although in the eyes of the top strong men here, the strength of the 12 Holy Knights is very unbalanced. The strength of other Holy Knights is equivalent to the top Lord of Mind or the beginning of Lord of Mind, and there are 3 Holy Knights who have directly soared to the level of the Emperor of Mind. Although the strength of the Holy Knights is unbalanced, such a force is so terrifying in the eyes of local forces. That's right. Plus the reputation of the Kingdom of Miracles. The big forces here are still very happy to make friends. After all, in their view, they will not be trapped in this small world forever. One day, they will go to the outside world. At that time, these friendships would have great significance. 30 million. Seeing others bidding. The world government's Yunguke looked grim. Because he could no longer afford the price. After all, no matter how much money he raised, there were only so many players and not much time to play. Unless they were those who were terrifying in their own strength. Even if they were restricted in their performance, they could still easily obtain very valuable items in this world. Only those people could easily earn a terrifying number of mind points. Unfortunately, the world government currently did not have such people. 40 million. This voice. When Yungu-K heard a female voice coming from the second floor box, his face became even uglier. Because he knew this voice too well. It was this guy who had recently publicly led the speech that was unfavorable to the world government. That man, or now a woman. The nickname of the high-level officials of the Fighting Association was Fenki, Miss D. In a box on the second floor. Miss D, also known as Long, wearing a green coat, looked at Bai Yu in the audience with a fiery look in her eyes. The key to the strongest god-killing tool, can it really rival that of a god? 45 million. 50 million. Hearing the people of the Kingdom of Miracles below bidding again. Long bid again without hesitation. In order to get this white jade, she paid a lot. Negotiated with the people of Dark Curtain, stood on the side of Dark Curtain, and made the right of speech of the Fighting Association lean towards Dark Curtain. In this way, she gained the support of Dark Curtain. After that, she spent 100 million mind points from the 3 major local forces with this relationship and a promise. She didn't move a penny of this 100 million mind points in this auction. It was for this final auction. 55 million. 70 million. After hearing such a price from the upstairs, the paladin Vidas Milo frowned slightly. He looked at the shadow demons Dorodota. Dorodota shrugged, looking like he was watching a good show. This time, the Dark Curtain had no intention of intervening in the auction. The Emperor of Tarot Totem's bid was only on behalf of his faction. The Dark Curtain was happy to see that Long was able to auction the Phantom White Jade. Because, in fact, they already controlled a holder of the Demon Black Jade. If the dragon who favored them also had the White Phantom Jade, then the activation of the strongest god-annihilating tool would have a lot of initiative. 70 million, is there any more? This is the key to the strongest god-annihilating tool in another world, equivalent to the key of an X-level item. Is there no one who wants to bid? The auctioneer was also anxious when he saw that no one spoke after the price rose to 70 million. This is the authority of X-level props. Although there are 8 permissions. But no matter what, the price should not be like this. Why didn't the people above move? At this time, the auctioneer was slightly puzzled by the silence of the top leaders of the 3 major forces. In a box on the 3rd floor, Lord Bai Yan shook his head again. The reason why they didn't bid was also very simple. Because this is only one of the strongest god-killing tool keys, a full 8. The temptation of holding only one is much less. In addition, there is another most important reason. Miss D, a high-level member of the Fighting Association in the outside world, has the support of the Dark Curtain. She made them a promise. If they can go to the outside world, then she would directly allocate 1,000 permanent quotas to them in the martial arts virtual realm. Even if they didn't mind, she could let her juniors follow Miss D to the outside world in the form of reading cards. The high-level officials knew a little about the virtual realm gems at that time and determined that they were most likely X items. 1,000 permanent quotas, 1/10 of X items. There was no more commotion in the venue. Even though he was unwilling, the auctioneer could only close the finale auction at a price of 70 million. This auction, which attracted the attention of many parties, ended here. At the end of the auction, the first time Long got the Phantom White Jade contract. The other 7 people in the present world and Greed Island knew about it. Have all of them taken over, my lord? Somewhere in the sea of the present world, Zakrane felt the reaction of the White Jade of the contract. It has been understood that the Phantom White Jade auctioned by Greed Island has a home. A smile appeared on the face covered with red tattoos. 1 day later, the World Economic News began to publish a shocking news. The Flowing Light Zakrane issued a call for those who have obtained the strongest god-killing tool key in the sea. He will wait at the Holy Land of Kendo, Wilbur Island. Chapter 777 Mikato's Electric Shock Massage, You Wait for Me. Several days passed. In the doldrums, Ruskana Island. In a peaceful and tranquil jungle. Mare is saying goodbye to Misaka Mikato. Sister Mikato, it's time to go. Asshole, don't call me Sister Mikato. I'm much younger than you. At this time, Misaka Mikato was wearing a shrine maiden costume and looked angry. Mare looked at Mikato's angry face, and then looked at Kikyo not far away. Then why don't you treat me and Kikyo's daughter as yours? I have a lot of experience in raising daughters. Especially Kikyo likes you very much and is worried about you going out alone. Hearing what Mare said, Misaka Mikoto glanced at Kikyo not far away, and then said angrily. Who wants to be your daughter? I want to be with you. The slender fingers slid across Misaka Mikoto's cheeks, pinching her delicate cheeks back and forth. Misaka Mikoto, who was angry like a wild cat, suddenly became quiet. Because a face was very close to her. She didn't dare to look directly at Mel, who was very close to her, and her eyes couldn't help but drift to other places. It seemed that something else attracted her. After a while, Mel let go of her face. Misaka Mikoto stretched out her hands to rub her flushed face, muttering in a low voice. Don't touch my face without my consent. What? Hearing Mel's reply, Misaka Mikoto said loudly. Nothing, anyway, don't even think about making me your daughter. After saying this, she ran away and ran to Kikyo who was waiting not far away. Da-da-da. Moer followed her footsteps and came to Kikyo. My husband, I'm leaving now. Now for Moer, Kikyo-gang calls her husband. Mare also happily accepts Kikyo's address. Wouldn't you like a hot kiss before you leave? Hearing what Mare said, Kikyo looked at Mikoto, whose pupils had become like cat needle pupils. After hesitating for a while, she walked to Mare's side and tiptoed slightly. A soft kiss brushed across the corner of his lips. Mare didn't say much about Kikyo's light touch. He just held her slender waist with one hand, and his fingers gently moved her black and shiny long hair. Come back when you're tired. A simple sentence. Kikyo's blushing face was startled, and then she smiled exceptionally brightly and beautifully. The surrounding scene seemed to be eclipsed. Although Kikyo would smile normally, she could only smile like this. Looking at Kikyo's smile, Mare lowered his head. The two intertwined their lips. She didn't restrain herself anymore, but put her hands around Mel's neck. Time passed slowly. At this time, Misaka Mikoto was farther away than at the beginning, about 20 meters away. She hid behind a big tree. Her little face was slightly stretched out and peeking, her face was very red. Her eyes became like cat's vertical pupils, and she didn't know what she was thinking. But her hands didn't stop moving. It hurts. Meow. Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out. If you pull it out again, all my soft hair will be pulled out, meow. In Misaka Mikoto's arms, a black cat was shouting in pain. Hearing the black cat's cry, Misaka Mikoto came to her senses and stopped plucking. Although she stopped plucking, the black cat did not stay in her arms and jumped. The extremely elastic pads on the limbs buffered the pressure, and the sound of landing was very subtle. Really, it's so unlucky to follow a master like you, so reckless. After the black cat escaped from Misaka Mikoto's arms, he combed his hair with his claws on the ground. Misaka Mikoto felt a little embarrassed about the black cat's complaint. But the scene just now had such a great impact on her that she fled here in a panic. So she could only do something to relieve stress. Originally, she was petting the cat, but the more she looked at it, the more uneasy she became and she pulled out its hair unconsciously. Sorry, Xiaohei, don't be angry. Next time I'll give you an electric shock massage. Who wants your electric shock massage? Hearing Misaka Mikoto's promise, Xiaohei suddenly became uneasy. Last time, my hair was almost blown up by you. If you don't know how to massage, don't do it. I really admire you, meow. After Xiaohei finished speaking, he turned the cat's face away and walked away. Ignored Misaka Mikoto directly. Xiaohei. Seeing that Xiaohei ignored her, Misaka Mikoto stretched out one hand to try to keep him, and finally her whole body seemed to turn into a grayish-white shadow. But soon, she came to her senses. Leaning against the tree again, she quietly stretched her head out. Where are the people? Seeing the two figures disappear, Misaka Mikoto felt something was wrong. What are you looking at? Just at this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Misaka Mikoto's heart almost jumped out of her throat, and she felt inexplicably guilty. But she quickly stabilized her running emotions and forced her face back to a nonchalant look. She turned her head calmly. Mare's smiling face just caught her eye. I'm looking at when I can set off. Is that so? The teleportation array is open, little witch Mikoto, you can set off happily. Looking at the teleportation array opened by Kikyo not far away, Misaka Mikoto turned her head away with a nonchalant look. I'm leaving now, you bastard. Misaka Mikoto took a few steps and turned around again. And give Xiaohei back to me. Xiaohei at this time. It was lying lazily in Mel's arms. Mare's hand touched its chin, causing Xiaohei to meow comfortably. Xiaohei looked at Misaka Mikoto coming up to ask for it, turned his head away and didn't look at Misaka Mikoto, with no intention of leaving. This gesture directly hurt Mikoto's heart again. Fortunately, Mel handed the cat over. I'm leaving. Holding Xiaohei, looking at Mel who was so close, Misaka Mikoto didn't move her heels. What? You want to be touched on the chin too? Mare looked at the girl in front of him who didn't move. So he stretched out his right hand and touched Misaka Mikoto's cheek. Finally, his fingers landed on her chin, stroking gently as if teasing Xiaohei. There was a faint feeling of static electricity during the stroking. Until the fingers passed from Misaka's chin to her neck and touched her collarbone. The girl's red face suddenly burst into heat. Then she turned around and ran away with the black cat in her arms. Wait for me. I will definitely come back to trouble you. Left only this sentence. Watching Misaka Mikoto and Kikyo enter the teleportation array one after another, Mare waved his hand. Soon, they really left. After they left, a gap opened behind Mare. A small figure climbed onto Mare's shoulder and said with a cute face. What a lovely little guy. Compared to her, you are more like a little guy now. Little Yakumo. Chapter 778 Sea King's Banquet, Golden Legend. Time passes. 10 days later. Underworld, Greedy Island Boundary. At a location called the South Boundary Trench. A huge trench with a width of 10 kilometers runs across the seabed. It is called a trench, but it is very flat. Both the sides and the bottom of the trench are flat black stones, and the distance from the bottom of the trench to the bottom of the trench is tens of thousands of meters. This is the South Boundary Trench, which corresponds to the North Boundary Trench on the north side of Greedy Island. The two trenches are the dividing line between the East Sea and the West Sea of Greedy Island. Now, under the South Boundary Trench, a huge palace with golden splendor is located here, and the huge foam covers all the palaces together. In the palace, the deserted scene of the past is no longer there. Now it is brightly lit and bustling. Various strange fish beasts gather here, and some humans, land beasts, subhumans, etc. also mix in. In addition to local forces, many players also come to join in the fun. Because today is the once-in-3-year Sea King Banquet. In this grand banquet, the 8 Sea Kings who command the various regions of the East and West Seas will gather here. Many Sea Lords under the command of the Sea Emperor will also gather here. The most important thing is the 2 Sea Kings, the East Sea Sea Emperor and the West Sea Sea Emperor will both show up. The Greedy Island world respects the Emperor. The 3 guardians on Greedy Island, the 3 phantom demons, are the Emperors. Even the top powerhouses can hardly see it. On the seaside, the Sea Emperor can be seen at the Sea Emperor Banquet once every 3 years. This moment is what many sea people long for. For such a banquet, the 3 major forces on land will naturally send people to watch. The forces are too big, and every move will always be accompanied by countless speculations and fears. As for the players, some of them come here to have fun and find opportunities. There are many powerful characters among them, such as the Scythe of Despair, Kabajuo, the Pluto Rayleigh, the Red Earl, the Red Hare, etc. Some come here because of the plot, such as Xiaohu, the Phoenix Snake Marco, the Speed Katakuri, etc. Some are here for cooperation, such as the world government, pirates, demons, and even hollows. No matter what. This Sea King banquet is very lively. On the brightly lit streets, the ground is paved with blue stone bricks. Countless sea creatures with strange, unique, or beautiful appearances walk leisurely on it. Sometimes, you can look at various specialties in the sea on the various strange-looking vendors' stalls on both sides of the street. Various pearls, shell jade, corals, spiritual wood, and flowers, strange creatures, etc. Of course, some of the things sold are just simple decorations, while others are props with magical effects. The Sea King banquet will last for 3 days. During the 3 days, various sea creatures from the East and West Seas will gather here. At the opening of this rare Sea King banquet, those with power will open shops and auctions in those small palaces. Those without power can only set up stalls directly in places with large traffic. Walk around and take a look. Super delicious crab roe burger, so delicious. Everyone can come and try it at a 50% discount. Come on. The big mango on land, just cut it open, there is a golden legend inside. Everyone, please buy my lychees. The lychees on land are cheap and delicious. I won't dare to earn a penny from you. Spicy crayfish, very spicy. Very spicy. No spicy, no money. There are all kinds of strange species on the street, and many of them look at the stalls curiously. The experienced ones shook their heads, and the inexperienced ones really went up to try. What kind of mango is this? There is a golden legend after cutting it open. A group of humans are standing in front of a cart stall. The stall owner is a big pink catfish man, with 2 long catfish whiskers swinging constantly. When it sees someone coming to ask, its eyes light up and it immediately introduces. Hey, young man, buy one. This is a very rare golden legendary mango, and each one has a golden legend when cut open. After hearing its introduction, the fat man in the group asked directly. Let's not talk about the golden legend first, is this mango delicious? It's delicious, of course it's delicious, every bite is very sweet. After eating it, it feels like floating in the air, and there are golden light special effects, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Okay, then I want to buy 10. How much? Wait, Locky, you guys want to eat it every day. You didn't even ask clearly what's going on. Hearing Locky buy mangoes in 2 or 3 times, Hongo hurriedly tried to stop him. Customer, your mango is ready. Thank you for your patronage, a total of 500 points. So expensive. Hearing the catfish man in front of him say this price, Hongo was shocked before he could sigh at the other party's quick hands. The purchasing power of points in Greed Island is still very high. After all, running to wash dishes to work, only earning a few points a month. Therefore, many transactions of daily necessities between individuals at the bottom level are even conducted by decimal places of mind points. 1 mind point can be used to stay in an ordinary hotel for 2 or 3 nights. What? You want to default on your debt? Selling fruits from land in the Sea King City tens of thousands of meters below the sea, do you still want to get a bargain? Besides, this is the only golden legendary mango in the world, and every mango has a golden legend. Go. Ask around, this kind of mango is the only one I have, so what if it's a little expensive? The pink catfish man in front of him said a lot like an old lady. The aura of him with his hands on his hips directly stunned Hong Xiang. Ha ha ha, don't make things so awkward. Golden legend mango, sounds interesting. We bought it. Red Hair looked at the awkward atmosphere and came out to smooth things over. After all, they came here to have fun, not to quarrel. Although this fruit is indeed expensive, he is not the kind of person who cares about this. It's almost enough. Hello, this guy is still straightforward. Seeing that Red Hair paid the money straightforwardly, this wealthy attitude made the catfish man boss's eyes brighten. She directly threw a wink at Red Hair. So, red-haired boy, are you interested in having a drink together? Seeing the fat catfish man boss suddenly threw a wink at him, Red Hair couldn't help but shiver. This scene made the Red Hair pirates forget the price and started to make a noise. Boss, the boss lady has asked you out. Why are you still standing there? Yet. Hurry up. You are old enough, don't miss out on love. You guys, I am a human and I don't like fishmen. Fishmen are also human, love across species is great. Get lost. Sorry, it's not suitable, let's go. As Red Hair ran away with a box of mangoes, the other Red Hair members followed him with a smile. Chapter 779 Krabby Patties, the 6 bosses of Impel Down. Tisk tisk, boss lady, it seems you have made a fortune again. Golden legend, it's really easy to sell with this gimmick. At the stall next to the boss lady, a squid man selling grilled squid said with a smile. But if your husband knew you were seducing again. What's wrong with me pursuing love? Is every one of them love? Then do you think I can do it? Get lost. On the other side. Red Hair and others left the Golden Legend booth for a certain distance. They followed a part of the crowd and walked to a small castle in the corner of the road. This small castle standing next to the palace looked quite out of place. There was a crab roe burger written on the small castle. There were many people coming and going, and there were also fishmen and other strange sea creatures shouting and advertising on the street. Boss, this is it, I smell a very fragrant smell. The crab roe burger inside must be delicious. Hearing what Locky said, Hongo was speechless. He always said this. Then go in and take a look. It's a good opportunity to see what's special about this box of Golden Legend mangoes. After entering, Red Hair discovered. This store selling crab roe burgers is not simple. The space inside is very spacious, not as small as it looks from the outside. It can be said to be a rare space-type building. Like a huge coliseum, there is a 100-meter long and wide ring in the center of the store, and the ring has various kitchen positions. Tables and chairs of various sizes are spread around the ring. It seems that some kind of conference is about to be held here. But there are a lot of people, and it is very lively and noisy. Red Hair saw many familiar people scattered in various places. Admirals Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Kaido of the Beasts, Sig of the Three Disasters, and Jin of the Fire Disaster. There are so many strong people gathered here. What's going on? When Red Hair's face began to become solemn, a voice came over. Shanks, how are you? Hearing this voice, Red Hair's eyes lit up and looked at a corner on the side. A familiar figure was sitting there, the legendary pirate Pluto Rayleigh. There were two figures next to him who shared a table with him. Shanks saw Rayleigh and immediately walked over with his companions. Mr. Rayleigh, you are here too, what a coincidence. Ha ha ha, there is nothing I can do, I like to watch the fun when I get old. I came here to follow the fun. For Shanks who came to say hello. Rayleigh laughed and then pointed to the figure next to him. Come, let's meet. Well, I guess I don't need to introduce myself. The legendary pirate Philosmon and Kurosawa teach. Shanks looked at the two figures next to Mr. Rayleigh. One had white hair similar to Rayleigh and looked heroic. The other black-haired guy wore a headscarf and looked honest. But the redhead would not underestimate this man. Kurosawa teach officially showed his talent at the beginning of the great legendary martial arts era. It is rumored that he is the user of the dark fruit. Some say that he was chosen by the god of extreme evil to awaken the powerful dark ability. At that time, there was no god blood pool in the Dark Curtain, and the old god blood clan did not have the dark ability. Otherwise, there is another explanation. Now Kurosawa teach is already a powerful and popular pirate, and the current bounty is 2.11 billion Baileys. Although this bounty is not considered high nowadays when the bounties of the four emperors have inflated. Red-haired Shanks, what a good guy. I can't be called a legendary pirate now. After all, the situation now is much better than when I was there. Phirosmon also smiled at the red-haired man's solemnity, and then said self-deprecatingly. Mr. Phirosmon, you are joking. The Navy's bounty on you has reached 9.9 billion Baileys. But now it seems that it is still conservative. Red-haired man is still more respectful to Phirosmon, a man who seems to be familiar with Rayleigh and very old. And his strength is indeed strong. Red-haired man with magical perception has some experience of the terrifying power of Phirosmon. Isn't this power the power of Greedy Island's telekinesis? Shanks can feel that Phirosman's hidden oppression is stronger than some of the telekinetic masters he has seen. The bounty given by the Navy for such a power is indeed too small. Among the pirates who now have the power of demigods, which one does not have a bounty of more than 10 billion? The bounties of the four emperors, Golden Lion and Kaido, the four emperors, who are now in the limelight, have jumped to 30 billion and 21.2 billion berries respectively. Is this the legendary bad news? It is said that the prototype of the bad luck torrent in the SSS level building impel down. What a curious old man. Lackey muttered quietly while gnawing on a chicken leg not far away. This muttering was naturally not unheard by Philosmon. He smiled bitterly and then said. Didn't expect you to be interested in this kind of thing? But you should sit down first. So, the red-haired group sat down and greeted each other. Then they began to listen to Philosmon telling the story of the prison break. This story is now very interesting to many pirates. The reason is very simple. In the Greedy Island game, in the terrifying Impel Down, in the bottom layer of the infinite hell, there are dozens of terrible monsters. Among them, there are 6 boss. It is said that these 6 boss are based on the original evil battle. The real monsters created based on the prototypes of the various monsters that escaped from prison. Dead Steel Harvest, Idol God Pot, Scarlet Devil, Doom Flood, Residual Fire Demon, 0.7 End. The ultimate strongest but few people dare to discuss the final boss in public, Magician Fantasy. It is these bosses. The pirates of various prototypes have become popular again. They are worshipped by many pirates. Because they have truly become legends, standing in that terrifying Impel Down. Many pirates wish they could have participated in that battle. Then they were spotted by that god and became the boss of that impel down immediately. What an honor it would be. This pursuit of prestige is what many pirates are keen on. This also makes many people curious about the story of the battle and the stories of the prototypes of the various infinite hell bosses. Bad news, Philosmon is the prototype of Doom Flood. Of course, there is a story about him. Chapter 780 Listen to me, Crab, the real golden legend. Farazman told the story to Red Hair and others. During this process, Red Hair tasted the crab roe burger brought by the crab roe burger waiter. They were surprised to find that the crab roe burger was not only delicious, but also could add a temporary buff. Listen to me, Crab. Although the name of this buff is strange, it can increase the speed of mind cultivation. The low-quality sea-level crab roe burger they are eating now increases the practice effect by 0.1 times, which lasts for 1 day. This effect may not be high, but its special feature is that it is generally effective below the level of Mind Emperor. This is terrifying. Shanks heard that there are more advanced levels of crab roe burgers here: sea-level medium quality, sea-level high quality, B-level. Not only is the practice effect better, but the buff lasts longer for higher levels. These crab roe burgers are not expensive, and they are all sold based on system evaluation. It can be said that Crab Patty is a conscientious store. Such a buff. To be honest, Red Hair has the urge to practice mindfulness. It's just that mindfulness and magic power are both spiritual systems. Some people were very optimistic that both can be practiced. And many magic pattern users took action. Most of the 16 returned without success, and a few ended up not so well. The powerful magic power of those powerful magic pattern users was infiltrating and devouring mindfulness, and the power of mindfulness was like impurities that affected the progress of magic power practice. And those weak magic pattern users could not balance magic power and mindfulness. Some of them accidentally destroyed their magic power and switched to mindfulness. This was okay for some people, and they jumped out of the pit of magic pattern users. Some others were miserable. The magic power was directly exploded by the threat of mindfulness. If you are slow and don't have time to drink the holy light potion, you will directly increase the progress of demonization, which can be said to be a big loss. That's right. Shanks has not tried to practice mind training yet. Currently, there are some people who can maintain their original personality after being transformed into a monster. Shanks knew a few examples. But he still wanted to wait if possible. He didn't want to become a monster. Mr. Farazman is really amazing. It's great to hear a legendary figure like you tell his own story. At this time, Hongo looked at Farazman with admiration. Nowadays, Hongo is very interested in comics and cartoons, and has a great interest in various legendary stories. He was naturally very excited to hear the legendary figure tell his own story. That's right. But the crab roe burger is really delicious. Boss, don't we still have the golden legendary mango? Hurry up and take it out. I can't wait to try it now. Originally, I felt something was wrong when I heard Loki agreeing with Hongo. Until he said the next 2 sentences. Hongo immediately understood that Loki was still the same Loki. Golden legendary mango. Watching Shanks put a box from the ground on the table, Rayleigh's face showed a subtle expression. Shanks naturally saw Rayleigh's expression. He asked as he opened the box with a smile. Mr. Rayleigh, have you ever eaten fruit like this? Click. Click. As the box opened, 10 big golden mangoes came into Rayleigh's sight. Those big mangoes were golden, big, and had a ripe mango aroma. They looked and smelled very tempting, but... Ha, did you buy them because you heard there was a golden legend inside? Without waiting for Shanks to answer, Rayleigh continued. I was like that at the time, but the lady boss wouldn't let me cut it in front of her and eat it. I want to take it back to my own home or somewhere else to eat. You don't know, when I cut it, I realized that. What? Hearing Rayleigh stop talking halfway, Hongo couldn't help but ask curiously. You'll know when you cut it. Looking at Rayleigh's smile, the red-haired gang became even more curious. Boss, let me do it. Raki volunteered immediately. He took out a chef's knife from his body like a magic trick. The sharp knife light flashed. On a clean white plate, a large mango with completely peeled skin lay quietly on it. The mango skin was completely peeled off and placed on the table. Come on, everyone can try it. I cut it very well. Don't show off. Hongo picked up a knife and fork prepared on the table and quickly separated small pieces of mango and placed them on the plate in front of everyone. Finally, the white mango core was revealed. Until it was completely revealed, everyone was stunned. So this is the golden legend. The boss lady didn't lie. But... Hongo murmured. Why do I feel so angry? On the white mango core in front of everyone, there were 4 big words written crookedly, Golden Legend. There is a golden legend inside, a real golden legend. Ha ha ha, what an interesting fruit. There are words inside. The world is so big that there are so many things. Shanks didn't feel cheated. He just turned the mango core over with great interest. There were 4 identical big words on the other side. This is not naturally formed at all. Even this world. Hongo's voice stopped abruptly and he was silent. After all, there is no difference between those gods and nature and the world. Why are you entangled so much? First, I have to try this mango to see if it tastes good. If it doesn't taste good, I will go to the boss lady to settle the account. Loki didn't care about the novelty. He just forked a piece of flesh and put it in his mouth. The next second, his eyes were golden, like a pair of bright light bulbs. The dazzling light made many people in the Krabby Patty focus their attention on the red-haired gang. Oh my god! This is too delicious! Hearing Loki say this, Hongo, stunned, immediately covered his face with one hand. He felt very embarrassed. Especially when so many people were looking at him. This is the characteristic of golden light, so delicious that your eyes are shining. At this time, Shanks came back to his senses from his daze. He looked at the mango flesh in the plate in front of him. After hesitating for a while, he finally put the flesh into Loki's plate. If it was inevitable that he would become a light bulb in public, he would just laugh it off. But if there was a choice, he really didn't want to be too high profile. Loki, if it tastes good, eat more. Leave a few for the companions who are not online. Eat the rest if you want. Seeing Shanks' actions, others also silently put the flesh on Loki's plate. Thank you everyone, this mango is really delicious. Boss, you must go back and ask the boss lady to buy some more. I will match you up then. Shanks' face changed. Eat yours. A piece of mango was stuffed directly into Loki's mouth, so that his light bulb eyes continued to remain. Chapter 781 Krabby Patty Contest, Chef Level. Hooking the red thread. Rayleigh was also a little curious when he heard what Loki said. After Loki swallowed the mango meat directly, he looked at Shanks and glared at him, so he didn't know what to say. Mr. Rayleigh, it's nothing, it's just that the boss lady. Looking at Shanks' embarrassed expression, Rayleigh understood immediately. Catfish Mansk. When Rayleigh looked puzzled. On the ring, a big crab wearing clothes and looking a little abstract began to appear on the ring with a microphone. Ahem, hello, can you hear me? He tried the microphone in his hand, and then said excitedly. Welcome everyone to my Krabby Burger. I am the boss of this store, Crab Country. Everyone nicknamed the Buddha Crab Country for the face-saving people, but of course such a title is not worth mentioning. The next point is. Crab Country looked at the lively crowd around the ring and looked at him. He shouted loudly. I will hold a competition for the biggest and strongest Krabby Patty. No matter what race you are, as long as you have superb cooking skills, you can join this competition. And the final winner will get the ultimate secret treasure in my store. The biggest and strongest Krabby Patty, the Krabby King. Accompanied by the shouts of the Crab Kingdom, the whole scene began to shout enthusiastically. Krusty Krab! Krusty Krab! Krusty Krab! The atmosphere was warm, and people of all races shouted together as if they were chasing stars. This scene made red-haired Shanks and others in the corner look at each other in bewilderment. Is that the crab based on the prototype of the Navy Marshal Sengoku? How interesting! Loki looked at the passionate crab on the ring. He said with interest. In the previous exchange, red-haired and others also understood why so many people flowed here. It was because of the Krabby Patty competition held here. It's just that the strong players among other players may not come here just for this. Don't underestimate him. The guy above is much stronger than the Navy's Sengoku. Firozman's face was cheerful, but his eyes were solemn. You may not know much about it if you stay on land. In addition to the two behemoths in the East and West Seas, there is a powerful force that is usually very low-key and wanders between the East and West Seas. Mr. Firozman, you are not talking about this Krabby Patty, are you? Hongo asked curiously. Yes. After all, this is a force formed with the navy as a template. You don't really think this place just sells Krabby Patties? Hearing Firozman's question, Hongo smiled a little embarrassedly. Because he really thought so. Compared to the various bosses in the City of Advancement, Hongo thought that the Krabby Patty with the navy as a template here was just funny and used to satisfy the evil taste of the god of evil. Then the purpose of the navy coming here, I'm afraid there are more plans. Loki looked at Firothman and Hongo who were communicating, his eyes still glowing. He had already eaten a few bites of the mango and ate a few more. But he was not only thinking about eating now. Boss, you guys chat, I'm going to participate in this competition. Seeing Loki suddenly stand up, Shanks also expressed his support. Go. I believe our chef must be the best. Of course. Loki's eyes glowed with gold, and he raised his thumb, looking at his performance. With his dazzling light bulb eyes, he looked very funny. He went excitedly. After a while, in the lively registration crowd, Loki walked out dejectedly and returned to the corner. Boss, I don't have money. What money? Before Shanks gave him the money, Hongo asked directly. When it comes to finance, Hongo is the most sensitive. It takes 10,000 mind points to register for that competition. 10,000 mind points. Why doesn't he go and grab it? When Hongo heard the price, he almost jumped up. It's okay to have to pay for the competition, but it's so expensive, who would sign up? Loki, listen to my advice, let's just watch others compete honestly. Hongo came to his senses and immediately advised Loki. But I heard there are 3 top chefs as judges. Top chefs in this world. I want to hear how they evaluate the food I cook. Hearing Loki's words, Hongo looked at the boss helplessly. Top chef. Shanks looked slightly interested. He had heard about the levels of chefs on the mainland. The cooking skills in this world are very advanced. According to the cooking skills, chefs have their own level divisions. Ordinary chefs, third-level chefs, second-level chefs, first-level chefs, and top-level chefs. The division is simple and clear. When on land, Loki once competed with a second-level chef. Loki almost lost at that time. Now it is normal for Loki to be excited when hearing that there are 3 top chefs as judges. However, 3 top chefs, 3, can't. Shanks's face is weird. Top chefs based on the 3 admirals of the Navy? Township, if Loki wants to participate, let him participate. The weird expression turned into a smile. Shanks used the panel after transferring the money to Loki. Loki ran out like a nimble flying pig. Hongo disappeared in the crowd of applicants before he could even say a word. Ha ha ha, don't worry. As long as your chef's cooking skills are not bad and the ranking is not too low, you will basically not lose money. Firozman said with a hearty smile. I have already inquired about it before. The prizes here are still very good. Those high-level Krabby Patties that are not sold outside will not lose money if you sell them on land. Especially the S-level Krabby Patty. If an ordinary Chi Master eats it, his mental power will soar to S-level. There is also a temporary buff for 1 year. This temporary buff can allow Chi Masters to practice at 5 times the speed of practice. Speaking of this, Ferozman sighed. If that Krabby Patty is auctioned on land, I don't know how many Chi Masters will fight for it. Minister. Is it really like this? Shanks murmured. Let's chat first. I'm going to sign up too. The seemingly honest young man touched the back of his head. Then he signed up under the surprised eyes of Red Hair and others. Kurosawa Tich, that man is also good at cooking. Ha ha ha, the food he cooks can only be eaten, but... Farothman smiled and said nothing more about Shank's curiosity. Chapter 782 I cook from the bottom of my heart. Stop it, you are a demon. The food storage is over there, and all kinds of basic kitchen utensils are on the kitchen counter. You can also bring your own kitchen utensils. There are not many rules to follow. First of all, it needs to be freshly cooked. Secondly, the ingredients must be taken from the food storage, and thirdly, no external aid is allowed during the process. The commentator of the competition explained the rules of the competition to the contestants on the stage. These rules are on your kitchen counter. If you forget what I said just now, you can go and see it yourself. Violators will be warned at the least and eliminated at the worst. Then, the competition will last 2 hours. Now please start your cooking performances. As the guide began to announce the start of the competition, The participating chefs began to get busy. There were hundreds of contestants this time. The Krabby Patty competition is also a famous competition among chefs in this world. So many chefs came here because of its reputation. Even though the registration fee of 10,000 points is a little expensive, the kitchen counter is still full. Chefs who can afford the price of 340 at least have certain strength. Even if they really have no strength and come here to serve as a foil and give money, the Crab Kingdom will not refuse. In the busyness, many people have taken out various ingredients from the food warehouse. As for Loki, he looked at the so-called food warehouse, but in fact it was a whole food warehouse street. There are all kinds of ingredients preserved by freezing, all kinds of living aquatic animals like in an aquarium, and all kinds of terrestrial animals like in a farm or forest. Every room has different styles of storage or enclosure space. Looking at everything here, Loki's face was shocked. So many ingredients, so many unfamiliar ingredients, it's great. This is heaven. After being shocked for a while, Loki began to think about what to cook. He thought about it, and finally chose a dish he liked and was familiar with. Soon, Loki caught a huge chicken in the forest. The next dish he was going to cook was phoenix turkey. This was a dish he learned when he came to this world. He has been making this dish on the ship recently, and he is still quite proficient. Bang! Back to his kitchen. Loki listened to the sound of cutting vegetables around him. He looked around. The knife skills are like those of a top swordsman, the fire control ability is like the fire magic pattern, and the stir-frying skills are exquisite. Some can split themselves into two, one person can do 10 people, and some use machines. So amazing, that guy. Originally, Loki was under a lot of pressure when he saw the performance of the people next to him. But when he suddenly saw a man cooking, his pressure miraculously dissipated. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The rhythmic pounding sound continued. Apple head, a face full of blood paladin, the rhythm of the earth, Poseidon. That man is going to make noodles or steamed buns. Loki looked at Poseidon not far away. The man was bare-chested and pounding a person-sized dough with his fists, just like beating a sandbag. However, most chefs only start after the ingredients are almost ready. But this guy only has dough, if the regular seasonings on the kitchen counter are not counted. Never mind, I'll finish my own cooking first. Loki put down the chicken and some other seasoning ingredients he carried out, and began to prepare for a big fight. While he was cooking seriously, not far away, Poseidon was still beating the dough in front of him wholeheartedly. It seemed that he had a grudge against this dough. His behavior seemed a little strange to others, but there were many strange people, and he was no exception. Poseidon didn't care about anything else. He just focused on beating the dough in front of him. The sincere teachings of a chef were still echoing in his mind. Other schools of chefs are shit, only my school is the best. Others all start from the basic cooking skills and various basic skills, but in the end, they still have to rely on the power of the heart. But my school is different. From the beginning, I start from the heart. My school has surpassed other schools by a lot, they don't understand, so they exclude me, an 8-year-old man. Poseidon, you are a good seedling, come and inherit my school. It doesn't matter what the ingredients are, what really matters in cooking is to use your heart. What is the heart? The heart is the heart. Ha 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 ha. I'm a chef. Try it. This is the result of the heart, even if it's just white steamed buns, its taste is invincible. Delicious? It's delicious, you just need to focus a little, white steamed buns can also dominate the world. Child, you must believe in yourself. Feeling the sincere teachings of the master in his mind, Poseidon suddenly roared with blood. Ah! I cook from my heart. This sudden roar startled everyone nearby, including Loki, who almost lost his grip on the pan. After stabilizing the pan, Loki looked at Poseidon with resentment. Just cook, why are you yelling so loudly? When Loki was full of resentment, some chefs stopped their work and looked at Poseidon in horror. Stop it! You are a demon! Poseidon was indifferent when he heard the chef covering his face with his hands and shouting in horror. He remembered his master's famous saying. If they agree with you, it means you are right, and if they oppose you, it means you are even more right. If everyone opposes you, it means you are right on top of right, and you are not far from absolute success. Loki looked at the anxious chef and felt a little strange. Everyone is cooking, so it doesn't matter how they cook. Dang! Lockie felt something was wrong when he heard the sound of a gong. Because this sound meant that a contestant had finished cooking. It was so fast. He cast his eyes over and saw a man putting away a machine. That innocent he teach. Damn. That guy is cheating. Cooking with tools directly is too much. Chapter 783 The Magic of the Magic. Can you keep the original taste of your 9-turn large intestine? Although Lockie felt that titch was too much, he didn't care about anything else and started to move immediately. You should know that there is a difference between tasting first and tasting slowly. Cooking is different from other things. Under the circumstances where the judges are hungry and their taste is in a normal state, it has a certain first mover advantage. Unless you predict that your cooking time is very slow at the beginning, the conversion strategy is aimed at the taste of tasting too much in a short time. Otherwise, the first mover advantage is still very obvious. After all, the food here is the taste is affected, and a strong chef can make dishes that affect the spirit. On the other side, on the empty judges stage on the stage, 3 top chefs have already taken their seats. They are well known, both among the local sea tribes and the players. Chixing, Qingzhang, Huangmian, the local sea tribes are naturally familiar with them, and the players are familiar with them because of the 3 admirals of the navy. After all, they are too similar, their appearance is naturally different, but their temperament and expression are too similar. So many players' eyes frequently wandered between the 3 admirals of the navy and the 3 sea tribes on the judges' stage. Of course the 3 chefs ignored these looks. Now they all set their eyes on Poseidon, who was cooking sincerely. Hey. Cooking sincerely, it's really scary. This can't be the disciple of the old ghost Zhengzin. That guy won't mislead the students again. It's really pitiful. Huang Mian's expression was like Huang Yuan, with a wretched smile on his face. While speaking, he flicked the nails in his hand. It can't be said that way. The old ghost Zhengzin still has something. It's just that his things are originally it takes people of a certain realm to comprehend. Ordinary people who join his school are like following the path of magic, which is harmful rather than beneficial. And this man may be able to give us some surprises. The lazy Qingzhang said lazily. Sincerity, old ghost humph, but the path of magic. Qi Xing's expression was gloomy, and he directly denounced the true heart old ghost as the path of magic. Or in other words, in the chef world, sincerity old ghost is the path of magic, not only the path of magic, but also the founder of the path of magic. His theory is very bold, others are from the skills to the heart, step by step to climb up. And his school simply skips this step and climbs to the top directly at the beginning. It can be called the reverse of Tian Gang, so it is also nicknamed the reverse of Tian Gang. Don't mention this, someone has already finished cooking. Huang Mian watched someone carrying the finished dish up, and also wait and see. When Teach came to the front of the judges, he looked at the 3 sea creatures in front of him who were very similar to the Admiral of the Navy, with a simple and respectful smile on his face. Because he could feel the vast and terrifying power of the 3 judges in front of him. Dear judges, please try my secret dish next. Teach's hand was on the lid of the dish. As he suddenly opened the lid of the dish, a dazzling golden light shone. This light made many chefs who were still working hard look here. Because they knew. There is a famous saying in the chef cooking world that dishes that don't glow are not necessarily good dishes, but dishes that glow are definitely good dishes. Of course, the ones that really sprinkle glowing powder are excluded. This is my secret dish. 9-turn large intestine. Teach placed the 3 plates in the lid of the dish in front of the judges, full of confidence. 9-turn large intestine. Hearing Teach's words, the reactions of the 3 judges were even stranger than Teach imagined. It was a strange look of constipation. 9-turn large intestine, this is really scary. Huang Mian looked scary, and then cast his eyes on Tikai. Hey, young man, is your 9-turn large intestine original? This forget it. Tikai said hesitantly in response to Huang Mian's question. He threw a whole pig directly into the special machine for making 9-turn large intestine. When it comes to original flavor, who can compare with him? However, he always felt that the judge's eyes were very wrong. Tisk in this case, let our chef Chixing, who has the strongest cooking skills, taste your cooking skills. Huang Mian did not continue to ask, but directly gave the pot to Chixing next to him. Humph. Magic cuisine. Chixing's face was gloomy, but his professional ethics made him not refuse. He cut a piece of the dazzling brown 9-turn large intestine and put it in his mouth. The indescribable delicious feeling hit his soul, as if he had been constipated for 10 days and 10 nights and then erupted all at once. This feeling must be considered very delicious to ordinary people. But Qi Xing's face was gloomy throughout the whole process. 6 points. He raised a small card and gave a score that was not against conscience. Even Qi Xing, who hates magic cuisine, gave a qualified score. It seems that the taste is really good. Huang Mian cast his eyes on Qing Zhang on the other side. Qing Zhang saw Huang Mian's eyes and had a helpless look on his face. 9-turn large intestine. It is quite famous in magic cuisine. It is rumored that the founder of the magic world in the cooking world wanted to prove that only sincerity can make any ingredients extremely delicious. So he planned to use manure as an ingredient. But in the end, he was angrily accused by those top judges of being the magic of the magic, and they would never eat it even if he made it. The founder of the magic had no choice but to choose the 9-turn large intestine. The intestine is actually a cover-up, and the real taste depends on the original flavor. In the end, the 9-turn large intestine also became one of the most hated magic cuisine in magic cuisine. It tastes good, but it's hard for people who know the truth to get over it. Crack, crack. Qing Zhang savored it carefully, then shook his head helplessly and gave it a 7-point rating. Hey, don't look at me like that. I also have job ethics. Looking at the two colleagues next to him staring at him, Huang Mian calmly picked up a whole piece of 9-turn large intestine with a knife and fork, and ate it directly under their surprised eyes. It was chewy but soft and delicate, with an extremely strong aroma. Of course, compared to the taste, the artistic conception is even more wonderful. He seemed to have turned into a big dung, and after thousands of years of vicissitudes, he finally bloomed into a flower. From dung to flower, it's a cause for celebration. As long as I am dirty enough, everything in the world is beautiful to me. Such an artistic conception is really wonderful. Huang Mian tasted a different artistic conception from others. Because the other judges were resisting, but he was devoted to it to cater to it, and the feeling was naturally different. I'll give you 7 points. 1 point will be deducted for using utensils to cook, and the other 2 points will be deducted because it is made by utensils after all. If the old ghost of sincerity cooks this kind of artistic conception himself, I'm afraid it will be different. Hearing Huang Mian's words, Teach was a little unwilling. He didn't know who the old ghost of sincerity was. But he knew that the scores given by these judges might not allow him to get the first place. Now Teach can only hope that the people behind him are not good enough. Only in this way can he get the biggest and strongest Krabby Patty. 7. Chapter 784 Falling into Hell and Returning to the World, Only Truth Has Power. Dang! Dang! As time passed, the sound of the gong began to ring one after another. The participating chefs also began to serve the dishes to the judges for tasting. Teach stood aside and watched the judges' score. His face still looked honest, but his mood was not very good. Because those chefs really have 2 brushes. Some of them actually scored higher than him. As a result, he has no chance of winning the Krusty Krab. Teach is still smiling now because he is forcing himself to comfort himself. Bang! Dear judges, the dish I made is phoenix turkey. Lakey finished cooking and went on stage. He opened the lid of his cooking. A turkey like a phoenix appeared, and it was placed in a flying posture. It was still very tempting from the appearance. It was just that there was no shining light when the lid was opened, which disappointed many spectators around the ring. After all, when Lakey went on stage before, there was a light bulb, which was very dazzling. Many spectators thought that the food he made must be extraordinary. Now that the food does not shine, the momentum is much weaker. Click! Click! 6 points! 6 points! 6 points! After tasting Loki's phoenix turkey, the 3 judges gave the same score. This score disappointed Loki. Because many people in front of him scored about the same or even higher than him. But he was a little excited, and his cooking skills could be improved. After this competition, he felt that he had paid less attention to the cooking world in this world in the past. He will pay more attention in the future. As for now, after listening to the judge's evaluation of him, Loki walked to the side. Prepare to continue to see the evaluation of other chefs. Dang! A new chef brought out his meal. He is. Loki watched the man walk out from a distance, his eyes widened bigger. A young black-haired man came into Loki's sight. The high-collared windbreaker slightly covered his chin, and red burning fireballs were scattered on the black windbreaker. Such close key uniforms of the 7 demon envoys. The man in front of him, Loki, was very familiar with, William, the Pain Envoy, one of the 7 demon envoys. They had dealt with the 7 demon envoys before during the demon hunting ceremony. The strength of the Pain Envoy made his boss very afraid at that time. Just now, Loki had been focusing on cooking. Although he paid attention to other players, he didn't pay much attention. He didn't expect that a 7 demon envoy would jump out from the corner. Pain Envoy, this guy can actually cook. He wouldn't use props like you. Loki said to Teach next to him in surprise. Teach heard Loki's question, he touched the back of his head and smiled honestly. I saw it, he did it himself. As for me using props, there is no other way. My cooking skills are so poor that I can only rely on props. Loki felt sympathy for Tikai's self-deprecation and his lonely look. Just glancing at the standing panel, his score was 2 points higher than his, and his sympathy disappeared in an instant. Tichi, you don't have to be depressed. There are many great chefs in this world. If you study hard, you will definitely become a great chef. Loki comforted Tikai casually. Then he fixed his eyes on William, the Pain Envoy. Not only Loki, many players in the audience also fixed their eyes on William. After all, the 7 magic envoys are still very famous in reality. Most players know the number 1 illegal guild in the magic pattern world. Because the 7 magic envoys are too famous now. All the 7 magic envoys have become demon kings. The Pride envoys and Pain envoys are recognized as having at least 3-star gemstone strength. Such a force is naturally feared and remembered by many people. Dear judges, this is my dish, a day in hell. A day trip to hell. Hwang Mian repeated William's words, looking at the food in front of him. A bowl of thick soup, with 9 distinct colors from the middle to the outside, black and white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The luster is very warm, and it looks very appetizing. The smell is also very delicious, refreshing. Such a dish is actually named like this. He scooped a mouthful directly into his mouth with a spoon. It was just a moment. Hwang Mian's face changed drastically, and cold sweat dripped from his face. After a long while, he put down the spoon, wiped the cold sweat with the tablecloth on the table, and his face was complicated. Compared to Hwang Mian's complicated expression, Chi Xing was much more direct. His eyes were almost on fire, as if he was going to operate on William. Can you tell me about your concept of making this dish? Qing Zhang, who also tasted the food, asked directly. At this time, his spirits were better than ever before, because of that food. Hearing Qing Zhang's question, William's mouth began to rise. My cooking concept is very simple. It's like an ordinary person will feel that ordinary life is very beautiful after walking on the edge of life and death. And if you walk in hell, I'm afraid it will be unprecedentedly happy. Looking at William's raised mouth and the fascinating light in his eyes, Chi Xing's angry flames were about to burst out. You are the devil. No. It's worse than the devil. How can such food be called food? He raised a card and scored 0 points directly. The unprecedented 0 points directly caused the audience to talk about it. What kind of food did that man cook that made the judges give 0 points? Although your concept is very novel, it has a great impact on the cooking world. So I can only give you a score based on your skills. At least your skills are acceptable. Qing Zhang gave him 4 points. Finally, it was Hwang Mian. He looked at the human in front of him, nodded, and shook his head. Among all the dishes I have tasted, to be honest, the taste of William's dishes can only be considered ordinary. But the artistic conception of this dish is just like its name, it is a kind of pain like walking through hell. Ordinary people would probably have a mental breakdown and die of pain after eating it. It's just 0.7, if you can hold on. Falling into hell and returning to the world, the original ordinary taste of the dish seems like an unprecedented delicacy. This is a complete contrast. From the perspective of intention and completion, this is indeed an impeccable delicacy. It's just that the cooking world can't tolerate such a concept. Your concept is almost contrary to all schools of thought. But it makes sense in theory, but I am afraid this path will be difficult to be recognized by people. Hwang Mian raised a sign and gave a 7-point evaluation. This score made Chi Xing next to him very dissatisfied. It seems that there are still people who know the goods. William didn't care about the judges' scores at all. He felt that the words of the magic master in the cooking world were very good. The more they oppose me, the more I am right. Why is this so? The reason is simple, only truth has power. Chapter 785, Crown and Crown, the Ultimate School of Memories. After William retreated leisurely and ignored the awarding of prizes. Dang! Another chef is ready. He held the dish and attracted the attention of many players. In the land of miracles, one of the 12 holy knights, the rhythm of the earth, Poseidon. Among the 12 holy knights, the current Poseidon is considered to be the strongest person except for the 3 super powerful holy knights. Even if he cooks, he will attract attention. Poseidon is that guy also a chef? I really don't know what kind of food he cooks. At this time, Shanks, who was sitting at a table in the corner, looked at Poseidon who was holding the dish carefully on the stage with some curiosity. It's hard to say how good that guy is at cooking, but his strength growth is shocking. I heard that among the new levels added by the Hunter Association, Poseidon has been rated as a Crown Level 2 star. Hongo said in amazement. Boss, I don't know how long it will take you to catch up with his strength. Now the sea has entered the Greedy Island game. After having a more detailed understanding of the power system on Greedy Island, the Hunter Association of the Sea took the lead in starting a new level modification. Originally, the Crown level after the Gem level was not set with stars. The default Crown level is Demigod 16, and above Demigod is God. But after understanding the complete system on Greedy Island, the top leaders of the Hunter Association felt that this was still too hasty, and there were more and more strong people in the sea. So the Crown level was also set with 3 stars. From 1 star to 3 stars correspond to the primary level of Mind King, the middle level of Mind King and the Great King. And after obtaining the consent of the Crown, one of the officials of the Hunter Association, a Crown level hunter was established above the Crown level. Crown hunters do not have a star rating for the time being, corresponding to the S-level Mind King of Greed Island. At this time, Poseidon's rating is directly up to Crown 2 stars. This level can make Hongo ashamed. Because his boss is only at the level of 3-star gem. At this level, it is possible to be killed instantly when fighting Poseidon. Although everyone was chased by Poseidon when they first met, at least they could fight back and forth. Now, I don't even want to see Poseidon. I'm afraid that this guy will really send him to the city of Push. Poseidon. I hope that guy will show mercy when he sees us in the future. Shanks looked at Poseidon on the ring with a joking smile on his face. If the boss says so. It's better for everyone to go to the martial arts secret realm together. Hongo said half jokingly and half seriously. I heard that after the Magic Mark Association's Molten Fist Tebei came out of the martial arts virtual realm, it didn't take long for him to successfully demonize while maintaining his original personality. It seems that the Magic Mark Association has mastered the skills of demonization. After hearing what Hongo said, Rayleigh set his sights on Shanks. Because he was not a Magic Mark user, he had not noticed the top secret news of the Magic Mark world. Now Hongo said it at this time. Ha ha ha, Shanks, this era is very exciting. Even the world after death can be involved. I don't know if Roger has become a death god or a virtual. No matter what that guy becomes, he will probably not be unknown. Rayleigh's sudden emotion made Shanks' face change slightly. He touched the straw hat on his head, and his face seemed to be immersed in memories. I understand, Mr. Rayleigh. Looking at Shanks' face with relief, Rayleigh also raised the wine glass he brought with him at the dining table and took a sip. No matter what Shanks understands, at least he will not move forward in confusion, that's enough. Shaking the wine glass, Rayleigh was a little dazed. What about Roger, that guy now? While Shanks and others were talking, on the judge's stand on the ring, the Holy Knight Poseidon had already opened the lid. Amazing golden light burst out. The heat surged and surged out. People seemed to be able to see the golden. There is a vague figure in the light, shouting hard day and night. It's amazing. It can actually present a vision. It seems that the old ghost really found a powerful guy. But why is it hard work? At this time, Huang Mian looked at the vision and felt a little funny. In this world of cooking, it's nothing for the food to glow, but it's really awesome for the food to have visions. Because the vision represents that the food itself has great spirituality. Its surging spirituality can't wait to show its existence to people. Such food can only be made by chefs of extremely high realms with great efforts. There is no doubt that just relying on such a vision is enough to prove Poseidon's intentions. Ho ho ho. The heat gradually dissipated, the light dissipated, and the vision gradually dissipated. Many viewers finally saw the food in the plate clearly: 3 ordinary steamed buns. My cuisine is sincerity buns. Sincerity buns? This is really suitable for you. Huang Mian looked at Poseidong's passionate eyes and nodded meaningfully. He didn't say anything nonsense, just grabbed a headshot and tasted it slowly. Suddenly, an indescribable taste surged, and his mind seemed like the Big Bang. A picture scroll slowly unfolded from the violent explosion. 340. Youth. Passion. Hard work. The 3 elements directly connected Huang Mian's own memories, making him recall his youth. His youth was reshaped, adding the elements of passion and hard work. All the regrets were flattened by passion and hard work, becoming extremely heart-wrenching. The most beautiful thing is memories. Some top chefs are very good at using memories as the background, and then adding various elements to form various memories with different styles. And this is one of the ultimate schools pursued by the cooking world, the memory-killing school. It tastes very good. After a while, Huang Mian was amazed. It seems that you have received the true teachings of the old ghost Zhengzin. As an adventurer, you have achieved this in such a short time. Although it has a lot to do with your own strength, your intentions cannot be denied. Hearing Huang Mian's praise, Poseidong felt recognized and smiled foolishly. His smile made the bee owner Sakamori, who had been watching him, cover his forehead. Because Sakamori found out. Since Poseidong began to be keen on cooking, his IQ seems to be much lower, and he also said that he is practicing the heart of a child. In this regard, Sakamori has been roaring in his heart. What the hell is he practicing? The more he practices, the stupider he becomes, right? Chapter 786. All sincerity without skills, cooking starry sky taboos. What a pity. In front of the judges. Hearing Huang Mian say it's a pity, Poseidong's smile froze a little. Your sincerity is good, but it is not well integrated with the ingredients. To put it simply, it's all sincerity without any skills. Qingzhong nodded when he heard Huang Mian's comments. Chefs with true heart have this problem. They are a group of chefs who want to take shortcuts and reach the top in one step. So, they have a disadvantage compared to traditional chefs who start with skills. That is, the taste of the ingredients is not good. Only those who are extremely smart can completely integrate the heart into the ingredients. The artistic conception is the taste, and the taste is the artistic conception. At that level, they will not find flaws in the taste. But obviously, the man in front of him did not reach that level. Ordinary people may be amazed when eating. But when they, such special chefs or even some high-level first-class chefs, eat, they can feel the disharmony. I'll give you 9 points. If your skills can keep up, then there is room for improvement in the taste. This time Huang Mian was the first to give points. 8 points. A true chef is one who has reached the pinnacle of heart, ingredients, and skills. You only have heart, ingredients used in the cooking itself and your own skills. All of them are no good. Qi Xing gave 8 points and gave his reasons. Although he hated the magic, he was not so bad as to lie. He gave as many points as he thought it was worth. Qi Xing, you are too strict. Our competition is not such a serious competition. We should encourage the latecomers. Qingzhong said and gave a high score of 9 points. Poseidong looked at the ranking panel standing next to him, and the first one on it was himself. So, he showed a bright smile on his face. His efforts were not in vain. Sure enough, he was recognized by the judges. Thank you, judges. I will work harder in the future. I will definitely prove that I cook from my heart. As soon as these words came out, even the various races under the ring seemed to be infected by him, and their blood was boiling. Poseidong! 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 People began to shout Poseidong's name. Looking at the sudden shouts of encouragement from the surroundings, Poseidong became even more excited. What a trouble! A guy with a true heart. Qingzhong looked at the people around him who were excited because of Poseidong. Looking at Poseidong who was influencing people without knowing it, he shook his head. When a top chef's mind moves, the people around him will always feel the same. But this kind of power can be controlled. And the guy in front of him had no intention of controlling it at all. Looking at his appearance, it was not intentional, but he was not aware of it. His power is not telekinesis, but he can achieve a similar level. It feels like a sacred power. Compared to Qingzhong, Huang Mian is more concerned about the little power that Poseidon revealed due to the flow of his heart. Magic. Qi Xing was more direct. For this kind of using thoughts to influence others, the magicians in the culinary world like to use it very much. They are a group of crazy people who enjoy the cheers and praises of the crowd. This kind of power that seems to be infectious to ordinary people. If it is not used in cooking, it is a magic way in chixing. Dang! With the sound of a gong, the scene began to quiet down. That gong is not a simple item, it also has a calming effect. It is a prop specifically for the influence of the chef's mind. Soon, Bozadu, who was very enthusiastic and raised his hands to greet the audience, was taken aside by Sakamori, who rushed up. Each chef took turns to compete. Unfortunately, most of them made the judges shake their heads. Although the cooking world in this world has been initially perfected, but the cooking world is actually still in a stage of rapid development. There are actually not many top masters who are really willing to devote themselves to the profession of chef. Compared to chefs, the mind-reading masters who specialize in fighting and the mind-reading card masters who concentrate on exploration and collection are the mainstream. Many realms of masters are interoperable, and they don't have to be expressed as chefs. Dang! Another person came up. Hello, judges. The dish I made is Starry Sky Taboo. The lid of the pot was opened, and there was no strange vision or light. There were only a few bowls of star-like jelly, like jelly. Starry Sky Taboo. The judges murmured, and then picked up the spoon to taste. When the three judges began to taste, many players also focused their attention on the chef. That man, Zeke Lin, he actually came to cook. This world is really crazy. At a table under the stage, Admiral Kizaru said in amazement while stirring fresh coffee with a spoon. After all, the 7 demon envoys, Poseidon and now Zeke Lin all came to cook. It almost made Kizaru drop his jaw. Is the threshold for chefs in this world so high? Looking at the 3 sea creatures with super chef level, Kizaru shook his head. The cooking skills in this world are very advanced, and it is still worth learning. Aokiji frowned beside him. It's just that guy at this time, Aokiji felt very awkward about the 3 sea creatures who looked like them. Needless to say, this must be Hisoka's bad taste. The key is that in the face of such a force, they still have to Zeke Lane. There are not only 3 admirals sitting at this table, but also Vice Admiral Crane. She stared at the man on the stage and fell into deep thought. The reason why the Navy came here this time was largely for the Krabby Patty. Because this force is based on the template of the admirals and marshals of the Navy. On the contrary, Crane believes that this force is very likely to be on good terms with the Navy. In addition to the Krabby Patty, Crane's target is actually the man in front of him, Zeke Lane. That man is now temporarily living in the Holy Land of Kendo, Wilbur Island. The purpose is very clear, which is to wait for those who hold the strongest god-killing tool key to gather. In this process, from time to time, we can hear that this man has defeated which powerful swordsman or even great swordsman on Wilbur Island. Although it seems leisurely, but it is related to the strongest god-killing tool. It will definitely not be so easy next time, at least there is a high probability that there will be problems on the side of the demons. His purpose is to negotiate with Zeke Lin about the solution to this problem. Of course, she also has an idea, which is to try to recruit the Liu Guang brothers. In today's increasingly turbulent times, the Navy needs more good seedlings. Chapter 787 The Ultimate School of Truth is born. Today's consumption is paid by Mr. Crab. While he was thinking a lot, the judges on the stage changed their faces after tasting the star taboo. This dish. Huang Mian's voice trembled a little, and his expression seemed to see some rare treasure. After a while, he took a deep breath and said seriously, I didn't expect you to cook to this extent. Huang Mian had already experienced the essence of this dish just now. He seemed to fly to the stars and appreciate the secrets of the stars. In the end, he saw the other side of the stars. That terrifying face, that face of the stars. Huang Mian had only one comment on the whole process, that is, it is real. Real. He actually comprehended some of the secrets of the starry sky. Although there was a little shock at the end. But there is no doubt. The accomplishment of this dish has left many chefs far behind. A great dish, I have no fault with it. Huang Mian gave a high rating of 10. Qing Zhang stared at Zeke Lin in front of him. You are great, you have reached a realm that none of us can comprehend. This work is already the pinnacle of our school. This truth we are pursuing is really amazing. It seems that the natural school is about to break through to the ultimate. The sign was raised, also 10. Qingzhong also had no fault with Zicrane's work. 340. Because integrating the secret of power into the dish allows the person who eats it to comprehend the secret of power. It is the ultimate that their huge school is pursuing. The ultimate of the natural school, the truth school. An ultimate that only exists in theory. Now this ultimate is born. The natural school will bring about earth-shaking changes in the chef system. After all, it is a dish that allows the eater to experience and comprehend the realm. Such a dish will cause a great earthquake in the entire cooking world and the entire world. Chefs who can make such dishes will also be sought after by countless people, and will also lead more people to join the chef industry. 10 points. Akahashi pondered for a moment and gave 10 points without any nonsense. He himself gained benefits from this dish. The three of them are the pinnacle of the natural school. Through Zicrane's cooking, they suddenly understood the secret techniques contained in it. Although it is a completely different power from telekinesis, many principles are the same. With such a favor, he will naturally not be ungrateful. Shock! Shock! It's amazing! The three judges actually gave a full score of 10 at the same time. What kind of dish did this contestant make? Even the judges were shocked. Accompanied by a burst of exclamations, the Buddha Crab Kingdom came to the judges' platform. The voiceover just now came from the microphone in his hand. This scene also made Vice Admiral Tsuru's mouth twitch slightly. Is the template used by this Buddha Crab country crooked? She didn't remember that Zhang Guo's personality was like this. Did the man use the wrong materials when making this crab? Ha ha ha, even Akahashi gave it a 10-point rating. Crab Country stood next to the judges and looked at Zicrane. Young man, do you mind if I try your cooking? Please. Zicrane smiled at Crab Country's question. A look of letting Crab Country do as he pleased. Things are made for people to eat. After getting Zicrane's affirmation, Crab Country directly used a new soup spoon to scoop a big mouthful of the food in front of Huang Mian. This scene made Huang Mian secretly distressed. He was planning to put this dish away to taste and study it carefully. He was actually scooped such a big mouthful by Mr. Crab. This guy is not deliberately taking revenge on him because he always slacks off. Ah! What a wonderful feeling! After trying it. After a while, Crab Country made an embarrassing sound. Then, he looked at Zicrane with burning eyes. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. I'm afraid you must be the first this time. Crab Country is also a chef, so he naturally knows the weight of Zicrane's dish. Of course, let's not talk about the first place. To thank you for your contribution to the cooking world. I personally give you an extra set of Big Dipper knives. Took out a card from the card book, Crab Country threw it directly to Zicrane. Zicrane caught the card that slipped over and saw the information on it. This is a set of kitchen knives, 7 in total. A complete set of kitchen knives, and they are all S-level, the price is unlimited. Taking this card, Zicrane smiled embarrassedly. How can I be so embarrassed? Although he said so, Zickaline had no intention of throwing it back. Being gentle and harmless was just his superficial effort, so he just refused casually. Of course, he couldn't really refuse. Ha ha ha, your contribution is too great. This set of 7-star knives is just my personal thank you, no need to refuse. Later, I will recommend you to become a top chef at the Ocean Cuisine Association, and I believe Chixing and others will also support you. With this contribution, it is a foregone conclusion that you will become a top chef. However, you must come to our Ocean Cuisine Association. Don't go to the wrong place and go to the land. The Crab Kingdom exhorted with a friendly look. This world has a cuisine association, and it is divided into the Ocean Cuisine Association and the Land Cuisine Association. You can tell the difference between the two by just listening to the names. In response to the Crab Kingdom's exhortation, Zickaline nodded with a smile. Dang! Another gong sounded, indicating that another chef had finished cooking. He did not stop in front of the judges. The Crab Kingdom also retreated to the judges continued to comment. Time passed. As expected, Zicrane won first place. Only the top 5 chefs among hundreds of chefs received rewards. Those with the same scores were ranked in the same place. The rewards were distributed smoothly. And because the Crab Kingdom was very happy. With the shout that Mr. Krabs would pay for all the food today, many people started to party. The Krabby Patty was as lively as a bar. In such an atmosphere, the admirals of the navy also sat at the same table with the top chefs who looked like them. As for the four emperors Kaido, he followed and sat together. He just came to watch the fun. He even wanted to conquer the Krabby Patty, a restaurant based on the navy. After all, these sea creatures are similar to the animals in reality. So he was very enthusiastic. However, now that he was at the scene, he thought that the idea was too hard and too difficult. It was probably impossible to use force, so he could only reason. It should have been so. But the wine here is really good. Accompanied by Kaido's praise, he sat at the table and drank pot after pot. He even forgot why he came here while drinking. Time passed by like this. Chapter 788 East Emperor and West Emperor, players who became the envoys of the Sea Emperor. 2 days later. The last day of the Sea Emperor banquet. In the center of the Sea Emperor city, in a magnificent and huge palace. 8 sea kings from the East and West Seas gathered in the open air of this main palace. There was a rich banquet around the open air. In the past 2 days, the sea kings here were singing and dancing. They have been testing each other with the sea kings who came here and getting familiar with the Sea Emperor's envoys under the Sea Emperor. Because the next day is today. It will be the time for them to enter the challenge. Before that, they naturally have to be prepared. The East Emperor and the West Emperor are here. Accompanied by a loud voice. The 2 sea kings appeared in a grand ceremony like the stars surrounding the moon. They walked on the luxurious azure passage, walking towards the 2 thrones with dragon-like steps. Behind them were ministers in various standard court robes. Watching the arrival of the 2 sea kings. All the sea creatures or humans who were enjoying the banquet around the open-air venue stood up. The same was true for the players who were able to sneak into the main hall. They all looked at the 2 sea kings curiously. One had dragon horns, and the other had a shrimp head and a human body. The common point between the two was that they were wearing royal robes. The difference was that the royal robe worn by the East Emperor was gold with blue edges. And the royal robe worn by the West Emperor was red with gold edges. This was the difference in the 2 seas' pursuit of color. The East Sea respected gold, while the West Sea respected red. Is that the Sea King who rules the sea of this world? The phoenix snake Marco was also curious as he looked at the solemn atmosphere caused by the appearance of the Sea King. In reality, he rarely felt such an atmosphere. It was not an atmosphere built by force, but a kind of solemn majesty. Such an atmosphere appeared here very harmoniously. In his heart, Marco compared himself with the kings of those kingdoms in reality. Felt a completely different culture. In addition to Marco, many players did the same. They had always heard about it. There was a major force in the East Sea and the West Sea. The East Sea was the East Palace, and the West Sea was the West Palace. The 2 major forces were imperial systems. Each of them established 4 kings to rule the sea. There were more than 100 cities in the sea in the 2 seas. Under the rule, the population of various intelligent races exceeded 30 million. In this world, it was a well-deserved giant. That's right. Many players gave up the land and went to the sea to attack the cities in the sea. Among them, the fishermen or mermaid players of Fishman Island were the worst. Now, I witnessed the 2 sea kings and the ministers who felt extremely oppressed. I suddenly felt that choosing the ocean camp was a very correct choice. They heard that those ministers were all powerful Nianjun level masters. There were dozens of Nianjun here. You can imagine how rich the resources of this sea are. Meet the emperor. After the 2 sea emperors took their seats, all the subjects bowed slightly to the sea emperor. Some players followed suit, while others didn't care at all and still sat in their original seats to drink. For this kind of thing, if it was a strong one among the descenders, the little ministers who brought them in might have endured it. But the weak ones who pretended to be pretentious were directly recorded in their hearts. No need to be polite. The Sea Emperor on the throne naturally found that there were many troublemakers below. But they didn't care. They wouldn't care too much about the descenders who didn't belong to them. Even if they cared, their ministers would share their worries. No need to say more nonsense, let's get started. The Western Emperor is a strange race with a shrimp head and a human body, or he is the only one in the entire race. As the Emperor of the Western Sea, he himself is not so roundabout, and his personality is very straightforward. Let's get started. Dong Huang looked at the 8 kings below and stretched out his hand. A ray of starlight shone on him. In his hand, a ball full of stars appeared. As he threw it, the ball flew directly to the center of the open field and turned into a huge sphere of 10 meters. There seemed to be various stars in the sphere, like various stars. You 8 can go directly with your chosen partners. I hope you can give me a satisfactory performance. Dong Huang said with interest. Yes, Your Majesty Dong Huang. The 8 sea kings who ruled the seas were very respectful at this time. Then they winked at their partners who had been chosen in advance. In the past, when the 8 kings were to be tested, they needed a partner as an assistant, and this partner must be. Soon, 8 sea king messengers came out. Phoenix Snake Marco, Speed Katakuri, Flame Disaster Jin, Sea Knight Jinbei, Pot King Paula, Chariot Jisni, Hidden Meteor Jelao, Weavyu. That's right, their partners are all Sea King messengers. All the messengers of the Sea King this time are adventurers. The Sea King and the Sea Lords knew this very well. However, this was the arrangement of the system god, and the 2 Sea Kings would naturally not refute it. Moreover, these messengers given to them are powerful people that even they value. It will be of great help to their next plan. Da-da-da. 8 messengers walked out from the tables and chairs of the banquet one after another. 5 big pirates, a member of the Tarot Totem, a new strong man, and the pet of the sun god. Watching Xiao Wu come on stage. In the banquet around the open-air venue. The senior navy officials who sneaked in all looked at Xiao Wu with burning eyes. Among them, the alternate Admiral Gang Yang Mekado had an even more complicated look. Up to now, Wu Wu's offline identity Xiao Wu has long been known to the senior navy officials. Aokiji didn't say it, or Garp let it slip when he drank too much. It changed its skin color when it went online, which was really hard to deceive people. The senior navy officials valued its power very much. Because it can even defeat the apostles, this kind of combat power is incredible. Knowing its combat power. At that time, the Navy's candidate Admiral Gang Yang Megado was confused. Now, he has worked hard to improve his strength and quickly rose to the 3-star gem level. It seems that he is a super hot spot in the Navy and the absolute advantage of the next Admiral. But he thought he had won the approval of Lord King, but he never expected that he was not as good as Turtle. Fortunately, Megado's forced imagination of his own situation is a step in training. At least for now. His popularity in the Navy has completely surpassed that of Adiabatic Akano. Is that sphere the training ground for the 8 kings? At this time, Garp was sitting at the banquet, looking at the sphere with curiosity. That's right. I heard that the 8th king needs to cooperate with the Sea King's messenger every time he trains. The 2 need to cooperate well in order to succeed in the training. As long as the training is successful, you can become a Nian Jun. That's right. Every Sea King attaches great importance to the Sea King's messenger who is sent to his territory. Next to Garp, he said seriously. Ha ha ha, no matter what kind of training it is, Xiao Wu's strength is definitely stable. At this time, the training has not started yet. Garp has added a flag 7 to Xiao Wu. Chapter 789 Invincible Starship starts, I am invincible. Swish. While Garp was talking to he, the 8th king and their partners had already walked directly to the galaxy-like starry sphere. Some Sea Kings have participated in such training before and are familiar with it. Some have seen it when they were Deputy Palace Masters or Deputy Hall Masters, and are also familiar with it. Only those players who are called Sea King's messengers but are actually adventurers don't understand it very well. But they also communicated with the Sea Kings. Just follow them. Soon, their figures walking towards the sphere disappeared. The sphere also began to project 8 huge projections into the sky, each of which was a brilliant starry sky. Many planets can be seen in the starry sky, judging from the size of the players' figures. Each mini-planet is roughly only tens of meters to hundreds of meters in diameter. There are also some large fireballs emitting flames. The small ones look like they have a diameter of 1 kilometer, and the large ones are 10 kilometers. It looks terrifying with intense flames. Is this the SSS level building, the true face of Starship Hegemony? It's amazing. At this time, the players who came to the main hall were talking about it. Click. Click. There was a flash of light, and a birdman in the banquet took a photo with a Den Den Mushi. The birdman was none other than Morgans. At this time, Morgans looked at the starry sphere in front of him with excitement. While he was excited, he was also a little helpless. Because he missed such an event. He really never thought that there would be an identity card like the Sea King's messenger. He didn't know about it in the previous news. Otherwise, he would have to get this identity card. Fortunately, the partner of Crazy Shark Sea King is with you. That guy is so powerful that with him, Crazy Shark Sea King will most likely become the Nianjun through competition. When the time comes, I will be the high priest. A beautiful yearning appeared on Morgan's face. Although there were some twists and turns in the last Sea King festival, he finally became the high priest. As the high priest of the Sea King, he has used this identity as a starting point to explore the city of the sea. If Crazy Shark Sea King becomes the Sea King, he can borrow a lot more power. Then, he will have both land and sea. When Morgans imagined a better future in the spherical body of the universe, the Sea Kings have already come to a certain place in this starry sky with their partners. Ha ha ha, starship battle. This kind of game is what I am best at. I am the world's #1 motorcycle race. At this time, the chariot Gisney, who had already digested the automatic transmission rules of SSS level buildings, laughed excitedly. This world is the world he has always dreamed of. He has been lonely at the peak of the motorcycle for too long. Hey, this is a starship, not a motorcycle. The octopus man with 8 tentacles waving and slightly floating couldn't help but complain. This octopus man is one of the 8 Sea Kings. His name is Sholuxiapu, the master of the Divine Will Temple, and is affiliated with the Western Emperor Temple. The race is the Mind Octopus. This race is good at defeating the enemy with thoughts, which is generally speaking a very conventional telekinesis. Ha ha ha, don't care about these, it makes no difference to me. Come on. I can't wait. Seeing Gisney's enthusiastic look, there is no shyness at all. Sholuxiapu understands that this partner is good in a sense. Well, just go and blow up those guys. Come on. Sholuxiapu held a device similar to virtual glasses in his tentacles. This device was automatically distributed after they came in, and it directly matched their body shapes. Seeing Sholuxiapu pick up the device, Gisney also picked it up with one hand. Then, one man and one octopus put it on their eyes at the same time. Not only that, the two shouted in unison, full of passion and blood. Synchronous summoning. Click. Click. The strange waves were ready to go. Invincible starship start. Accompanied by their summons, a mechanical sound began to sound, as if the gears were rotating. A ray of white light appeared around and outlined countless lines. Soon, a starship dozens of meters long appeared in the original place, and Gisney and Sholuxiapu also disappeared in the original place. At this moment, they were already in the starship. It succeeded in one go? At this time, Shurushup was sitting in the cockpit full of sci-fi mechanical feeling in the starship. Next to him was the excited Gisney. Ha ha ha, great! Really great! This touch, this operating table, my tank will also become like this in the future. Looking at Gisney's excitement, Shurushup went straight to the point without any nonsense. 0. Hey! Gisney, since we succeeded, let's go. Hurry up and find those guys who haven't succeeded yet, so that we don't have to waste our energy. In this starship war, it is not so easy to summon a starship. You need to be passionate, resonate and shout out the summoning words in unison. It looks simple, but it is not so easy for some serious strong men. Especially knowing that many eyes outside are staring at this place. At this time, it is not so easy for those strong men to get over the psychological barrier. Last time, Sholuxiapu participated in the starship war. At that time, he tried many times before he succeeded. He was lucky, some were more unlucky and could not resonate in their hearts. In the end, he was found by other Sea Kings driving starships, and was eliminated on the spot with one attack. Ha ha ha, it is not my style to eliminate others directly. But those who can't summon starships are not qualified to be my opponents. This time, let me take you flying. No, it's time to show real skills. Boom boom. Gisney laughed and pulled the engine to full speed, accompanied by a huge roar. 2 blue lights burst out from the rear wing of the starship. Bang! The starship burst out directly and danced in the starry sky. Watch it. Shurushup. In this 0.5 field I am invincible. Yes, yes, yes. Then please help me win. Lord Gisney. Seeing Gisney sticking flags on himself, Shurushup could only cooperate. After all, he needed Gisney's help. When Gisney's starship set off in the interstellar space, on a mini-planet, Jellard held the starship summoner, his face a little embarrassed. He didn't expect the starship summoning to be so passionate. Before, he saw Zicrane at the banquet. Will that guy record his summoning screen? If so, this will become his black history. Jellard had some concerns on his face, and the shrimp man opposite him was very anxious. Jellard, no, big brother, dear big brother. Please help me. Don't let down the chain at the critical moment. Chapter 790 Let him know what is the evil heart, the divine rosary. Hearing the wailing of the shrimp man in front of him, Jalal he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He felt a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he finally began to cheer up. The shrimp man in front of him was his friend, so he couldn't just hold him back. Then give it a try. Lauren. Jellard's words immediately made Lauren energetic. Synchronous summoning. Invincible starship, start. After a while, the shrimp man Lauren said to Jalal anxiously. Brother, you can't do this. Your tone should be passionate and your passion should burst out. Let the starship feel your passion. I can hear the sound of them starting a war. They will be here soon. Give it a try. Looking at Lauren's anxious look, Jalal felt tired. He also wanted to be passionate, but now he was only embarrassed. Hey! Jalal took a deep breath. Finally, he closed his eyes and adjusted his mentality. It's embarrassing enough, so it's better not to keep getting stuck here. Otherwise, it will be even more embarrassing. After making up his mind, Jalal opened his eyes. Come on. No problem this time. As long as he has the heart, how could he not do it? Synchronous summoning. Invincible starship. Start. Click. Click. A mechanical noise began to sound, as if the gears were rotating. A ray of white light appeared around, outlining countless lines. Soon, the starship unfolded. It worked, it finally worked. Jalal, we succeeded. Hiss. He. Lauren almost cried with joy, and he couldn't help laughing. That expression was as if he had won. It worked, then I'll start it. In the starship, Jalal's enthusiasm was gone, and he started the starship directly. Boom! The starship burst out. Watching the starship flying through the universe, Lauren was full of energy. Jellard, your ability is related to the power of the starry sky. And my race is the shrimp people with the blood of rocket shrimp. When the two of us join forces, who can stop us? In the world of starship hegemony, only the starship can decide the outcome. In this case, the realm and ability of the operator itself are very important. Let's not talk about the realm for now. Ability Lauren thinks that rocket shrimp is one of the few races in the sea that can soar into the sky. They are naturally very friendly to the sky, at least they are like fish in water on the starship. And Jalal has the ability of the starry sky. In this starry environment, isn't it a match made in heaven for the two of them to join forces? Jalal did not express his opinion on Lauren's optimism. He just smiled reluctantly and concentrated on controlling the starship forward. Now he needs to slow down. As for the next victory or defeat, Jalal can only say that he will do his best. When Jalal controls the starship forward. A table in the main hall of the outer world. Zicrane was looking at the projection above, which was the projection of Jalal. Looking at the projection, Zicrane smiled. Because he had seen the summoning scene. That scene would be stored in his mind and could be retrieved at any time in the future. If it could be used to attack Jalal, Zicrane would still be happy. After all, that guy was too naive. Let him teach him what it means to be evil. In the Starship War, there are already 7 starships flying fast in the universe. They sometimes fight each other and sometimes hide. They have to show their strength and also prevent others' hidden arrows. The overall situation is not fierce. Because now is not the time for a decisive battle. Unless the opponent is too weak, they are mainly looking for it now. Not only looking for opponents who have not summoned starships. More importantly, they are looking for the orb that can help them break through the bottleneck, the Divine Rosary. There are 8 divine beads scattered in this world. They are the prizes given by the Sea Emperor to the winners. Each of them can help the top-level Mind Kings break through to Mind Lords. Even if they don't have the qualifications, they can still break through. And this is the treasure that the Sea Kings dream of. In the silent universe, the starship where Jalal is rapidly advancing towards a mini-planet. Because he detected a trace of abnormality there through the detection system. Soon, the starship flew to the mini-planet and stopped. The detection system was fully turned on, and the detection composed of mind waves swept back and forth on this mini-planet. After a while, Jalal finally found the exact location. Found it. Hearing Jalal say this, Shrimp Man Lauren's eyes lit up. Divine beads. This thing requires the starship to be very close to detect it. So, in the early stage, the 8 kings controlled the starship to search back and forth on these thousands of mini-planets. They started to fight desperately after finding it. Where is it? Send me the location and I'll blow it up. Lauren said impatiently. Basically, the divine beads are all inside the mini-planet. Yes. Gilar opened his eyes and turned the detected information directly into a 3-dimensional image. A planet model composed of blue lines appeared in front of Lauren. There is a red dot in the area 340 near the core of the model mantle. Is it here? Very good, watch me next. Lauren was very excited when he saw the red dot, but he still reminded Gerald before he took action. Gerald, the movement later may attract those guys. You must collect the divine beads as soon as possible, and then retreat and hide directly. I will release the bait. Hearing Lauren's instructions, Gerald nodded seriously. In the starship, the 2 of them are responsible for different modules. Lauren is responsible for the 3 modules of attack, defense, and interference. And Gerald is responsible for all other templates such as propulsion, detection, concealment, and repair. Simply put, one is fighting and the other is assisting. In this case, as long as one person is passive or even makes trouble, it can be said that the game will be GG directly. It's about the promotion match. All the Sea Kings naturally try their best to please the Sea Emperor's messenger, and make all kinds of successful promises. Generally speaking, the Sea Emperor's messengers will get the divine beads together and advance to the Lord of Mind together. In this way, they will shamelessly summon starships together, fight enemies together, and win the divine beads together. After a game, the promoted Sea Kings and Sea Emperor's messengers will basically become more reliable allies. This is also the way of recruiting under the command of the 2 emperors of the East and the West. Through the Sea Emperor's messengers who are close to the Sea Emperor, the Sea Kings outside are influenced. Chapter 791 The Loser Eats Dust, Katakuri's Sacrifice. Boom. The surging dark particles began to gather. Eat my dark destruction death light. As the huge dark light column several meters thick burst out, the mini-planet with a diameter of hundreds of meters in front of him was shot through. Cracks spread from the pierced gap to the surrounding area. Boom. There was also a simulated atmosphere on the mini-planet making a huge roar, as if the mini-planet was wailing. Lauren was not surprised by the scene. His eyes were fixed on the image of a white sphere. This was the image he got through the aiming and locking function of the attack template. Jalal. Feeling that the starship was not moving, Lauren looked at Jalal in confusion. Seeing that he was staring at the mini-planet that was slowly cracking with a dazed look on his face. Jalal, what's wrong with you? Lauren's tone was higher, and Jalal came back to his senses. Nothing. Jalal's face was a little sad, he just felt that the mini-planet was wailing. Obviously he didn't feel the existence of life. But the simulated wailing of the planet made him resonate. Is this the wailing of the celestial body? Jalal felt it carefully. Then he started to act. The starship leaped and leaped into the void in front of it in an instant. Buzz buzz. A blue beam of light directly enveloped the white sphere floating in the void. That was the God's Prayer bead, which was only about 10 centimeters in size. Swoosh. As the blue light dissipated, the God's Prayer bead was officially stored in the starship. Hiss, hi. Great, the first God's Prayer bead is in hand. This time it won't be a fruitless harvest. Shrimp Man Lauren laughed. He had come here to participate in the starship competition last time. But he was very unlucky, and the 8 God's Prayer beads were found by others first. At that time, there was a person who had the best luck and found 3. Of course, at that time, he didn't know who found the most God's Prayer beads. But he knew that the God's Prayer beads would fall when the starship was blown up. And the Sea King who found the God's Prayer bead would naturally not hand it over obediently, and they even wanted more God's Prayer beads. The reason is also very simple. One God's Prayer bead can allow them to break through to the level of Mind Lord. But more God's Prayer beads can also allow them to go further. Theoretically, if all 8 are used by the same Sea King, he can be promoted to the level of the Grand Lord. This is an unparalleled temptation. It is also the biggest reason why the Sea Kings fight each other. The winner takes all, and the loser eats dust. Very good, a guy is coming, but it's too late. The shrimp man Lauren watched the starship begin to move away from the original place, and he also released the bait. A passage several meters in size opened under the starship. Swish! 10 1-meter-long mini-starships quickly shot out of this passage. Then they scattered. After the mini-starships set off, Jellard's starship also spread darkness. The whole starship merged into the universe like a shadow. Very good, done. That guy wants to find us is simply dreaming, and he can only eat our tail gas. Now let's continue to look for it. Brother Gerald. Lauren was particularly attentive at this time. It's not just because Jalal is his helper now. There is also a more important reason. If he can kill all the Sea Kings and get the 8 divine beads, he can become the Great Lord. Usually, the Sea King does not have the opportunity to use 8 God Mind beads by himself. After all, he has a partner waiting to be fed. If he really gets 8 God Mind beads, usually, they are divided into 3 and 5, one person gets 3 and the other gets 5. In this way, both of them can become mid-level mind lords and then become allies in the court. But the situation is different now. Lauren knows. Jalal does not have a system of cultivating mind at all, and the God Mind beads must be used in front of the Sea Kings. In this way, he really has the possibility of becoming a great lord. As long as he really becomes the final winner. Boom! Accompanied by fierce flames, a mini starship released by Lauren exploded and turned into a fireball of tens of meters in size. There is a starship hovering several kilometers away from this fireball. It was this starship that attacked just now. Damn! There are masters on that starship, and they shot my bait without getting close. What a pity! At this time, Lauren's face was a little regretful. The mini starships he released just now can not only simulate the fluctuations of starships in light and shadow to confuse the enemy. At the same time, they are missile-like killers, like self-destructing trucks. Lauren was still thinking about giving the guys who came to investigate a surprise. But he didn't expect that he was shot up before he got too close. I still have 9, let me play with that starship. Relying on the detection images shared by Jalal, Lauren began to distract himself and control the 9 mini starships. Swish! They drew arc-shaped trajectories in the dim void and headed towards the starship. And on that starship, the speedy Katakuri and a humanoid crocodile were sitting in the cockpit. The other party may have left secretly and controlled those self-destructing starships to fly over. Of course, they may also be mixed in, and the detection system cannot distinguish them. Now it seems that the other party wants to compete with us. Depend on you, Katakuri. The humanoid crocodile said to Katakuri. Though those starships are mini, they look the same size as starships through optical simulation, and the detection system is also difficult to distinguish. Now there are 2 choices, either retreat or blow up the opponent. And the divine beads obtained by the opponent are worth choosing the first option. Hearing the words of the humanoid crocodile, Katakuri nodded seriously. He is the C position of this starship, that is, the main battle. As for the reason, it is also very simple. The humanoid crocodile is a very rare race of 7-star crocodiles. This crocodile has a high affinity for the starry sky. In this stellar environment, it is most appropriate for the 7-star crocodiles to control the actions of the starship. Swish! The starship was moving quickly, keeping a sufficient distance from those mini starships. Katakuri also controlled the aiming and locking function of the attack module to quickly lock on those starships that were constantly changing their trajectories. Buzz! Black death ray. As the dark particles condensed, 2 dark light beams several meters thick burst directly from the starship's launcher. Finally, they hit the 2 starships accurately. Buzz! Directly attacked by the dark death ray. Silently, the 2 starships were directly detonated, bursting out 2 fireballs of tens of meters. Ha ha ha, it's amazing, Katakuri. Your skills are amazing. With your skills and my driving ability, I will definitely win this game. The praise from the 7-star crocodile made Katakuri's big mouth covered by the scarf curl up the corners of his mouth. He really likes to watch the 7-star crocodile fight against the 7-star crocodile. He liked the Gundam in Magic Sword Bakassas very much, and even fantasized about driving a Gundam. Now that he can't drive a Gundam, driving a starship is also very good. So Katakuri was actually very excited when driving a starship. Of course, he didn't show it too obviously. After all, he usually had to maintain a reliable and cool attitude in front of his brothers and sisters in the family. Except for being a little more passionate when summoning a starship. Now he is still very normal. At this time, Katakuri didn't know that his brothers and sisters who didn't understand the situation outside. We were feeling guilty for sacrificing his image. Chapter 792 Watch Me Operate, Lao Deng Attacks. Buzz buzz. Another mini starship was blown up and turned into a large fireball of tens of meters. Lauren controlled the two mini starships to fly quickly, getting closer and closer to Katakuri's starship. Very close, watch me operate. At this time, in the starship that blends in with the environment, Lauren's expression was very excited. Although he lost 8 mini starships, he only controls 2 starships now. The precision of his control is higher. Now Lauren's goal is to hit that starship to tell the other party that he is not a vegetarian. Jalal looked at Lauren's excitement and felt helpless. Has this guy forgotten the most important thing now? It is a waste to use the self-destruct starship in such a competitive place. However, Jalal also knew that Lauren inherited the blood of rocket shrimp. Rocket shrimp is very aggressive and will fight if they disagree. They are almost endangered species. Fortunately, the shrimp people who inherited the blood of rocket shrimp, on the contrary, the development momentum is very good. Swoosh! The 2 self-destructing starships are flying in intertwined trajectories. On the starship opposite them, Katakuri in the cockpit is also concentrating. The aiming image keeps locking the opponent's forward trajectory. 340. Then he fired another dark death ray. But it was quickly avoided. Katakuri, there is a mini planet behind, I'll drive over. You make good use of the blind spot. At this time, Katakuri's partner 7-star Crocodile spoke. At the same time, the trajectory of the starship is also sliding rapidly. Now we can't keep kiting. Because the normal speed of the self-destructing starship is actually faster than the speed of the starship. And it can burst again for a short time. If it is really pulled close to hit, although the starship has a defense module, it will not be directly scrapped. But compared with the direct explosion with ordinary dark death ray, the energy loss is not at the same level. Okay. Soon, Katakuri's starship slid directly behind the star. Although the obstruction of vision could not completely hinder the starship's telekinetic perception. But the simulated gravity of the star itself could cause a little delay. Want to use the planet in miniature? But while blocking my perception, you are also blocked. Lauren was full of confidence, and he smiled and said again. Brother Jalal, watch carefully how I take them down. Hearing Lauren's confidence, Jalal was also curious. He focused his eyes on the image in front of him. It can be seen that the opponent's starship has slid to the back of the mini planet. It can only use telekinetic exploration to build a simple line model. The opportunity has come. Lauren's eyes lit up, and a self-destructing starship burst out at a fast speed and rushed straight to the star. Buzz! Accompanied by a huge explosion. Dozens of meters of fireballs burst out at once. The mini planet exploded directly. The remaining other self-destructing starship passed through the remaining flames and started to accelerate at the same time. As a self-destructing starship, it has a high tolerance to fire. This residual aftermath cannot detonate them. Swoosh! The last mini starship passed through at an extremely fast speed. It flew like a meteor, with lightning on the ship, and collided with Katakuri's starship. This process was very sudden. Katakuri was still concentrating on the side of the planet. But he didn't expect that the opponent would directly pass a starship from the blasting planet. This operation made Katakuri stunned for a moment. After a moment of stunned, he wanted to fight back quickly, but he was too close and too fast. He hurriedly adjusted the muzzle of the gun and was afraid that the opponent would hit him directly, so he could only defend. Dark steel structure shield. A stream of flowing black light directly wrapped the starship. The self-destructing starship hit it directly and exploded a huge fireball, but it could not do anything to the starship inside the shield. Although this starship in StarCraft looks like a product of technology, but in reality, it is still a product of thoughts, and it mainly possesses 3 kinds of power, which is similar to the power of the 3 emperors in the center of Greed Island. Flame, thunder, and darkness. The strongest fire attack, the fastest thunder, and the highest defense darkness. The shield opened by Katakuri has very strong defense. During the time of opening, he can directly defend against any attack from other starships, which is equivalent to an invincible shield. Of course, there are also disadvantages. There will be a cooling time after opening, and the power of other modules of the starship will be greatly reduced, because the energy is used to maintain the shield. There are such disadvantages. The starship will basically not open this defense unless it cannot defend. Just like now. Not far from Katakuri. An old man was hiding a starship and quietly drove over. He didn't expect that when he came to watch, a starship would drive nearby, and he didn't expect that the other party was forced to open the strongest shield. This time, he would be a little disrespectful to the other party if he didn't take advantage of the situation. The opportunity is here. On the starship, a colorful jellyfish said excitedly while dancing its tentacles. This is the Sea King under the command of the Western Emperor, from the rare race of streamer jellyfish. The ability is poison, very poisonous. Right. A smiling old man also slowly opened his eyes. He is none other than Paula, the King of Pots, the monster who escaped from Impel Down in the Extreme Evil War. After escaping from prison, he showed up in the Death Proposal War. At other times, he has almost disappeared from the sea as a great pirate. However, now the Greedy Island game has also blown him out. Try it and see if you can eliminate this starship. In just a moment, the King of Pots made the decision. Okay, I will use the strongest attack directly. The jellyfish in the other driving seat directly agreed. You are still too young, Gizzo. The strongest attack needs to be charged, which is easy to detect. You don't have to use the strongest attack, use the Thunder Roar. Attack the opponent's wing part. Even if the opponent uses other defenses in time, the defense of that part is the weakest. Thunder Roar can penetrate it. If it penetrates, just send a few self-destruct starships to accelerate the explosion. Hearing Paula talking, Jellyfish couldn't help but admire. He felt that the old man in front of him was the one who had participated in the Starship Wars, while he was a novice. Okay, listen to the old man. Soon, when the shield on Katakuri's side dissipated, a blue light suddenly roared, like a blue dragon. It was so fast that people couldn't react. Not good. Chapter 793 Completely Lost Face. Jin's Comfort. The lightning roared, in the desperate eyes of the 7-star crocodile. Katakuri opened other shields. But it was useless, and the wing was still opened. The cracks spread along the gap around the wing, making the wing on this side seem to be broken. Of course, such a gap looks serious. However, the repair module of the starship itself can be repaired, but it takes time. But the 7-star crocodile knew with his butt that the other party would not give up this good opportunity. Sure enough, several self-destructing starships rushed directly over. The power of the self-destructing starship is so great that even the strongest shield is needed to keep the starship safe and sound. If these self-destructing starships hit them, they will be GG. Don't give up. Katakuri said seriously when he saw the 7-star crocodile's fighting spirit decline. It's not over yet. I know. Hearing Katakuri's words, the 7-star crocodile was silent for a moment and then raised his fighting spirit again. Even if he really loses, at least he has to show his style. At worst, he can wait for another 3 years. At most, he has to guard against the deputy palace master below. Boom! The starship began to fire quickly. Although one side of the wing was damaged a lot, making the balance much worse, like a lame person. But the 7-star crocodile still flew up in the starship. Katakuri also used attacks to clean up the tug-of-war with those self-destructing starships. Finally, because it was too close, he had to use his own self-destructing starship. Intercept the self-destructing starship with a self-destructing starship. While Katakuri was piking with the King of Pots. On Jalal's starship, Lauren's eyes lit up. Laurel didn't want to miss the chance to beat the downtrodden dog. Brother Jalal, drive the starship over quickly. The chance to beat the downtrodden dog is here. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, Lauren didn't wait for Jalal to reply. Directly opened the external channel of the starship, and 3 self-destructing starships flew out directly. In the starship, there are only 20 self-destructing starships in total. These many starships can not only be used as bait but also as killer weapons. Just now, Lauren wasted 10 because he got the god beads. Now that he has the opportunity to eliminate his opponent, he will naturally use them. It's just that he still has some reason and hasn't used them all. Otherwise, the team fight later will be miserable. I know. Looking at Lauren's excitement, Jalal didn't refuse. The starship that had been hiding and evacuating for a distance began to emerge, and then shot towards Katakuri at full speed. When Jalal was heading to the battlefield between Katakuri and the King of Pots. On the other side, a starship also discovered the battle on Katakuri's side. Or more than one, there was another one chasing behind, and it also discovered the battle on Katakuri's side. Has the battle started? Drive the starship over. The guy behind is simply a psychopath. He didn't look for the divine beads properly, but had to chase us. It's too much. A humanoid whale with a smooth and round head looked angry. That guy Shulship is really something. He actually followed that psychopath. Hearing the anger of the humanoid whale, the phoenix snake Marco in the driving seat next to him shook his head. Through the communication, he knew who was in the starship. That guy is Chariot Gisney. I heard that he really likes racing. I didn't expect him to be so crazy. Since he keeps chasing us, let's muddy the water. Malco took a deep breath and controlled the starship to quickly shoot towards the battlefield between Katakuri and the King of Pots. Behind them, there was also a starship following. Following and firing at the same time, various attacks made Marco, who was controlling the starship for the first time, a little flustered. Fortunately, the humanoid whale next to him had experience. Release the self-destructing starship to cover and counterattack at the same time. Both sides fought all the way. Ha ha ha, this is more interesting. More. In the chasing starship, Chariot Gisney laughed wildly. And Shurship next to him also looked helpless. After all, his original intention was to find the god's rosary first, and then stay alive and let others kill each other first. But he wanted to be stable, but Gisney couldn't be stable. When he saw someone driving a starship, he had to go over and try. Fortunately, Gisney's skills are really good. Otherwise, he would be killed instead of showing off, and Surushup would probably cry to death. They are going to the battlefield over there. Be careful. Gisney. Solushupu couldn't help but say. Don't worry. With my operating skills, nothing will happen. They should be worried. Hearing Gisney's confident words, Surushup could only follow suit. Fortunately, this guy is still listened to the advice a little bit. If the starship is forced to use the strongest defense, he will retreat at that time. At least it is impossible to waste before the strongest defense cools down. Now Shurushup can only pray that this battle can be successfully withdrawn. They were lucky to find a divine bead before. Even if he does not participate in the team battle, at least he has his own bottom line. Swish. Ha ha ha, it's going to be a big fight. I'll lead you to kill as many as you want. With Gisney's shouting, the starship ran fast. Somewhere in the universe, Xiaowu and his partner have found a divine bead. At this time, Xiaowu was bombarding a mini-planet hundreds of meters in size. This time it did not find the divine bead, but was lucky to find 2 contestants. Yes, Lord Wu, that's it. Blow up this mini-planet. Let that arrogant stupid dragon repent. Ha ha ha. The crazy Shark King, who was controlling the starship, couldn't help laughing. Now he was relieved. Because the stupid dragon inside was finished. That guy usually relied on the fact that he was a Kanghai dragon clan supported and valued by Dong Huang. He always came to his territory to grab benefits and dig talents. During the Sea King banquet, he even dared to mock Lord Wu, which was simply a way to die. He had no idea how powerful this lord was. Boom! The mini-planet exploded completely, and 2 figures flew out as the planet collapsed. There was also a dark halo on them that blocked all impacts. And the source of this halo was the starship summoner in their hands. Crack! Crack! As the aperture began to crack like glass, the summoners in their hands also shattered. Ah! Who is it? Who is in there? Damn it! I failed His Majesty Donghuang's expectations. No face, I have no face at all now. Woohoo! Looking at the humanoid dragon next to him, he actually shed tears. Jin, who was also facing elimination, couldn't help but feel speechless. But he had been used to hearing Mr. Kaido's crying. He could only reluctantly comfort him. Don't cry, you will still be eliminated even if you cry. Hearing Jin's comfort, King Hai Long cried even louder. Chapter 794 They are all unruly beasts. Isn't it beautiful? Crack! As expected, as the dark aperture completely collapsed, the starship summoner was also completely shattered. Before the aftermath outside affected Jin and King Hai Long, the 2 were teleported directly. This also means that they are completely eliminated. Ha ha ha! That stupid dragon is finally eliminated. Looking at the disappearing figure, the crazy Shark King also breathed a sigh of relief. He probably didn't know who eliminated him just now. The crazy Shark King looked at Weoview next to him. Now Weoview is the same size as an ordinary person, thanks to a kind of transformation card unique to this world. When the mind chi practice reaches a certain level, if you practice a certain attributeless transformation skill at this time, many mind beasts can transform their bodies into a form close to that of a human. Such skills also have skill cards. The skill card on Weoview was given by the crazy Shark King. After all, Weoview's body is too big. Although the cockpit of the starship can adapt to the size of the user, but the size of the starship itself is fixed, which is a few dozen meters in length. That is, the larger the space occupied by the cockpit, the lower the performance of other modules of the starship. So the crazy Shark King naturally has to find a way to reduce Weoview's size. For this matter, the crazy Shark King even sought to see Dong Huang in private. Because ordinary transformation cards have no effect on Wu. Fortunately, the crazy Shark King finally got what he wanted. He finally got an SS-level inherent transformation card from Dong Huang. I really want to see the expression of that stupid dragon now. After the crazy Shark King sighed, he regrouped. Lord Wu, let's continue to look for the divine beads. That idiot is not worth mentioning. He can't even bring himself to come and participate in the starship competition. You are simply overestimating yourself. For King Hai Long, the crazy Shark King had a lot of resentment. After all, King Hai Long is strictly speaking a younger generation for him. Before that, he was suppressed by that guy, and his face was always very unsightly. Fortunately, now that guy is gone. Okay. At this time, Xiao Wu heard the words of the crazy Shark King and responded. Now it can really speak thanks to the transformation card. And as it realizes how to speak, it can speak even without the transformation card. After all, it is not difficult for Xiaowu, who has power, to speak human language, but it has never tried it before. While the crazy Shark King continued to search for the god beads in the starship, there is another player who is also persistent in searching for the god beads. That is Jinbei and his partner, a snake, a humanoid beast transformed from a race called the Lightning Snake. To compared to the other 8 kings, the Razor is very timid. Mr. Race, there is still a big battle over there. Jinbei looked at the blue light of the quiet void fire flashing in the distance and reminded him. Don't pay attention to them. Let them fight, we will continue to look for them. I don't plan to join the team this time. Race sighed. He has learned a lot of lessons. Now that he has obtained a divine bead, he is determined not to fight in a team battle. Unless it is really tempting, Race plans to stay alive this time. The reason is very simple. He is old and can't wait any longer. Before the next term, he will be promoted to the Lord of Mind, and the boiling mind power cannot be suppressed. When he reaches the Lord of Mind, he will step down as the Sea King. Stepping down as the Sea King is equivalent to not getting a single hair. At the beginning, he was full of energy and wanted to gamble to at least advance to the middle-level Lord of Mind. But after being beaten for nearly 10 terms, he didn't gamble anymore. Jinbei, those guys are very hateful. Don't be fooled by them, maybe they have secretly communicated and are preparing to team up to mess with me. I won't be fooled again. Race said with some anger. When he was young, he was complimented, saying that he had the fastest reaction time and would definitely win the first place, and they also toasted him. At first he was happy. But he didn't expect that the group of bastards would team up behind his back to mess with him. It has become a tradition. In several group battles, he was the one who was focused on, so despicable. They are all unruly beasts. Okay. Jinbei knew a little about Race's experience. He knew that he was trapped by the group every time, and he was traumatized by the trap. Jinbei could understand this, but he was not so keen on starting a group battle. It's just that he needs to pay attention to the battle situation at least to avoid being tricked. Buzz buzz buzz. The starship burst into fire and headed towards the next target. There are not many planets in this starry sky, and the distance between them is not too far. Using the most stupid method to slowly search will always yield something. It is none of their business whether other people fight to the death. For Race, it is best if those guys can beat all the dog heads out, and then he will go to pick up the leaks. While Jinbei and Race continued to immerse themselves in the search for the God's Rosary, the melee over there also came to an end. Boom! Accompanied by the self-destructing starship and 2 beams of light pouring down on a starship with a broken wing. As expected, Katakuri's starship was blown up. 5 of the 8 kings came to participate in the battle. Among them, Katakuri's damaged starship is a soft persimmon, which is difficult to repair in a short time. Others will not watch the duck fly away. They all target Katakuri's starship first. Even the starship of the arrival chariot Jisni is the same. There is no way, Jisni is positioned as an auxiliary, and the attack module is not under his control. Otherwise, with his personality, all the starships would attack together. For him, this is just a game. He doesn't care about the benefits at all, because he has never been anxious about upgrading his strength. Up to now, his rating in the Hunter Association has reached the Crown level 1 star. This level was considered to be a step into the demigod in the past. But now the title of demigod has gradually represented the Crown level. The suggestions of the Hunter Association still have a great impact on the sea. It was accepted by many people in a short time. Soluxi Apu, attack together. What are you talking to them about? You really disappoint me. Hearing Jisni's words, the shrimp man felt speechless. This is his promotion match, he is very careful, for fear of making mistakes. Jisni is good, always fighting. If he fights his brains out, won't it be easy for others? Jisni, you have to listen to me this time. Lei is an old veteran among the 8 kings, and his reaction speed is incredible. It is the consensus of the 8 kings accept him to eliminate him first. For Jisni, the shrimp man was earnest. He always comes to pick up the leaks in group fights. Someone got beaten up this time, and with the character of that old guy, he will definitely come to pick up the leaks again. Let's act it out first, and then everyone will focus on killing him. Wouldn't it be great to easily eliminate an opponent? Chapter 795, You Trademark Run. I'm invincible. What a trouble. Forget it, I'll listen to you first. Chariot Jisni frowned and then agreed impatiently. There is no way, the attack module is not in his hands now. Besides, it's fun to race with these guys in front of him now. Several starships flew towards many planets while fighting, and exploring at the same time. After a while, boom, swoosh. The explosions and various beams of light became more frequent. They explored and found new god beads together. No more acting now, real action. However, the fighting Sea Kings also had a consensus that as long as the old man Race came, they would give him a hard blow. And Race, who was cared for by the Sea Kings, was at ease. The reason was simple, he was lucky enough to get another god bead. Now he found 2 god beads, and his partner Jinbei didn't have one himself. So he had already agreed with Jinbei that if he used the god beads, he would give corresponding value, and also a favor. Shinbei Ping also agreed. So, as long as he goes out, he will break through 16 to Nianjun by himself, and then use these 2 beads to reach the level of intermediate Nianjun. This time, Rice decided to be steady. Jinbei, drive over there. Stay away from their battlefield, so that those guys won't bother me. As Rice said, he showed a friendly smile to Jinbei on his face. After participating in so many sessions, he found 2 divine beads in such a short time, which was a record he had never had before. His luck was very bad, Rice was sure. So he felt that the fishman in front of him was his lucky star. Okay, Mr. Rice. For Rice, Jinbei still respected him. After all, the Thunder King in front of him not only had a personality that matched him, like an older brother, but was also really old. It was heard that the Thunder Snake clan had abnormal reaction ability, which made the race lifespan no different from ordinary people. Although Jinbei knew, if this world was really created by the extremely evil god, then the actual age of the big brother in front of him may be much younger than him. But it is really hard to say. Is age measured by the actual time of existence or the length of memory? Jinbei couldn't tell. When Jinbei was heading to a more distant direction to look for beads. On the other side, the prayer beads found by the 4 Sea Kings who gathered together for a melee also had a home. Boom! Fireballs and light bullets several meters in size were chasing a starship. You can see 3 starships attacking the same starship. The fireballs that were like a hail of bullets flew out from these starships. Ha ha ha, come more, come more. It's so cool. At this time, in the starship that was attacked by the group, the chariot Jisni was laughing wildly, and the joystick in his hand flew up. Seeing the Shurikui next to him was terrified. In the game just now, Jisni was the better one, or he was crazier. They got the god bead. But I don't know whether to be happy or sad. They became the target of public criticism after getting the God bead. It seems that those guys want to beat them to death and eliminate a competitor. 1 against 3, if they don't run, they can stay for the new year. At this time, Solugzapu didn't have much energy to pay attention to Jasni, because he needed to focus on timely defense and counterattack. But after a while, Solugzapu cursed. Idiot, you run. What are you going around in circles? Hearing Solugzapu's roar, Jasni was not annoyed but laughed even more happily. Solugzapu, you are anxious, you are anxious. Don't be afraid, I am invincible. Just fight back, let me lead you to kill and fly. I will fly your head. At this time, Solugzapu was really anxious. Do they really think that the other 8 kings are weaklings? Do whatever you want to do with them? Although Solugzapu was very anxious, the control was in Jasni's hands, so he had to be humble. Jasni, sir, boss, this is my promotion match. Please have mercy on me, don't waste time. SHH. Don't disturb me, or I will be hit. At this time, Jasni was flying around the broken planet that was just destroyed. Looking at Jasni, this rolling meat didn't show any sign of compromise. Solugzapu also thought he was unlucky. Now he didn't have time to chat with Jasni. Being chased closely behind, Solugzapu had to defend with attack against attack. Now Solugzapu could only hope that Jasni would run away after having enough fun. Time passed. Bang! Accompanied by a hot light cannon, a starship was blown up. The people in that starship were not Jasni's starship, but Marco's starship. That guy Gizzo actually backstabbed me. Damn it! Damn it! Marco's partner, the human whale, couldn't help but wail in the explosion. Then he was teleported away, and he and Marco were eliminated. Awesome, Jasni, you are so awesome. Unlike before, at this time, Solugzapu looked at Jasni with admiration. In the fierce battle just now, their starship paid the price of slight damage, but it actually lasted for a long time under the siege of 3 starships. Jasni drove the starship like a slippery loach, it was really strong. Now they are even more infighting. Solugzapu understood, it was stable. Ha ha ha, that's nothing. I'm invincible. But they're fighting among themselves at this time. Let's keep up the good work and beat them up. Okay. Hearing Jasni's arrogant words, Shurushup's blood was also rising and he agreed. Then 340 beams of light intertwined. Jasni once again turned around a mini-planet at the same pace as before. A blue beam of light roared in. The starship exploded immediately. The next second, Shurushup was teleported away in astonishment. Finally, I got him. It wasn't easy. At this time, on a starship, the King of Pots said in amazement. A starship emerged from the mini-starship, which was Wivu and the Crazy Shark King's starship. While Jasni was showing off, the King of Pots specifically contacted a player who had not come to participate in the melee. Let the other party sneak over and give Jasni a hard blow. The Crazy Shark King naturally agreed to this. After all, Jasni's starship was too good, and it showed off for so long under the siege of 3 starships. Who else should he fight? What's more, Jasni's starship had at least 1 divine bead. So, the Crazy Shark King was tempted. Xiao Wu, who was in a team with the Crazy Shark King, had no objection. In Xiao Wu's view, this was a game. The Crazy Shark King spoke like a game master. Since he said so, it just followed. At this time, the Crazy Shark King looked at the divine bead that fell out after the explosion of Jasni's starship. He communicated directly with the King of Pot. The divine bead has been exposed. According to the agreement, this divine bead. Without waiting for the Crazy Shark King to finish, the Central King and another starship directly attacked the Crazy Shark King's starship. Chapter 796 All is fair in war. This turtle is so terrifying. These guys. Looking at the 2 starships attacking him. The Crazy Shark King was so angry that his eyes widened several times. The old guy is really insidious. Then let's see the real thing. At this time, the Crazy Shark King controlled the starship to dodge quickly. When he appeared just now, the starship was always in a moving state. It was to prevent the opponent from doing something shady. After all, when he came, the old human named Paula backstabbed him. The Crazy Shark King was very afraid of this kind of guy who suddenly backstabbed him. But since he dared to come here, he was a little confident. Because Lord Wuvyu's operation of the starship amazed him. He was adept at all kinds of operations, which made him sigh that monsters are indeed monsters, and they are so powerful no matter what they do. With Lord Wuvyu here, the crazy Shark King still has some confidence. Boom! 3 starships surrounded the mini-planet and the floating divine beads in the sky and started a war. Jalal was among them. After all, Shrimp Man Lauren advised well. What is this, just a game? All is fair in war. Big brother. If I don't upgrade, I will be beaten to death by my men. Before my father died, he hoped to see me win a starship battle. There must be someone who wins. Why can't that person be me? Wait. Lauren has countless reasons. Jalal was helpless to be persuaded by Lauren, and he could only follow him. So, 2 against 1. The king of the pot and Jalal cooperated to fight Xiao Wu. Even though it was 2 against 1, the 2 sides fought hard. Because Xiao Wu's operation was magical, as if he had predicted the future. It fought against the 2 starships on equal terms. Originally, in this SSS level building for the starship battle, the power of all starship users would be greatly restricted. But Xiaohu's own power was too huge, allowing it to break through some restrictions and perceive few restrictions. Such a performance made the crazy Shark King ecstatic. But it also made the 2 besieged 8 kings gasp and become more determined. This turtle is so terrifying that it must not be left alive. Boom! Swish! Buzz! All kinds of artillery, light cannons, and dark cannons were flying all over the sky. When the 3 starships here were flying. In another place, Lays, one of the 8 kings, was also in a dilemma. He looked at the battle in the distance. Then he looked at the number of remaining starships displayed on a panel of the starship, 4. That is to say, 4 ships have been eliminated, and now there are 4 left. And now, there are 3 ships fighting in the distance. It looks like they are going to beat the dog head out. In this case, should he go and pick up the leak? As long as he goes over and kills them all, he won't have to look for the God Rosary. He is the only contestant left, so all the God Rosary will naturally belong to him. Now Rice feels like there are 2 black and white villains fighting in his mind. One says to be steady and cautious. Have you forgotten the lessons of the past? There is only 1 round left, don't gamble. Gamblers will not die well. But the other says that they have fought for nearly 10 rounds, so what's wrong with another gamble? Jinbei doesn't even need the God Rosary. As long as he can win, he is the great lord. This is your original intention and your youth. Don't give up. Complex voices argue in his mind and finally fight. Rice feels like his head is about to explode. Mr. Rice, Mr. Rice, are you okay? Looking at Rice, who opened his eyes, Jinbei asked worriedly. He was indeed worried, because Jinbei saw that Rice's smooth snake head was smoking. This strange phenomenon made Jinbei worried. Mr. Rice wouldn't have Alzheimer's or even schizophrenia, would he? He had heard that the thunder snakes had a high incidence of Alzheimer's and schizophrenia, characterized by smoke coming out of their heads. Don't drive people crazy by competing. I'm fine. Seeing Jinbei's concerned look, Rice felt warm in his heart. There are only 4 of the 8 kings left now. Rice looked at Jinbei, his snake face amiable. But his voice was a little dry, like a dry riverbed. Jinbei. Do you think I should go over and get involved? Jinbei frowned when he heard Rice's question. This question is not easy to answer. If you go, you will risk losing. If you don't go, you will feel regretful. Moreover, it is possible that those people will suddenly unite. After all, there is an outsider who is quietly searching for treasure. They fight to the death, and someone picks up the leak. This situation is very easy to match them to cooperate. Jinbei looked at the image from the battle in the distance. 1 against 2, and they are evenly matched? It doesn't look like an act. The firepower is so fierce. Mr. Race, I suggest you sneak over quietly. Go if you have a chance, and if you don't have a chance, we will see the situation again. The most important thing is to be alert to their sudden cooperation to outflank us. Jinbei is an honest person. He didn't play Tai Chi for Race's question, but directly gave his opinion. Hearing Jinbei's suggestion, Race was silent for a while. Finally, he made the decision. Just do as you say. No matter what the outcome is, we are friends. I will also help take care of the Fishman Island invaders you mentioned if I have the chance. Jinbei was delighted to hear Race's promise. Then Jinbei's face was solemn, and he bowed slightly to Race. "Mr. Race, thank you very much." Soon, Race did not hesitate. He asked Jinbei to turn on the stealth function to the maximum, and then drove the starship over. On the other side, the King of Pots drove the starship while exploring the whereabouts of the last of the 8 kings. Now he plans to repeat the same trick. Lure the last King of Thunder. But the King of Pots has been unable to find Race's location. The other party obviously hid the starship and became a turtle. I'm afraid he won't show up unless he finds a new divine rosary. In this case, the King of Pots has no way to make directional contact, and the directional contact makes little noise. If it is other ways of contact, it will definitely be discovered by others. After the struggle just now, if others find out that he is going to make trouble again, it is difficult for the King of Pots to guarantee whether these guys will cooperate to blow him up first. So he can only wait. Wait for the location of the King of Thunder to really appear. Before that, let's continue the stalemate. Boom boom. The battle continued, and the King of Pot felt numb. Because the guy Lei Yunwang didn't move for a long time. The old guy might have made up his mind to be a turtle. The King of Pot looked at the remaining energy value and felt that he couldn't waste it. So, he prepared to reconcile first and find the turtle to chop it off. After all, he believed that others would not allow anyone to take advantage. When the King of Pot was about to contact others, something happened that shocked him. The teammates who had cooperated with him turned their guns around. "No!" the partner of the King of Pots exclaimed directly. Chapter 797 The Final Ending, Mel's Departure. However, the partner of the King of Pots, the flowing light jellyfish, could not change the facts no matter how loudly he shouted. In the crisis, he activated the strongest shield. Because not only the previous teammates attacked, but also the opponents did not miss this opportunity. The firepower was terrible. Under the attack from both sides, if you don't activate the strongest shield, you will be finished. Dark Steel Structure Shield. As the shield was activated, the body of the flowing light jellyfish, which released colorful light, dimmed. This was his expression of death. It is not a wise choice to activate the strongest shield when surrounded by enemies. Once it is activated, the initiative is in the hands of others. It's over. At this time, the flowing light jellyfish danced with its tentacles, feeling that the advancement of the starship began to slow down, and he said frustratedly, "They will definitely not miss this opportunity. The strongest shield is indeed powerful, but once it is turned on, other systems will be affected. The same is true for the propulsion system. During this opening process, the opponent will definitely make dependent countermeasures. Especially when facing multiple starship opponents, this is just a slow death. It's not over yet, you should be prepared for defense and attack." Even if he was trapped in this situation, the King of Pot did not give up easily. He directly opened the communication and wanted to chat with the opponent. In short, he wanted to escape. It's a pity that he was scolded several times after opening the communication. "You old bitch, your methods are too dirty, who else should I hit if not you?" The shrimp man Lauren cursed a few words and disconnected the communication. The King of Pots had not given up yet, and the communication with the crazy Shark King and Ryuvu was directly rejected. He still did not give up, and directly released a large number of communication signals. He tried to contact the Thunder King of the 8 Kings, even if he could not contact him. Once this signal was sent out, it might make those two guys afraid of the Thunder King who might come. For the large-scale communication of the King of Pots, the Thunder King Rice naturally received it, and he was not far away. Not only that, Lauren's attack this time was actually indirectly caused by him. Use the strongest shield. That guy is finished. Rice, who was hiding on one side, couldn't help but smile. Next. Nothing unexpected. Jalal and Ryuvu's 2 starships each sent 2 self-destruct starships to surround the King of Pots up and down and left and right. At the same time, various attacks were ready to go, just waiting. The starship of the King of Pots came out of the turtle shell. Soon, the duration of the strongest shield was opened to the end. As the duration came, the shield dispersed. At this moment, even if the King of Pots prepared other defenses and attacks and prepared to move quickly, but the starship still exploded after all. The streamer jellyfish and the King of Pots were eliminated. After they were eliminated, the Ryuvu side and the Jalal side did not continue to kill. Instead, they moved while being alert. At this time, Race's starship also emerged. The three parties connected the communication. The images of each other also appeared in their respective cockpits. Race said to the two, "I see your sincerity." Then he looked at the image of Jalal. "I accept your proposal." Originally, Race was worried about accidents after seeing the three starships deadlocked for too long. So he contacted the besieged starship and wanted to support it with the self-destructing starship to deal with the two weak ones first. However, the crazy Shark King who received the call had an idea. The crazy Shark King knew that the old man Race had an absurdly fast reaction speed and was very good at controlling the starship to attack and counterattack. In the previous starship battles, the two starships could hardly do anything to him and were even killed by him. If only their starship and King Lei starship were left on the scene, the crazy Shark King was not sure of victory. Especially when the energy of their starship and the number of self-destructing starships were consumed, the crazy Shark King did not dare to gamble. So, he contacted Shrimp Man Lauren. Then the three parties negotiated and launched this attack. Then let's do it. Win-win cooperation. This God's prayer bead is for you. After the crazy Shark King said a brief sentence, he disconnected. Jalal nodded to Race and Jinbei and disconnected the line. He controlled the starship to collect the God's prayer bead exploded by the chariot Jisni. There was no accident this time. Then the three starships left in different directions. Watching the starship leave smoothly, Lauren next to Jalal also breathed a sigh of relief. This game is over. Although we didn't get the biggest profit, at least there wasn't much risk. Although Jalal's operating skills are very good. Lauren has always wanted to gamble. But facing the King of Thunder and the monster, Lauren is not sure now. Now all three parties have 2 God beads. The remaining 2 God beads are found by luck and end the game peacefully. This is the final result of the 3 parties after the discussion, in the risks and concerns. If it is just between the 8 kings, then no matter what is discussed, the trust will be discounted. But if the partners of the 3 parties come together to guarantee it, the credibility will be much greater. Due to the competition these days, the Sea King and the Sea King's messengers have met several times. Jalal, Weivyu, Jinbei. The personalities of these Sea King messengers are relatively credible in the eyes of the Sea Kings. Under their coordination, this interstellar battle did not end up in the most intense scene. Although the remaining 3 kings were still vigilant, it was just a habit. They felt that without accidents, the battle would not happen again. Time passed slowly. The last 3 starships did not fight. The last 2 God beads scattered in the universe were obtained by Jalal and Weivyu respectively. The final result was that Weivyu and Jalal each obtained 3 God beads, and Jinbei obtained 2 God beads. After they collected all the God beads, they saw that they had no intention of continuing to fight. The outside Donghuang did not let this interstellar battle continue, and ended the event directly. Soon, the last 3 kings and their partners appeared in the applause of the audience. When they appeared, it also meant that the 3-day Sea King banquet was about to end. At the banquet, the audience cheered. A figure stood up from a banquet table. It was actually quite conspicuous to stand up like this in this situation. But no one noticed his figure, or no one could sense it. Even the East and West Emperors were the same. He was Moer who came to watch the fun. And he didn't just come alone, he also brought a person or a virtual. It's time to go, little Ayan. The black-haired lowly looked at Moer's outstretched hand. She also stretched out her soft but somewhat cold little hand, intertwined her hands and held them tightly. Chapter 798 Guardian Courtyard, Each Guardian. After a while, the figures of the 2 were already strolling on the streets of the Sea King city. Walking to a relatively secluded corner, Moer looked at the black-haired lowly who was leaning against him. His left hand gently stroked her soft long hair. Little Ayan, let's stop here today. Ayan did not let go of her tightly clenched hands, her eyes were fixed on Moer. The dark pupils seemed as deep as a black hole. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Next time, when is the next time? Well, the gambling stone field will open in a week. I will be online at that time. After hearing what Moer said, Ayan was silent. Finally she stretched out her hands. Looking at her, Mel hugged her. Touched her head gently. You can come to Greedy Island more often. If you feel lonely, you can find she. After a long while, Ayan finally let go of his arms and left. She took a deep look at Mel before leaving and was teleported back to Hueco Mundo. After Ayan left, a pair of arms stretched out from behind Mel, and a figure pressed hard behind him. The master is really too much. He actually asked me to take care of the child. Don't you like Ayan too much? She. You like it, but there should be a reason for taking care of the child. Behind Mel, the black-haired girl in a black skirt decorated with colored lace slowly walked around to Mel. Long black hair, low ponytail, and a flowing red silk tied casually in her hair. The oval face has a charming smile, and the dark pupils are like the quiet starry sky. She is she, a creature about thoughts that Mel created a long time ago, the Book of Oaths and Restrictions. Now she can be said to be a creature that has become a spirit. The Book of Oaths and Restrictions is her body and also her weapon. Master, look. I usually adjust the rules of the underworld. I also have to maintain the rules of Greed Island. Now you even want me to take care of the child, so hard. It's not too much for me to take my turn at this point. She snuggled in Mel's arms. Her delicate and tender hands gently stroked Mel's cheek. Warmth was transmitted from her palm, and she's unique charming fragrance lingered around his nose. Mare felt the heavy weight pressing on him. Looking at the pitiful expression on she's face when she looked up, he also reached out and pinched her pretty little nose. Previously, the spirits of the Soul King Palace were in charge of the Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. And the more extensive underworld, Mel gave it to she. He has simplified the operation of the rules for the underworld, so that the power of various extraordinary systems can have a living soil in the underworld. And this operation is subtle and gradually deepened. This process may need adjustment. Therefore, she, whose power is a promise and a constraint, became the best choice. In the process of adjustment, she is also strengthening her own ability and strength. Because her power is very consistent with the operation of the rules. Even the system god of Greedy Island is actually a part of she projected by the power of the underworld. It is true that she is lucky. It seems that the balance between you and your body has been adjusted. In that case, let's go. Hearing what Moer said, she's eyes curved slightly with a smile. Great, Master. I didn't expect the Master to be so impatient. I can finally express my passionate love. In response to she's excitement, Moer flicked her forehead directly. What are you thinking about? It's still daytime. She touched his forehead with a painful look on his face. Master's finger snap really hurts. Looking at she's painful expression, Moer quietly watched her continue to weave. It won't hurt unless Master kisses you. Mare naturally did not refuse she's request, and his lips touched her white forehead. Okay, as expected. She's cheeks flushed slightly, like a peach blossom. Master's kiss is the best medicine in the world. Then Master. Let's go on a date first. She held Moer's palm, smiling and pulling him, and Moer followed her. The two dated on the streets of the Sea King City like ordinary lovers. Tasting all kinds of delicacies together, buying clothes and accessories, and playing with entertainment buildings and facilities. Soon, at nightfall, Moer and she left the Sea King City. They traveled through space and came to a courtyard that looked very dreamy, where nature and order blended. This courtyard was a different space. It connects to Mel's residence on Ruskana Island, and is jokingly called the Guardian Courtyard. Bye. Many times, special lives created by Mel personally gather here. They call themselves Guardians. Although Mel doesn't think he has anything to protect. But Mel feels good to have this group of Guardians who are called Guardians but are more like the boss's secretary. It is worth mentioning. Xiaojin, Yin, Ling, and Norn are all members of the Guardian. The building is made of exquisite white stone, and there are rooms with various decorative styles. In one of the luxurious and warm bedrooms, Mare and she appeared out of thin air. As soon as he appeared, she started to take action. Master, the atmosphere is in place. Then let's get started. I can't help it. Feel she's hot kiss on his neck. Mare gently stroked her smooth, silky, and glorious hair and began to take the initiative. This attack directly triggered a chain reaction. She's move made the other Guardians eager to make a move. She has made a move. Then I will delay the creation of hell. We can't miss this time. In a room. A woman in a gorgeous red dress, with a hot body and a very noble temperament, the woman murmured. She is Chi, who controls fire, scorched earth, and destruction. Originally, she was going to create hell according to Mel's request, but now she heard the infuriating voice of she. She felt that she had to delay the progress. On the other side, the plant that used to be as radish-like as in Mel's room and called itself the Guardian Bai. Now it has grown up completely and transformed into a big sister with a broad mind. It's just that her personality has changed from being a little confused when she was young to becoming more obvious when she grew up, and she has become very confused. At this time, Bai was surprised. She controls wishes, and she made a wish this morning. Now she feels that the wish is moving forward. My wish came true. Wow, that's great, I can use the master as a pillow every day in the future. Except Chi and Bai. In another room, a white-haired girl with a lowly figure stood by the wall with bare feet. A huge blue Rubik's Cube with a faint glow was slowly rotating behind her. At this moment, she stared at the wall in front of her, muttering to herself. The perverted master is perverted again, perverted, perverted, perverted. Wu kept repeating, as if this could relieve her anger. However, as she was repeating, she looked down at her figure and became even angrier. Why is her figure like this? If only she had Bai's figure of a big cow. The master would definitely not be able to control his perversion towards her. As she thought about it, Wu's blue pupils were shining, and she burst into tears. Wow, it's too obscene. A figure like that. So envious, she wanted it so much. A week passed. Mare has been in the guardian courtyard these days. A chain reaction started, and he was just a model worker. After the oath, first it was the cold and arrogant but enthusiastic Chi. Then it was Bai who came up to ask for a hug in a daze. Then it was Huang who came back after discovering the situation. She had a very gentle personality, and the power she controlled was holiness, purification, and life. Although she had a gentle personality, she was very difficult to deal with in a battle. Then it was Norn, who also found out about the situation and rushed over quickly. The opportunity was rare, so she had to seize it. And Norn not only came back by herself, but also brought her follower Kaola in. So, Shai Kaola also came up with Norn's encouragement. In the end, Wu finally jumped up. Even outsiders came in, how could she bear it? So, the three-no girl Wu stared at Mel after the battle for 10 minutes. Mare saw that Wu's expression was almost unable to sustain the three-no, so he had to take action. A week passed like this. The intensity of the war was a bit high, and it was a bit unprofessional. Mel felt that he should reflect on himself, or maybe. Chapter 799 The Mutation of the Devil Fruit, a Heavy Punch. Another day passed. On a small island in the new world of the Grand Line. Here lives a small village of a small scale with hundreds of people. The village is built on the hillside, surrounded by mountains and clear streams. At the end of the stream flows into the sea. A patch of planting land is opened around the intersection of the stream and the sea. The planting land is covered with plants that look like lotus. Many villagers are guarding and working here, taking good care of these plants. Not far away. A little girl is playing with a tea-haired girl who looks like a witch. Misaka sister, do you think I am very powerful? Misaka Mikoto nodded at the fresh flowers in the little girl's hand. A little powerful, but... She gestured with her thumb and index finger. Only a little. After following Merle for a while, Mikoto has also learned bad things. Only a little. The blonde girl looked a little depressed. Okay. Actually, it's very powerful. Seeing the depressed look of the little girl, Misaka Mikoto immediately changed her words. She still can't do things that hit others. Hearing Mikoto change her words. The corners of the little girl's mouth slightly raised, and a cunning look appeared in her eyes. Arya, it seems that you are really naughty. Mikoto looked at the little girl's cunning eyes and immediately knew that she had been played. She had always heard from the villagers that Arya was a little naughty. It seems that this is really naughty and needs an electric shock massage. Zizlizla. A stream of electric current flows through Mikoto's fingertips. Seeing the electric current on Mikoto's fingertips, Arya was not afraid, but came forward to watch carefully. Misaka sister, is this your ability? What a powerful ability, but isn't Misaka sister a frog priestess? As soon as these words came out, Misaka Mikoto felt a big number sign appear on her forehead. She looked at the little girl's innocent and curious eyes, took a deep breath and told herself that she was still young. I'm not a frog priestess, the thunder priestess is my real title. Remember now, don't make a mistake, Arya. Oh. Looking at Misaka Mikoto's smiling face with her fists clenched, Arya shrank her head to show that she understood. Arya, why don't you go play with other children? Misaka Mikoto didn't volunteer to accompany Arya, was completely dragged out by her. Otherwise, Misaka Mikoto would rather be able to pet cats. They are all too childish. I want to be as handsome as Master Hwakyun Liu in the future. Those guys don't understand at all and laugh at me. Looking at Arya's slightly raised face with a proud look, Misaka Mikoto felt a little funny. She knew that Arya had the ability of the devil fruit, which could create seeds and give birth to flowers. Such an ability, well, looks good. But, relying on this to become a person like Hwakyun Liu. What? Do you also want to use flowers to shoot light cannons? Misaka's sister still understands me. Arya smiled when she heard Misaka Mikoto's words. Misaka's sister, I also want to be able to shoot light cannons like Master Hwakyun Liu. But no matter how I try, it doesn't work. Can Misaka's sister teach me? Misaka Mikoto was a little confused about Arya's request for help. I can't use flowers to shoot light cannons either. And Misaka Mikoto didn't know if Arya was really too young and ignorant. Hwakyun Liu's flowers were completely different from others. But she didn't have the heart to discourage her. But I saw Sister Misaka using dazzling light cannons on newspapers. That was amazing. Can you teach me? Looking at Arya's eager eyes, Misaka Mikoto didn't know how to refuse. Okay. I'll demonstrate it a little. See if you can learn from it in your flowers. Soon, with Arya's expectation, Misaka Mikoto fired a lightning cannon into the sky. It looked dazzling, but the lethality was actually not high. Pure special effects. Great, Sister Misaka, I want to learn this. This kind of thing depends mainly on talent. You may be able to do it, but it requires a lot of effort. Misaka Mikoto hooked her finger on the side of her face and said with a guilty conscience. She had heard Mel say it before. For some reason, the upper limit of the power of devil fruits in this world is changing. As long as the obsession of the person who possesses the power of the fruit is strong enough, the power can be mutated. So, in Misaka Mikoto's opinion, although it is difficult for Arya to become Hanakyun Liu, but it is not impossible. She is not lying, but the possibility is one thing and the difficulty is another. Then how to do it specifically? Arya's doubts were quickly explained by Misaka Mikoto, but before she finished point 0. A shout broke the peace of the village. Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming! Guards assemble! Dang dang dang! Along with the shouts, there was also a crisp sound of dang dang, which was the alarm bell used for warning in the village being ringing continuously. Are the pirates coming? Hearing the alarm, Misaka Mikoto raised her eyebrows slightly. She was not too worried, as the village here was not powerless to fight back against the pirates. Misaka's sister, the pirates are coming, let's go and take a look. Looking at Arya's eagerness, Misaka Mikoto was a little surprised. If it were other children of the same age, they would probably be scared and hide behind adults. But it's not surprising to see Arya's quirky and dream of becoming the second Hwakyun Liu. Let's go. On the other side, as the village guards and villagers quickly gathered to a coast, a pirate ship also sailed to this coast. Hundreds of ferocious pirates rushed out with swords and guns. Directly confronted the villagers. It's the Bailey pirates. The captain of this pirate group, Bailey, offered a reward of 18 million Baileys. They are the pirates coming from the North Sea. Looking at the pirates pouring out, some villagers each held a sword and whispered behind the guards. They already knew the pirate group that invaded this time, so they were not so worried. After all, their village not only has a guard team, but also hired a silver-level hunter from the Hunter Association to guard the village. That is a 2-star 3.0 level silver hunter, and he needs to pay 3 million berries every month. The price is to prevent some pirate groups that like to run around in the New World. I didn't expect that such a group of pirates came to the North Sea now. To be honest, the people in these villages are not afraid, and they are even ready to move. After the great legendary martial arts era, people who gradually began to have military power have become very courageous. In this area ruled by the extremely evil fleet, they may be timid when the people of the extremely evil fleet come to collect protection fees. But they have to hit hard when facing ordinary pirates. Especially the 2-star silver hunter they hired at a high price, he can deal with a large pirate with tens of millions of berries. It's enough to fight a pirate with more than 10 million. Besides, the legendary demon-breaking witch is temporarily living here. Chapter 800, The Promised Pirate Paradise, but I ran into a ghost when I went out. Da-da-da. With the sound of footsteps, the pirates of the Bailey Pirates separated a path. Their captain also appeared. He was a strong one-eyed man, about 2.5 meters tall. He had a face full of flesh, and he looked like a rolling knife. He was also carrying a heavy cannon in his hand. He also had a row of 20-centimeter long bullets on his body, about 10 in total, and he looked very tough. This. Bai Li looked at the more than 20 guards in uniform training clothes and weapons in front of him, and the more than 100 villagers with swords and knives following them. He felt unlucky. He didn't expect that it would be difficult to survive in the North Sea with gunfire and war. After coming to the New World, it was the same in any village. It was said to be a paradise for pirates, but this is it. Listen carefully, you guys, I am the great pirate Steel Cannon King Bai Li who offers a reward of 180 million Bai Li. Be sensible, each of you will pay 100,000 Bai Li, and we will leave immediately. Hearing Bai Li's swords and guns, the villagers behind the guards also talked a lot. Some people saw the cannon in Bai Li's hand and the other pirates were holding guns, and thought it was better to keep things quiet. But more people wanted to fight. 100,000 Baileys per person, why don't you just rob? This is the area ruled by the 10 evil fleets, you guys should get out of here. Otherwise, be careful of the evil fleet's pursuit. The captain of the guard team stood up, a middle-aged man with a stubble on his face. Although his strength is not the strongest in the guard team, he is the most prestigious. Because he used to be a 2-star bronze hunter outside. The young people in the village admire him very much. Humph. Do you think I'm stupid? As long as I don't kill you all, how can the evil fleet care? Do you really think I didn't get intelligence before coming to the New World? Of course, Bailey was in awe when he heard about the evil fleet. But the evil fleet is not really a good person. Like ordinary robberies, the evil fleet doesn't care at all. As long as he doesn't kill people here and affect the income of the evil fleet, they won't care so much. Stop talking nonsense. I saw that there are sea companion seeds planted here from afar. You guys can earn hundreds of thousands every month. How can we not take out 100,000? Bai Li said, looking at the villagers in front of him with burning eyes. Now all the pirates in the sea know. As long as there are villages that plant Xiang seeds and sea companion seeds, which are seeds developed by the holy knights of the Kingdom of Miracles, then they are all fat sheep. Of course, these big fat sheep will have more thorns. But as long as these villages can be robbed, they will get rich directly. However, the village in front of us looks fierce, and this place is ruled by the extremely evil fleet. It is difficult to rob, so we can only take a step back. Of course I can take out 100,000, but you are dreaming. I have this money, but I don't ask hunters to protect this place, but I give you money. The captain of the guard team pointed at Bailey's nose and scolded him directly. Seeing Bailey's eyes suddenly become fierce, he decisively gave way. An uncle with a big cigarette in his mouth slowly walked over from behind him. The members of the guard team and the villagers behind him also gave him admiring eyes. His appearance also made Bailey's pupils shrink slightly. Because he saw that the guy in front of him was wearing a silver armband with 2 stars carved on his arm. Damn! How could there be a silver hunter here? And it's a 2-star one. At this time, Bailey felt very unlucky. There are as many bronze hunters in the whole sea as river fish, but silver hunters are extremely rare. In the eyes of ordinary people, that is already a Superman-like existence. Even if you want to hire a silver hunter with money, it is extremely difficult. Bailey never expected that. You can find it on any island in the New World. It's like running into a ghost when you go out. However, Bailey was not worried after being distracted for a while. On the surface, his bounty strength is definitely not as good as the guy in front of him. But he was unlucky and lucky at the same time. The reason why he crossed the calm belt from the North Sea to the New World was not to come here to play soy sauce. Friend, what's your name? Seeing the arrogant pirate leader in front of him began to be afraid. At the same time, the pirates behind him began to waver. The captain of the guard team knew it. He did not recruit the wrong person. Silver hunters are very rare, let alone 2-star silver hunters. This hunter is a friend he made when he was a hunter. Otherwise, at the price of 3 million Baileys per month, he couldn't recruit a 2-star silver hunter to come and garrison. Hey! The uncle who came out slowly exhaled smoke and said lazily. My name is not important, what's important is, you must leave here. Otherwise, I don't mind taking a reward. Hearing the guy in front of him pretending to be 13 in front of him, Bailey couldn't help laughing. This guy really took him for granted. I'm used to going back empty-handed. Come out now and fight me. If you win, I'll leave without saying anything. If you lose, I'll raise 200,000 yuan for each person. Bai Li didn't plan to lead his men to charge directly. The village in front of him was too tough to charge. If he really wanted to charge, it would be troublesome if his men suffered heavy losses. It's not so easy to recruit pirates in this era. Fighting and killing is no longer the best way for pirates. At this time, Bai Li missed the craze of the rampant development of pirates in the early days of the great legendary martial arts era. What a pity! With the division of the Chamber of Commerce routes in the Kingdom of Miracles, the establishment of the Hunter Association, and the development of the sea hunting industry, all industries have been driven to develop. The Order of the Sea is getting stronger and stronger. Eventually, the status of pirates is becoming more and more embarrassing. But even so, Bai Li knows. As long as the four emperors do not fall, as long as the evil fleet with God does not fall, pirates will not end. Ahem, you think it's a good idea? 513. The silver hunter threw the big smoke in his mouth and walked forward. Since you don't leave, then stay. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. It's shaving. In an instant, Bai Li knew the moves used by the other party. The 6 secrets once held by the elite navy and the world government agents. Anyone who has received information in the great legendary martial arts era knows it. Of course, knowing is knowing. It's just that even if there are detailed tips, it's definitely not something that ordinary people can learn. Although the shaving was fast, Bailey was able to react. Bailey smashed the heavy steel cylinder down and hit the silver hunter, who rushed over directly. Dang! The crisp sound resounded throughout the venue. Can you also use armament haki? Bailey was a little surprised when he saw the silver hunter in front of him holding up the heavy blow of his steel cylinder with his fist. I can do more than just armament haki. Under Bailey's tall body, the silver hunter looked a little thin. But he didn't look weak at all. The silver hunter didn't think Bailey's surprise was a big deal. He had used the holy light potion. That thing was very helpful for people who met the strength and spirit standards. He even felt that it could guide the comprehension of domineering. That's why he asked his connections to buy it whenever he had the chance. He finally comprehended the two-color domineering after using a bottle of holy light potion. All the money he earned as a hunter was spent. But the guy in front of me probably won't understand. It doesn't matter. You can't buy it with money. It's normal to be surprised.